What's up, everyone? Welcome to Masculine Mondays, episode 5. We are talking about Saving Private Ryan for Memorial Day. How symbolic and patriotic are we here? Joined with me are my wonderful panelists. We've got Shield Wall, we've got Goodwin, we've got the Pumpkin Man, Gord King, we've got Syfax, and Blair to Blair. Thank you so much for everyone who waited. There was a slight delay for my travels coming back here from out of state, and traffic can be a bitch driving through Atlanta. As
Yes, it's man.
So yeah, and there's obviously like fires and stuff like that happened, but yeah,
Were the fires in Atlanta?
Outside of Atlanta, fires on cars.
The common decorative road fire in Atlanta.
Exactly. Yeah.
It wouldn't be Atlanta without a car on fire, would it?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Shield Wall is a first timer on Masculine Mondays here, so I appreciate you joining, buddy. How are you doing on this fine Memorial Day evening?
I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for having me on. Real excited to talk about this movie and masculinity and everything that goes with sacrifice, which I think this movie really encapsulates very well. But yeah, thanks for having me on. I was super excited you invited me.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Goodwin, my friend. How are you tonight?
Oh, I'm good. I hadn't watched this movie. It's been a couple of years since I watched it, and every time I do, that beginning and end, that thing is a punch. But I watched it twice in the last 2 days, it's a hell of an example of masculinity under pressure and people doing the right things even when they're in opposition.
Yeah, absolutely. Blair, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing good. This is one of my favorite war movies of all time. Mm-hmm. I've seen this multiple times in theaters as well. So,
yeah, never got to see it in theater, but definitely one of my favorite war movies for sure.
Yeah,
sorry, go ahead.
Especially in the theater, the sound is incredible.
Yeah, I do want to talk about that at one point. So I'm glad you mentioned that for sure.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me on again. And it's funny. I actually watched it last week because I thought it was for last Monday, and then you started up your stream for Dread, and I went and I reread your itinerary that you sent out, and I was like, oh shit, I messed up. But it was still a good rewatch. I haven't seen it probably in 15 some odd years, and it still holds up. It's a great movie. It's just fantastic. Seeing some of the characters and the actors that are in it, I was like, oh yeah, that guy's in this. I forgot. There's a bunch of stuff that now that I get to rewatch it, it's obviously a lot more fresh, and I enjoyed the hell out of it. So I'm excited to talk about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Gordy, how are you, man?
I'm doing great. Prayers said, vitamins eaten, and really excited to be talking about what I think is in the discussion for greatest war movie of all time. I don't know how many times I've seen this. It's a fairly regular watch. It's probably my most rewatched war movie. I even have a fun story about seeing this movie on one of the anniversaries of D-Day, where there were a lot of veterans in the audience. That was pretty sobering. But yeah, I love this movie every time I watch it, and if you want a movie that will evoke proper man tears, this is a good choice.
Oh yes,
yeah, absolutely. And would you want to share that story maybe at the end of the stream, or like a certain part you think?
I mean, I think I have a spot naturally where I think it comes out just where there's a particular moment early in the movie where I think that it was probably most harrowing, just knowing who was in the audience and what that particular scene meant. I think it'll kind of come about naturally, I think.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. So cannot wait to actually hear that. So let's see who we've got in chat. Oh, Mr. Jamalama first in gay.
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay?
You are gay.
And then my man Jake Martin, Gemma, second and even gayer. Ooh, do I have an even gayer? Even gayer sound.
Why are
clip?
you
I
gayer?
I might have somewhere. I thought I did, but yeah, here we go.
Gay!
Here we go. It was somewhere.
6 days until the gayest month of the year. June.
Let's try to rescind that, shall we?
Yeah.
Jacob, what's up, man? That's gay. Jamma, I came in third. And then we got Bootzilla, what's up? Fourth, and well, I don't know all that gay stuff. That is true. And then, of course,
We
she
can
was
send
in
you a
chat.
coloring book if you don't know about it.
And we've got our other very knowledgeable man about film, who will be on the show at some point in time, very soon in the near future. Film Comics Explained with Niat. Hail Niat. How's it going, man? On the other side of the world, ahead of time. We got Sergeant Giratina here. What's up, Sarge? How you doing, man? And it's fine. Day and evening. We've got Salty Buttered Bags. Help, I'm being bored to death in the Birmingham airport. This internet sucks, and so do some of the passengers, apparently. Oh, yeah, well.
Well, then I don't understand why you're being bored if some of the passengers suck.
I don't think they suck in a good way.
Oh,
Yeah.
Are any of their names Jamma or Jake?
yeah, it could be.
Let's say or Liam, but he's not here. I can't.
They'll go for Jake. He's the gayer of the two.
Yeah, here we go. Sorry, I overskipped the lovely Sherry. How are you, Sherry?
The lovely Sherry is so much nicer to see than the not lovely Sherry.
That's true.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Hope
The
you're doing
aesthetically
well, Sherry.
challenged Sherry, not nearly as good.
Is her picture sideways, or am I smoking crack?
It's you.
Okay.
It's
Thank
the
you.
west. It's like the Eastern Hemisphere version
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
of pictures.
Yeah. For Nia, it's the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When she sits
Like
down.
the toilet's flush.
Yep.
Exactly. Hosty, what's up, man? Howdy, y'all. Quite ironic that you're reviewing this movie and I'm finishing up Spec Ops: The Line.
Dang good game.
That is a really good game. It's been a while since I played it, but not that kind of suck. Good win. The bad kind, not the good kind. Rio, what's up, man? Just passing by. Appreciate it, brother. And we'll see who else joins on the way in. I know it's like not the usual time, so people might be thrown off. Totally understandable. But we are going to dive right into this and not waste any more time since I've pushed it back an hour, unfortunately. But yeah, I've watched this film quite a few times over the course of my life, and I watched it last week when I was kind of taking notes and getting slides and whatnot. And in my travels today, I actually watched it again on my phone since we got to pass like 10 hours of driving. What better thing to do than to maybe watch a movie? It was just, I wanted to try and remember some things and obviously think about some clips that I was trying to get before streams. But, the way that Steven Spielberg portrays this movie, because obviously when this movie came out in 1998, there had obviously been some other war movies, but I think it was something that, Spielberg was able to do that, help encapsulated like, which I don't think this was his agenda or his mission, but it finds a way to encapsulate the masculine identity that obviously like real life people had to endure, under this extreme pressure from the opening. As I just saw Soul Assassin say, "What's up, dude? How you doing, man?" One of the greatest openings for any movie ever. Yeah, and
Totally agree.
This hits so hard that when I watched it last week, I'm like, man, like I know I've seen this movie dozens of times probably, but it never ceases to amaze me how real it feels and just how crazy and how in a few moments in this movie how you feel so tense when you're like the soldiers are in these moments that you just wonder, okay, who's going to die next, what's going to happen at this part. But I think for me in the masculinity of Saving Private Ryan, like this movie isn't about winning the war, even though we do hear Captain Miller say like, isn't that our mission to win the war? This movie, I think you said it good when where like it's about what it means to be a man when war tries to like take everything from you. Like what is left? What do you have, and what do you leave on the battlefield? Like what do you take home with you from these moments? You know, and it made me think of obviously a lot of different things as I watched this movie. You know, like is self-sacrifice or sacrificing yourself for your friends, you know, one of the most masculine acts. And earlier today, I was at Pete Hegseth deliver a Memorial Day speech. It was about 5 minutes long, and I thought it was a really great speech. But he does quote the Bible at one point about like laying your life down for your friends.
No greater love hath a man.
Yeah, and it's like this is exactly what happens, you know, in this movie. But obviously, this is what happened in World War II. I mean, obviously in World War I as well. But this is what our soldiers, our American, you know, heroes, you know, do for one another. And it's like, you know, what they're fighting for behind them that matters most, rather than like how much they hate what's in front of them. So it's awesome. Yeah, I really can't wait to dive more into this. And we've got a nice cast of characters. Like you mentioned, Syphax. Watching this every time, I'm like, oh shit, that's right. That's Nathan Fillion in this movie, right? Like totally forgot about that.
Ted Danson.
Ted
Yeah.
Danson.
Paul
Yeah,
Giamatti.
Ted Danson, Nathan Fillion show up. Like Nathan Fillion shows up, and I was just like, "Wait a minute!" I thought it was because it's been so long since I've seen it. I was like, "Isn't this supposed to be Matt Damon? What the hell?" And then it does the little psych out, and I was like, "Oh,
Vin
that's how long
Diesel?
it's been. I forgot about that."
Kudos to Paul Giamatti. He was in the two best movies of that year, this and The Truman Show. I mean,
Yeah.
he
Yeah.
managed to be in both of those. Which I mean, great. Well, the two of the three, because apparently Shakespeare in Love was the best movie.
Oh yeah,
This-
well, I mean,
thi-
yeah.
Well,
this
I
is
don't
actually,
know why we're even talking about this.
Yeah.
When you
This is
were
actually
talking about
Nathan
Men Dressed in
Fillion's. This is
The
actually
Dragon
Nathan
Master.
Fillion's first movie that he ever did. Like that's his first little role that he ever had was in this
God.
movie.
Yeah. Do
That's
you
the
know?
old- yeah.
Do you know what other movie the one who plays the older Ryan? What other movie he's in?
Oh yeah,
up,
it
Rick?
was the
It's Bubba Hotep.
Really?
He is the roommate for Elvis who dies.
Oh,
there's a Rob Zombie movie too, House of Thousand Corpses.
Thousand
That
Corpses.
No,
guy,
the
I'm
remake,
not
the
even-
Sons of whatever the hell's the Devil's.
Oh,
Devil's
Devil's Rejects.
Rejects.
Devil's
Yeah.
Rejects.
Yeah.
He played the dad. He gets shot in the back.
Agreed,
Oh.
Jake.
The older Ryan, no joke, was a dead ringer for my late grandfather. Well, now my late grandfather, but yeah, he like his stature, kind of the way he looks, definitely the way he dresses. I was just like, I remember the first time I saw this, I was like, Grandpa?
Yeah.
Who knows, Jake? We might.
Well,
be-
and talk about some good acting just right off the bat. You know, with the actor for the older Ryan. Man, I mean, he really delivers.
Definitely.
Yeah. With our cast of characters, we've got Captain Miller, obviously Private Ryan himself, Sergeant Horvath, Private Ryben, Upham, Jackson, Carpazzo, Wade, and the German Steamboat Willie. Doot, doot.
Oh God, that guy.
Oh yeah,
forgot Fish.
Can you see?
Yeah,
I say, can you see?
that's right. Bryan Cranston was in it too. Yeah, young
Yeah.
Bryan Cranston.
Yeah.
For a
Yeah,
hot second, yeah.
Let's be clear. Bryan Cranston was never young.
he was just armless.
Yeah.
with his left arm, but
Yeah.
um,
Acting
Yeah.
with one arm tied
He's
behind his back.
he's just perpetually like 48 or something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Just all the time.
yeah, weird. Maybe he just took some some baby blood or something like that. Who knows?
He's
I'm not a
part of the
conspiracy theorist here, but I think it's interesting because every character that we have here in our main cast, like they all have different traits and they meld so well together. As a band of brothers, which I definitely would love to cover that show at some point. So maybe conversation for a different time. But
That came directly from this too.
yeah, like 3 years later, I believe it was 2001. Arguably like the best standalone show for sure of like one season. But
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
yeah, and I don't know about you guys, but every single time I watch this movie, I can't stand Upham. I cannot stand him.
That's the correct masculine response to that guy.
Yeah.
Dude, I was like, rewatching this, I was like, man, I know this is
Love it.
supposed to be, Masculine Mondays that I'm talking on, but I was like, this character is the biggest bitch. Like, it's just like, Jesus Christ.
Well, there's the movie
I hated him.
watcher. Well, there's the movie watcher part of me that I find his arc interesting,
Yeah.
but it's from this standpoint of you're like, is this guy going to toughen up? Because I mean, he's the green one. He doesn't have any actual experience, so there's you kind of naturally as a moviegoer almost expect that this movie is about for him it's going to be about toughening him up, and there's a sense in which that's true, but how you actually arrive to that point is not really what you'd expect. I mean,
He
it's
really
actually-
is like the contrast for every other character.
What I think is important about his character is, and what's important to understand about, okay, so in the military these days, everybody that joins right now is a volunteer. So they have a certain kind of mindset when they go into it, expectations. Back then, there were a lot of volunteers, but there were also a lot of draftees. I get the impression that Upham was a draftee. He was not a let me go sign up. And there were a lot of people that waited their turn to be called up. They didn't like rush down to join. There were a lot of people that did, but there were others that didn't. And when you draft a large spectrum of people, you're going to get some of the best that you would have never gotten. They would have never joined willingly, but they're going to be some of the best PhDs, geniuses, people that are really good at what they do. You find out what their skill set is and you put them in like charge of like construction projects and whatever. But on the opposite end, you're going to get a lot of people that normally you would not accept if it was a volunteer force. You'd be like, you guys are not that smart. We're not going to let you in, or you got other problems. But when you draft millions of men, right? Because we had like 2 million men under arms or more by the end of the war. You get people that aren't necessarily suited, but because it's a war, you're going to have them. And I think Upham falls into that category. He was a translator and a typewriterist. He was not a combat guy. He went through basic training, but he never went to any combat schools or nothing. So now he's put in a last stand situation in a town, and it kind of breaks him. But there are some of us that would, we can't put ourselves in his shoes necessarily because nobody knows how they're going to react until they get into a situation like that.
Absolutely.
Like
but-
people on the beach,
Right.
You see him cowering, hiding, and it was just like every man for himself for a few seconds.
Well, I mean, that's the biggest thing about like the beach scene and a lot of others is that every instinct that you have for survival is wrong in those situations. The only way that you survive is because of the training you've had, which is, it's why you have officers and sergeants yelling at you to go forward into gunfire, because to stay where you are is to die.
Yeah, so
And also to
off
get
this
everybody else
beach.
killed, right? Yeah.
Yes,
Every part of it is sighted in, both with mortars and with 88s in the back, and then with the machine guns. So anywhere on that beach, they know how to hit that, and they will.
Right. Most
Yeah,
of the
that-
training is muscle memory, if you've been trained appropriately. And once you get into action like that, it becomes very narrow. You're not worried about grand strategy or whatever. You're worried about the next 5 feet you got to move,
Yep.
and what's going on. So there's certain instances of things that happen in the movie where I don't think people will be worrying about it so much. We'll get into that later, but
Yeah, for sure.
but just to retouch on that Upham thing, we'll talk about it when we get in there. But his character is
Absolutely.
interesting because you never really know what someone's going to do until they're put in that situation.
Yeah.
It looks like you're about to play some of the beginning scenes, and I mean, this is like a well-known story, but this just happens to a lot of people who actually went through the war, like through this actual war. Like a lot of them can't even watch this scene because of how
Right.
realistic it is,
Yeah.
which is
Yeah.
crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Start
Well,
freaking out over it.
I saw it in the theater in Tucson, which is a lot of retirees moved there, snowbirds and whatever. So there was a high percentage of World War II, Korean, and Vietnam veterans. And it didn't matter what war you were in. There were a lot of people that were having the worst reactions had been in Vietnam.
Yeah.
which makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I don't know how many people like from World War II might have gone to see this because again, like you know, they've already
Well,
lived through that. So
how many survived it? Shit.
Well, when the movie came out in '97, there were still a large number of World War II veterans alive.
Yeah.
They were all getting into their 70s and whatnot, like the majority of people that fought, because the average age of a combat soldier in World War II was 26, as opposed to a lot of other wars where it became younger.
19.
Yeah, in Vietnam it was 19 because of all the exemptions and all, college
drafts, yeah, all that
exemptions and all
stuff.
this kind
Yeah.
of stuff. Your average age was 19, of a combat soldier. So, um, but so there were still a lot of people alive. Like I remember I went to a Red Lobster for lunch one day in uniform. Probably shouldn't have done that, but I did. Me and a guy, and we went in there, and because you're not supposed to go in uniform to other than like fast food places and stuff. So we went in there, and when we went into the bathroom to wash up after eating, this old guy came up and he was like,
Agreed, love
"Hey,
it.
you guys did a really good job in Gulf War and all this. I'm real proud of you boys." And he was like, he told us that he was a private in World War II, and he was standing right next to General McAuliffe when he told the Germans nuts when they asked him to surrender
Oh,
out of the bulge. So he was there,
yeah,
as a young
Bastogne.
guy, right, in Bastogne, yeah. And I knew what he was talking about. The guy I was with didn't, but I was like, wow. But we're in a bathroom, so it's not like you can sit there and have a long conversation or anything. Um, but it,
Yeah.
but those are the kind of people that were there. I'd go to the commissary on base to go shopping. There were tons of older guys there that had been like B-17 waist gunners and all
That's
kinds
awesome,
of cool
JMO.
stuff. Yeah. So you got a lot of really good conversations with them. But so my point of that is when the movie came out, there was still a large portion of World War II veterans that were still alive at that time. Not so much anymore.
Jimmy Doohan, Scotty from Star Trek, was one of these people. Was on the beach. He got shot up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was with the Canadians.
Yep.
On Golder's sword.
Just as as film goers, like I remember when this came out. I saw it. I know some months after it released. I didn't get to initially see it in theaters. Like I said, I saw it on one of the anniversaries. But there was, I mean, to my knowledge and to the most people I talked to's knowledge, that there was no war movie like this. So just seeing this movie and seeing this opening 20-minute sequence was just unbelievably harrowing. I mean, it was so incredibly immersive, and
it's visceral.
It's visceral. I mean, it's terrifying. It just absolutely shatters you. You're just like, I mean, if you needed a visual depiction of what it might have been
there,
like,
there.
This is what you're gonna get.
Yeah. Like
he pulls that guy over and his head's gone.
He pulls him over a couple times because he's giving him orders because he's trying to get updating on the radio.
It's the third time he pulls him, and then oops.
Yeah, it's let's see what's up. YD, what's up, dude? Thank you for that stat. That's actually pretty awesome to see, though. I know they're probably hella old too, but love it. Hello, hi, good to see you.
Yeah, I think one thing about like the beach scene is for everything that's going on, the audience is just silent. Right. I mean, most people were just sitting there with their mouths hanging open, just staring at it. Right. Because you just couldn't conceive of it. And I think that the other thing about this scene is that unlike so many prior war movies, there's no romanticized, oh, this is the super guy that does this. And if you just do these things right away, the sheer randomness of people getting killed, right? That there's it's luck that you make it up. Yeah, you're advancing. I mean, if you just sit there like a bumpus, you're going to get killed real quick. But even doing the right thing gets you killed, right? It's just a matter of numbers. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, just
that and the sound design is just so immersive. It's so immersive where it's like, oh my god, like I got a really good sound system, but it's just like the way that it just surrounds you. Like if you got surround sound, you're just like, oh my god, it just it encapsulates
even if you have
you.
good headphones, like I mean, you can really hear. Like I have this movie in 4K. And there's a feature that you can do like enhanced dialogue, and if you do like enhanced dialogue on it, obviously like that kind of lowers the background sound from it. But and I was like, let me see what the difference is. And obviously you can just hear the dialogue a lot better, but when you take it away, when you add the enhanced dialogue, you just miss all the battle that's happening. So when you put it back on, it's like, oh my God, it's such a difference. And just seeing how many, like how much is going on at that same time. Like it never ceases to amaze me. Zax, what's up, brother? How are you doing?
Well, and when it cuts to characters too, and like all of a sudden you can see like when it cuts to like Tom Hanks and like his hearing is shot because he would like so much close fire. It's just like wah, just kind of does that sound where
the concussion.
Yeah. It's just like damn, and then they cut to somebody else and that sound is kind of relatively normal. It's just the way that they do it is so fantastic.
And one of the most just the most chilling parts of me, and it gets me every single time I see this movie, is there's that whole build up when they're getting closer. The guy yells that there's 30 seconds left, and the second that door drops, instantly it's just like
just switch.
I was just going to mention
guys
that.
Get shot.
I was going to mention that because that guy's using an MG42, right? The later ones could fire 1,200 rounds a minute. There was a guy who he was a private, Heinrich Servalov, or Serverlo. They call him the Beast of Omaha because he claims in his memoir that he fired 12,000 rounds of machine gun ammo and 400 rounds of rifle ammo that day. So he was up in one of those bunkers just going crazy with the MG42. And it has such a high rate of fire, they used to call it Hitler's buzzsaw. And because of the way that it shot, it would wiggle. It would, instead of like a stream of bullets, it would be more like a shotgun pattern. And it would just beat down a whole area of the ground and just basically murder anything in it.
Yeah,
so
that was his job, the area effect.
Yeah, the Germans were very liberal with their use of ammunition. That was part of their doctrine. They had more light machine guns than any other army did at that time as part of their, leaps and bounds ahead and stuff. And they weren't shy about shooting the ammo off. Where a lot of other
those guys are freaking out in those boxes shooting down because you can imagine thousands and thousands of people coming at you.
You just look out on the sea and see nothing but ships, and you're like, oh, shit.
Exactly.
Yep, Zax.
They were like, oh, my God. So they were freaking out.
Yeah, I guess it's interesting, too, because, talking more about the masculinity that is occurring on this beach here, like there's just overwhelming fear that every single person has, right? Even Captain Miller here, like, his hand's shaking. He can't even like open his canteen bottle. And obviously learning like what he's done or what he did before the war. Like he was just, he taught English composition, as a teacher, but now he's a captain, leading an assault on the beach, over here in Normandy. It's like, and again, like you were mentioning, a lot of these people that just, get drafted in or get picked in, like they've got nothing except what they learned at basic, like and read the field manual. It's like with Upham, so it's like I haven't fired a gun since basic, so I he's scared shitless like from the start here. And it's like the masculinity that you have to have that might not come in confidence at this point in time, but like through leaders where as Captain Miller is giving orders, it's like he's not really asking his men to do anything that he wouldn't do, even though he does give orders, like, in this particular scene where he's trying to find out what, that nest is. And he's like, okay, he starts calling people's names, like, so-and-so, so-and-so, and so-and-so. And they run out there and he's like, it's like someone mentions like, it's like a firing squad. And it's like, then he decides to get Jackson here, which Jackson's probably my favorite character. But yeah, like he puts himself in harm's way just so Jackson can get into position here and take out the gunner, because it's like it's important that the emotion doesn't get overtake the action here. Like it's like the focus has to become his strength, and that's something that Jackson portrays a lot throughout this entire movie. And like sure, he recites a lot of the Bible, which is awesome because it's like it's such an interesting way to perceive what's happening here. Like this is sort of a good versus evil, dilemma that happens in war here. And obviously us being the good guys and, fighting the Nazis, using this sort of prayer to incite confidence and strength and let your, will be my guide. And it's like, this man is sniping people while quoting the Bible. I don't know what else could be potentially be more masculine than that, but it's like everything here is just illustrating like the masculinity that's under fire. Like, it's not so much about like the bravado that these men are portraying, because it's like everyone around them is dying. Like, whoever's left alive at that point is damn well lucky to be left alive. And it's like, you can see the fear in Miller's eyes as well, because of it, the being concussed, and is like just completely shook. And obviously, not to mention obviously his hand, but it's like you've got the guy like, what are your orders, sir? It's like, you have someone else who's a private or maybe a corporal, yelling at the captain to give us orders, because it's like you got to get snapped back into action here. But I think the entire platoon's survival hinges on the masculine principle from Captain Miller, amidst like all this chaos that's happening completely beach wide. So
Yeah, I think you also have the benefit that at least Sergeant Horvath and Captain Miller, they've done 3 landings. They landed in Africa and fought in the Kasserine Pass. They landed in Italy. Then they're now landing in France. It comes up later because the shaking of the hand only started when they were prepping for this landing.
Yep.
Right, that it wasn't there before, and you see Mike with the afterwards where he has the soil from each of the places he's been at.
That is an important thing to remember, is that those guys they're combat veterans. So a lot of the guys that came ashore had a lot of training, like months and months and months of training, but no combat experience. But these guys have lots of combat experience, and they also went through a bunch of training. So they're about as trained as you can get, really, for them to be the most effective. And that's why when they're picked to go find Ryan, they use that small little group, because all of them are very seasoned combat veterans.
Yeah.
But a lot of the guys that went ashore weren't. They were highly trained. That was the thing. They just didn't go to basic training. They were trained and drilled and drilled and drilled and drilled. Now, Upham wasn't, because he was a typewriterist guy, right? He wasn't supposed to go
translator,
be in the front, right? So but I'm sure that he was, good at his job and gone to language schools and all this other stuff. But these guys they were highly, highly trained. And the Germans that were defending the beach kind of weren't. They were more like reserve forces and things like that, because by this point in the war, they were stretching themselves thin. Now they have a lot of veterans that are out there in units, but they weren't released to go down to the beach.
Oh yeah, JAMA.
If there would have been like hardened
the tanks and stuff like that,
if there would have been hardened SS units in those bunkers, I don't know if they could have made the landing work. But because they were stretched so thin, because they were covering from Spain to Norway, the Atlantic Wall, and they thought that the main attack was going to come at Calais, they didn't have their best and brightest there.
They're also still sending most of their troops to the Eastern Front, because that's the danger.
Yep. Well, and Nick, you were showing a bunch of the scenes there where like people are surrendering, and then they're actually taking them as prisoners or whatever. And it's like, I even find that like a source of masculinity. Imagine being through that and seeing hundreds, if not thousands, of your brethren just getting mowed down, and then the people that literally just did that are like, no, I give up, I swear. And it's like, and to not mow them down in war, and then be like, okay, look, okay, we get
kind
it.
of I actually think part of what
it's the rules of war, but to do it was crazy.
Well, those two individuals, their dialogue translated, if I'm not mistaken, is that they were conscripted. They were basically forced into service. They're not German. They're Czech. I think they're Polish or Czech or something.
They're Czech Republic, I believe. Yeah.
I mean, I think what that scene's portraying is kind of a negative aspect, where like killing, like for the two people who shot them, it's like killing just became very casual. I mean, that was a very hobbyist kind of kill. They just kind of did it for fun. That's pretty dark, I think. And the way the camera goes over to Miller after that, I think that speaks to scenes later on where he's like, you know, the more men I kill, the further away from home I feel. It's like, I think that's kind of one of those first hints at that with his character is you're seeing these two guys get gunned down very casually. I mean, granted, we don't know as an audience necessarily that, you know, what they're saying, which I like that about that scene is that it's because, I mean, you could initially think, well, maybe these are just Germans. It's like, okay, well, what context do you have about them? They're surrendering. It's like, okay, you shouldn't shoot them. It's like, you should not shoot them. I understand the anger. I understand the you know, the desire to do so, but even they didn't seem to kill them maliciously. They just kind of seemed to do it for fun. And it's like, that's pretty bad. That's
I mean,
not
there's
a good thing they did that.
Yeah, there's a few things that are going on. One is that you know, you hear the kind of gallows humor that goes on, and boy does it continue through this, right? But there are a couple of times where they cross the line into like callous indifference, and that's when you start to lose your humanity a bit, right? And the other thing though is that you know, when you look at like Captain Miller, you know, most people would say, well, he's stoic, right? You know, he's a good example of stoicism. The thing that we always mistake in like modern understanding of stoicism is not without emotion. Stoicism absolutely uses emotion, but it's, again, the brain is in charge first, not the emotion. You know, the rage that you need to rush up a thing, to control fear, right? It's not an absence of fear, it's the control of it. It's you know, the rage you have, but you control it. Fair. And once you get your blood up, it's hard to back down, right? You know, you see Fish afterwards where he gets the Hitler Youth and the Hitler Youth knife and says, this is really what it's all about, and then starts crying because he's stopped and now the adrenaline has dropped on him and he's having the reaction, right? And nobody shames him because of course you don't, right? Everybody reacts to that adrenaline bleed differently.
And this is not one of those propaganda war movies from the 40s where it's rah-rah.
Yeah, you go on without me. No.
Right. Yeah, this is real. You know, this is what really happened. People got blown up. The guts are all over the place. They're crying for their mothers. People are being shot who are surrendering. I think there's one point where they hit them with a flamethrower and they're like,
don't
burn. Shoot them. Let them burn. Save the ammo.
I think that's dumb. You wouldn't waste time saying that kind of stuff. You got way more stuff going on. I don't know why that was in the movie.
Well, people get so jacked up when you're shooting that, you know.
But
there's a really good line that happens like a minute or two before that in the same area, right? And it's when they're when the machine guns are just going down and you know, you can't do anything, and you hear a guy say, "It's not fair," right? Like you're not fighting fair. There's and as absurd as it sounds, right? It's absolutely correct that people react to that, right?
Yes,
it's why troops would get enraged when air you know, attacks would happen because they had no ability to defend, and so God help whoever they encountered on the ground.
Exactly, someone's going to pay for this.
Yeah.
I want to highlight Vex. Hi, Vex. Her commentary. Goodwin said the stream was going to make Leon a real man, and Leon isn't here. So, Vex, there's two things you need to know about Leon with this movie. Number one, he thinks that all of Steven Spielberg's drama movies are overemphasized and overhyped, like this movie, Schindler's List. And then I think he said that this movie was too, just over dramatized for whatever reason. But
I also want to make clear, I did not say this stream was. I said that Masculine Monday Labs are working nonstop to try and make him a real boy, and eventually in my lifetime, or in our lifetime anyway, a man.
it's like the more he's on here, the more masculine he becomes. So like when he's not on here, it's almost like he's doing a disservice to himself.
Yeah, you know he's going to regress.
I mean, out in Vegas, I got to watch him dance on a pole on a moving bus. So
Yes.
yeah, I was like, you need to lower that. Not do
Yeah.
shit like that.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
I would have, if I was there, I would have had to do like the thing and like kind of tackle him away from the pole and like, no, Leon, don't do it. Like I'm trying to.
Oh,
save your
I think
life
you have
here.
to go full Don Corleone. You just get up and you slap him. You can act like a man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got some clips, but I do want to also talk about something else about the beach landing and Wade, right? As the medic, like, and you see some just insane parts of them trying to treat so many people.
Yes.
And there's like the head. I forgot what he was called, but like the
Doctor.
head.
Company surgeon, the
Yeah,
one that
and
he's
he's like-
working on.
Yeah, he's
when
like-
he
he's
was like, "Give us a chance."
Yeah, it's like, or he's like, priority, dead. Like,
Oh, that's when
you
they're doing triage after.
triage, yeah. And it's crazy because like again, or when there's like 3 of them, and they pull the body to protect them, and he's like, I stopped the bleeding, and then like he gets shot in the head. He's like, son of a bitch. It's
Right.
just like,
Yep.
And that guy, the one they were working on and then get shot in the head, that is the company surgeon.
yes.
Right.
The Master Sergeant, Command Master Sergeant.
They say it's the company surgeon.
I thought they said Master Sergeant.
Mm-mm.
Because if you're triaging, if you have a second lieutenant and the sergeant who gets shot, you treat the sergeant, not the lieutenant.
No. It's on the beach when Wade is first when they're working on
Yeah.
the guy who has the big bleed. Right.
Yeah.
There's 2 medics there working on the guy. The guy they're
Yeah.
working on is the surgeon for the company. They say it.
yeah, they're trying to save him because he's the person that would be
He's
able
the
to
guy who can save
possibly
everybody else.
everybody
Yeah.
else. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and it's for the sake of Wade, right? Like he's obviously portraying a different type of masculinity here by being the medic, and like by default, like because there is a sort of empathy and selflessness to care for others, despite and trying to get to as many people as he can possibly triage or save, and it's like there. I always try to think about being the medic. And sometimes in video games I'll try to like play the medic, and it's just like let me see if I can heal and be there for others that are fighting or being on the front lines and with a gun in their hand. Well, I don't. I've got a med kit, gauze, so you name it, right? Morphine, sulfa, and it's just like he's doing something that is being there for the weak and wounded, right? I think being a medic in that situation, like you have to have such like an unshakable amount of confidence, and you really have to just have all fear dissipated from your mind and like your being. And it's like, man, I don't know if I could do that sort of thing to be a medic. I'm not super big into caring for blood at that point, but it's like I feel like again we'll never really know truly, but to just even watch this scene a number of times, like the being masculine in this moment as a medic is being tested under such like an extreme amount of threat, because all you're hearing is people screaming, all you're seeing is explosions, people's body parts all over the place, guts hanging out, limbs missing, like people screaming for their mother. It's like I just could not imagine being a medic in that time frame. And I mean, in some cases I feel like the medics might have had like the biggest balls on the field, because like again, like they're being fired at as well, they're being killed and shot at in the process of trying to save others, while their brothers are rushing the people that are shooting at them and trying to make it stop so they can actually fully save those people's lives. But man, it's tough to be a medic. I'm sure
It's like it's the most like under pressure you could be, and even though like say there's rules to war or whatever, so you got that big cross on your helmet, and it's like that's supposed to be like don't shoot at me kind of deal, whatever in war, give or take. That's what it's supposed to be, but all it takes is that person to be angry, like, dude, you just killed 3 of my homies. Yeah, you're dying too. You're not saving any of these people to go kill some more of them. And that's what happened. You know, like you even see it in this movie. It's like there's medics who are doing stuff, and all of a sudden, just they just get murked, man.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
there's so much. There
brutal.
were so many bullets flying around. You couldn't
Mhm.
really discriminate. The Germans were pretty good about honoring the Red Cross, to the point where they started making them bigger and more apparent on their uniforms and helmets, and actually changed the marks on the top so that they could be seen better, because the Germans would honor it. Now in the Pacific theater, it was the other way around. The Japanese would specifically shoot the officers and the medics if they
Yep.
could identify them. So they totally took all that stuff off. The other thing is you're right about medics and nurses and people like that. So if you're a combat person, you're going to see, people getting blown up and stuff, but you're not going to constantly be around it all the time. If you're a medic or a nurse, all you're going to see is the worst damage to bodies, people dying continuously all the time. So you're going to have potentially some of the worst PTSD of anybody in the war.
Yep.
Yeah.
And a lot of female nurses suffered from it terribly as well, coming back, especially, because they went from nothing ever like that, unless you lived on a farm or something and were like slaughtering animals, to seeing that every day, all the time, for years on end. So yeah, it could really, really wear you down and be terrible, I think.
Yeah. Vex, that is a very good question. If Leon were here, even in chat, I'm sure he could probably try to debate why it is, but he's not. I don't know
He
what
would
he's doing.
lose, but he could
Poorly,
try.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's probably still on the beach somewhere hiding. but
Keep in mind, this is the guy who defended Rebel Moon.
Yeah. He would say that Schindler's List would have been better if Zack Snyder did it.
Yes.
Leon is Rossi. What's up, my short king brother? Leon is a service for all men. Yeah, very good. And he kept dancing on that bowl for 45 minutes. Also, Zach, you said he snorted more Tabasco sauce tonight. Now, I obviously missed the stream because of driving, but that's wild. I'm assuming he probably got a super chat and then did it, but even then, that is just
Choices were made.
Ill-advised.
Yeah, I think at that point he should probably just up it and go the jackass route with Steve-O and just do wasabi and see how that goes.
Yeah.
Tabasco is so like kind of low tier, like on the heat index. So
Yeah, is it going to be real wasabi or just horseradish with green coloring in it?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
most people get.
I mean, do some cayenne pepper. Maybe an actual pepper, a habanero, or something. Yeah.
Ghost
I'm probably
creeper.
waiting for Carly.
Yeah.
What's up, Noli? The medics actually wore the red costumes in Europe as opposed to the Pacific, where Japanese purposely try to kill them. That makes a lot of sense, though. Honestly. And then we get Gooch. What's up, dude? How are you, man? Good to see you. Gooch, Mr. Gooch. Yo. Yeah, I think for the sake of, again, just, yes. I'm glad you said this, Zach. The medic episode of Band of Brothers is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Also very, very powerful. And we're definitely going to get to a point here momentarily. But before we get to, well, I guess shit hits the fan here. Because of the, what would you call it? The bravado that Captain Miller has, his experience, and his platoon does, he gets selected to take on this mission. And in doing so, he has to talk with someone about getting the orders and what's going on. And I think here for Captain Miller, his understanding, when he's talking to this major, right? Like, I think the major was impressed by what he is able to read and understand, like as he's kind of talking about what's on the map, and because I think at this point it's 3 days after D-Day, right? And it's something that we were chatting about, Goodwin, on the side, where like this all takes place within a week.
Yep.
Like,
7 days.
Like that is one hell of a week. But the major is so impressed with his knowledge, his wherewithal, just everything that he is like his war intellect. And you get, it's like, I think if you're watching this for the first time, you're kind of wondering, okay, what did this guy really do before the war? And it's like, dude's just an English teacher. You know, it's
I mean,
nothing.
he is a captain. I mean, so and
he
I
understands.
mean, the major points out because like they're going over like casualty lists of like the enemies, casualty lists of his men and whatnot, and he says, you know, it's a tough assignment. That's why I gave it to you. So it's like he's clearly good at what he does. He's very good at what he
100%.
does.
And the response the major has is not his intelligence about what happens. It's that he realizes just how tough a mission he sent them on. Because it's like, you know, these two minefields, they were actually one, and it was a mixed minefield, you know, with you know, like 4 different mines just within that. Then the teller mines on the roads because of the tanks. Then they ran into a much larger force than they were expecting. And as he says, you know, we were, you know, anticipating more support or something like that. And the major's realizing, he was like, yeah, I think it was a lot worse than we anticipated. Somehow you pulled it through. And so, yeah, when he gets the casualty numbers, oh shit. But it's also that recognition of just what he did, what he then says, like when he tries to get his attention, he uses his first name only. And it kind of snaps Miller out of it, right? Because he's just staring at the map and kind of, you know, reliving what he had just done, and you know, the fact that they had lost 105 men to either, you know, killed or wounded out of his company. And the snap out is to John, and I think that's also why it snaps him out, because it's like, oh, that's not standard military protocol. What the fuck, right? It looks at him, he's like, I got another one for you.
Here he's getting a little taste of what Upham going to be bringing.
What's up, Adam? Yeah, and I think when he, you know, gets this mission too, like you mentioned, Goodwin, like I think Captain Miller does show this, you know, stoic responsibility where he just obviously probably thinks like in his mind, like, yeah, well, this might be foobarred, but he just does something where I think he kind of just shoulders it in silence in his own mind, and it's like he kind of makes fun of it later on when he's like answering Ryben's, you know, question, like, okay, well, you know.
Well, sir, I would be extremely, you know, this seems like a very important. In fact, I have heartfelt sympathy for the young man's mother. Furthermore, like, happily sacrifice my man, especially you, Ryben.
It was it was such a great line, but it's just the way he's able to, you know, just carry himself, you know, after getting this mission, because I'm sure he probably thinks it's doable, but we're going to go through, you know, hell, and you know, who knows if he's thinking at the same time, I might lose some guys here. But it's definitely one of those things where, again, the leadership, the masculinity that he, you know, brings to the table is just.
Yeah, again, it's the stoicism, right? It's the I have to do what I have to do. And you know, Horvath is like, wait, they took your company? You're leading a squad. What the hell is going on, right? You know, and he's like, it's not my company. It was the Army's company, or so they told me.
He's also like, hey, it's my job to follow orders. These are my orders. I'm going to go do them. I'm going to do my job. This is the job I was given. And it's like, just to take that on and actually go through with it, even if it seems stupid or whatever, because like a lot of obviously a lot of the company feels the same way. They're just like, this just seems ridiculous. This seems out of place, but they're just like, screw it. Like, we follow the captain, and there you go.
Well, one thing I love, like the way they use this mission, like in particular, like how they use it to develop the characters. There's a conversation not too long from here between Miller and Tom Sizemore's character, where he's telling him that, you know, the way you rationalize losing men, because he's
the church,
it's like, you know, maybe if I lose one, I save 10 or 20 per person I lose. This mission is in direct opposition of that philosophy, because rather than, you know, losing one to save 10, you have the potential to lose, you know, all of these men just to save one. And so he's like, that's why he's like, this guy better be worth it.
If that goes back, though, did we talk about the Bixby letter?
We didn't, but I would assume we probably would at some point.
Because that's an important part of what is driving their whole mission. Why it is important. Um, well, there's also a second incident prior to this, which was
Sullivan Brothers.
the Sullivan brothers. So they were all five. They were excited to join the war effort. They joined the Navy. They all got on one ship, and all of them died when the ship sank.
Yep.
So,
Yeah.
because they even had certain rules as the war went on, where if you were an only child, you could kind of opt out and they would find something else for you to do, because that way
Right.
if you were the last male of your line, that
Yep.
way it didn't die. And they also broke up families because there were instances of like fathers, sons, uncles all serving together.
Yep.
And they would break them up so that if something like that happened. But the Bixby letter is a letter that came from the Civil War. And
Read
so
by
in the movie,
Abraham.
they find it shows like Ryan laying on the beach, with the name.
Yep.
And then so they're going through the letters and they're going to send out all the death notifications. And then they collect up the letters from the commanders and so part of the scene is they're typing and they're typing down and transcribing what the commanders wrote about these people that died.
Yep.
And because the war was so big, there was a large operation with it. Anyway, one of the clerks figures out that there's 4 letters that all go to the same person. So she takes them, brings them to the leadership, and it goes all the way to the chief of staff of the army, General Marshall, and he wants to send this team to go get Ryan because they don't want to have another Sullivan Brothers incident. And everyone, all the other generals and colonels and stuff are like, that's a bad idea. We can't have him running around looking for one guy. That just doesn't make any sense. So he reads this Bixby letter. And it's from President Abraham Lincoln to a woman that lost 5 sons in the war. And so he reads the letter. I mean, I have it pulled up here. I could read it if you want me to, but we don't have to. But anyway, it basically, he says that, you put such a heavy sacrifice on the altar of freedom to sacrifice your 5 children. So they don't want to, have somebody go through that again. So this is the reason they're going to go save Private Ryan, so that he doesn't die and his family, his line doesn't die and his mother doesn't have to bury yet another son.
Yeah, and I mean, I think for a woman did something right, she actually recognized that there were 4 other letters that were like all related to one another, right? So there was a link that I saw where I think a lot of people saw it on Next, where it was like movies that didn't have any women in it, or and I think this one was Saving Private Ryan was mentioned for the sake of there are women in this movie, but like it's so minimal, and then I don't even think there's like any dialogue except for like behind the room and whatnot, or the woman's talking with the other officers when she recognizes like, hey, I think all these brothers are related. We should talk to the general about this, and we see that's where we see one-armed Bryan Cranston, but
technically the most female dialogue in this movie is the little French girl.
that is true.
Yeah.
Yes.
Does
Right.
it count though? I mean,
Yeah, the French don't really count.
yeah, I mean, it's,
But going back to that woman
It never counted.
what's up, UK gamer?
that discovers it, you can see at one point when she figures it out, she puts her hand over her mouth because she understands the enormity of what she just discovered.
For sure.
So, but yeah, I mean, okay, so it doesn't have that many women in it because there weren't a lot of women standing around the battlefield at that time, in the army for the Americans that were going forward and stuff. So they don't need to be in there if they weren't there.
Agreed.
You know what I
Salty.
mean? It's not part of the story or whatever. So
Right, and I think this is an example of the where you have people, multiple people trying to do the right thing, but they actually end up at odds, right? So Marshall is looking at this and going, "There's a woman who is going to get a visit by the military. All 3 of the death notices are being handed to her all at once, right?" And he's like, "She has one more, and we are going to get him the hell out of there." and so you understand the idea behind that, and that he is cognizant not just of winning the war, but also the loss that is being incurred by the people of the United States. So he's doing that. Now you flip that to Miller, who has his own calculus that he uses to rationalize getting his men killed, right?
Mhm.
And this is anathema. This is the antithesis of what he sees. But again, it's everybody kind of has their own view of the world and their own experience. They are doing the right thing based on that. They just happen to be in opposition.
And to give gravity to the scene, and with Marshall when he pulls the letter out, first off, it's from Abraham Lincoln. He's got this thing in his desk.
Yeah.
Secondly, he starts reading it and then he just puts it down and he has it memorized. He knows it by
Yeah.
heart.
Yeah.
So he really takes
That was a great scene.
Yeah,
That was
he really,
awesome.
you know,
I do love because I laugh every time I see it, is when George C. Marshall says, "Bear with me." What the fuck else are you going to do? It's the
I
chief
know.
of staff of the army. This is the HMFIC, right? What are you talking about?
you know, he really wanted to be in Eisenhower's position,
Yeah,
but they
he
were
was
like,
too important to be
right, he was too good for what he did because he crafted the Marshall Plan, which basically rebuilt Europe and Japan.
Yeah, but he's
after-
also running all of the war effort
Yep.
everywhere, right? From
Yeah,
manufacturing to deployment on the field.
right. So he was like the best of the best that they had. That's why he was
Yeah.
in that spot.
Yeah.
And this
Yeah.
kind of plays into that.
Yeah, but I just love that, like a lieutenant and a captain. He's like, "Bear with me." It was like, "What the hell else are we gonna do? We'll stand at attention until you're done talking."
So I have a question. So do we think it's more masculine to follow orders or to question them based on, when Miller gets the orders and then he's telling his, small squad what we're about to embark on?
I
it's
think according to
predicated.
the movie, it's both. According to the movie,
Yeah.
it's kind of both. It's fine to question, but at
Yeah.
the end of the day, it's like you have to. It's like it's fine that you question them. You are a human being, but at the end of the day, your duty is your duty.
Yeah, there's a very specific word that Miller uses, and he's exactly right, where he's like, "This is how you gripe," right? A
Yeah,
soldier has a
he
right
said
to
it.
gripe. He does not have a right to question orders unless they are unlawful. That's it, right? You will do what you're told.
That's one
That
thing
that is a really good line. Yeah.
And
That is
let's
one
go
thing
up,
that-
not down.
Yep.
a lot of leaders don't recognize. So when I was active duty and I was in a leadership position, a lot of people, as soon as anybody started griping at all, would try to shut it down. Oh, now it depends on the context of where it's happening and who they're griping to and all this kind of stuff. But if it's just a bunch of guys sitting around in the ready room talking about how it sucks we got to work this weekend, that is totally fine.
Yep.
Military
In fact, you
people-
need to let them do that.
soldiers have been bitching about stuff since time immemorial.
Yep. Since there were
Yeah, and-
soldiers.
right, and got to let them do it, right?
Mhm.
And because it's part of you got to recognize that it sucks. And even you as the leader can come in and be like, I know this sucks, but we got to suck it up. We got to, we got to take this suck on, and I'm using the word suck too much, but
Duty.
and we got to get this done because there's a reason we need to do it. The worst thing that you can have is to make people do stuff and there's no real good reason behind it, right?
Yep.
A lot of now, sometimes you can't take time to explain it. They just got to follow orders and do what they're supposed to do. But that comes with a lot of other things mixed in there. But if people are just complaining and it's causing problems in the unit, you can't allow that. But you always got to let them. You got to recognize that this situation blows goats. It does. You
Yeah.
can't tell them, no, it doesn't, and this is the best ever, because they'll see you as a liar and an idiot.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
That's
there's
why-
griping, and then there's undermining authority.
exactly,
These
yes.
are different things.
Yeah.
And part of
Right.
what's great, like subtextually about like when they ask Miller, okay, hypothetical, let's say I ranked ahead of you. How would you gripe to me then? And it's very much and we've talked about this already. How he's like, oh, I would say this is an excellent mission, sir, worthy of our best efforts. He's kind of bringing it back around. It's like he's not going to play along totally, but at the same time, he's like, okay, this is his funny way of bringing it back to we have to do what we have to do.
Yes.
And
It's
that
the sense of
goes-
humor.
and that drives back that these guys have already been in the military. So, he used to be a teacher or whatever, and they pulled him in, but he's already been on active duty for like 2 years. This is his third beach landing under his belt. He's a captain. He's got all this training and stuff. So it's not like they're brand new green troops that don't know anything. Um, and also when you're in war and under that kind of pressure, you learn super fast. You learn faster than you would in a normal, like, non-combat setting, uh, probably at a 10 times speed. Because
evolutionary pressure is a hell of a thing.
Exactly.
Yep.
Because if you don't, you're dead.
Yep.
So
I think the longer have
That's
been
awesome,
3 years
UK.
because he was in North Africa too.
yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. At least 2
Yeah,
or
but
3
that's
years.
43.
Right. But it's been all, so they're not green. They know what they're doing. They've been through lots of training. You just didn't make anybody an officer back then. It might seem like it in some of the shows, but ones that were put on missions like this. Plus, he's the good Boosh. He's also a ranger.
Yep.
So they had specific, more detailed, more selection process. They weren't just giving it to anybody. Exactly. They were elite troops that had to pass, a bunch of, just like the paratroopers did and all that kind of stuff. So it wasn't just regular guys they brought on off the street and threw in there. Anyways, so yeah, he's highly qualified for what they're about to send him on this mission for. And also because he was a teacher, he's highly educated. He knows classical literature, all that kind of stuff. So
yeah, and that's a good, I love the the pot that they have, the betting pool as to what he is, what he does, right, and that he doesn't, nobody knows, but there are like hints. Upham actually starts to pick it up first, right, because when he does the quote from the Charge of the Light Brigade. No, the first one is when they're walking.
That's right. Yeah,
ours is not, question
right.
why ours is but to do and die, right?
Yep.
This Charge of the Light Brigade.
Yep.
And when Fish is like, what are you trying to say? We're supposed to die or whatever? And Miller says, no, he's talking about our duty and all that, right? Okay,
Yep.
well, he knows the poem, the Charge of the Light Brigade. Then later with the Emerson, and he's like, okay, so this guy's well-educated, not just militarily, but, these other things. Starts to dig it out.
Yeah. I got some clips I definitely can play that coincides with it.
Do it to it, man.
Especially when we're talking about Upham and Mellish here.
Hey, you want your head blown off, you fancy little fuck? Don't you ever fucking touch me with those little rat claws again. Get the fuck back in formation.
That's replacements. I mean, it was famous in World War II that you brought in a replacement and they didn't want to know your name.
Yeah.
What did he say to him? Get your rat paws off.
Get your little rat claws off of me.
Rat claws, yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, that cracks me up every single time, man. Like
The parents to the Sunday school children weren't happy when that was my response to the kids. But.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh man.
Well, if you've seen
little
Generation Kill, my favorite part about that is all the shit talking they do.
Yes.
In there, yeah, it's freaking great because it's very accurate.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that
you guys were mentioning it earlier, which is it's all the gallows humor. Like when you're in such a bad spot like that, the only way to joke around about it or to make light of a bad situation is to literally joke around about it. And it's like, okay, yeah, we're all gonna die. Like, how do you want to die or whatever? Or all just the friendly banter that goes on. But it's like, yeah, but that can also actually happen. It's kind of
it's really
the camaraderie that they are so comfortable with each other because they've been around each other. They are busting each other's balls all the time, and nobody takes it seriously.
Oh yeah, they're calling like it was right before that when they're like, I thought you were the asshole, or like I thought you liked.
I like you'd like taking the ass, sorry.
The ass, yeah.
The,
like
the
they're
worst,
winking at each other. It's like
the worse the situation or the tougher, the thing you've gone through with people, the closer you'll get. It's I don't know.
For sure.
It's just human nature because of shared experiences or whatever. But nothing changes perspective like being on your 36th hour with no sleep and you haven't had a day off in 45 days to even do your laundry. And you're not even like in combat. You're just out working, like doing stuff. Yeah. And then, you're going to have to use gallows humor. Talk about how bad it sucks.
Dark humor.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, not that kind of dark humor though.
Yeah, not the kind
Not like sassy.
Sassy,
no.
Yeah,
exactly.
Nothing like traumatic bonding. Exactly. Love it. I mean, it's
Not like black comedy, but
black.
Yeah, exactly.
So
How can it be black comedy? Isn't Emma Stone in it? Oh my
Yeah,
god!
Emma Stone's in it.
You,
What are you
you,
talking
you ever
about?
see, you see that clip?
Sassy is so
What's up,
hilarious.
Anthony?
Bex loses it.
Yeah, that was a great clip. So this is our first major death that's about to happen here with Carpazzo, and obviously for the setting of the squad entering this French town, and they obviously see a French family with a young girl, and this is where Carpazzo is moved by this compassion. He's like, it reminds me of my niece, right? Like, and he's going against orders, and he does it multiple times. Like Miller's telling him, like, stop, put the girl back, don't do this, and he's like, it wouldn't be like him not rescuing the girl would be the wrong thing to do, or sorry, it would be the right thing to do to him, but obviously, like Miller knows better, right? And it's like this is why we don't take children. He says,
I mean,
after the
Caparzo's
end,
thinking
right?
like a civilian. He's not thinking like a soldier.
Yeah, well, he's
100%.
being led by his emotion, not
Right.
Yeah.
being in control and using his emotion.
But he thinks like I guess the masculine trait from Carpazzo is like
You
it's
protect
like this
children.
instinct to
Yeah.
protect children,
Yeah,
right?
sure.
Like towards being this guardianship and like having the defense, and but like the problem with this, right, is like it's this misplaced noble intent that he has here. Like,
Well,
'cause
it's the I mean, so the thing about being a proper man is, yes, you have masculine impulses,
right.
but you always have to be in control of them with your head,
Yep.
right? And Caparzo doesn't do that and pays the price.
Well,
Yeah.
well, he even says, he's like, oh, it looks like my little sister, So it's
Yeah,
like
his sister,
it's,
not
it's
his.
not just a connection to it's not just a connection
my-
to just protecting women and children
Yeah,
in
it's
general. I mean,
family.
that's there, but it's like, this is for
Exactly
my
the
family.
same
Like
thing.
that's my little sister, man. I need to. I'm gonna save her. Of course I am.
My-
And when you're probably out and about, or like when you're out and deployed for a year, 2 years, and you've been storming beaches and doing crazy shit, all of a sudden you see someone that looks like your little sister. It's like, I got to save them. That's my first instinct, and I think that's pretty masculine to a certain degree.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the exact line is, "But Captain, family."
Yeah. But Bush actually, what
Family.
Mellish tells him is to stop saluting
Yeah, stop saluting. Yeah.
the captain, because you might get him shot, and I don't want that to happen, especially if I'm next to him.
Right.
My problem with the whole save the little kid scene is, what did they think they were going to do with her? What, are you going to tow her around while you find Ryan? No.
Well, he
It-
said
it didn't-
his idea was take her to like the next town
The next.
over.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, I have no idea how far that is. That might be close and everything, but I'm like,
Yeah, what if the
but
next town is
you're
worse
really
than this
putting her
one?
on- yeah, like-
Exactly. It didn't. To me, the scene didn't make a whole lot of sense.
I mean,
I mean,
granted, they might have.
it was-
They
it
might
was-
have.
it was
an
just
idea
a way
of what
to-
towns are taken, but
It was just a way to kill that character. But the other thing, it's like, when you look at like the distance and everything, it's like that dad could have easily jumped down and like saved both of those people, like his daughter and the kid. I mean, maybe are they getting shot at, or it looked like their place got accidentally bombed. So
Yeah.
it was it was just a scene thrown in there just to basically kill off a character.
And that's what, there's
Yeah.
a couple of times in the movie where something like that happens that kind of wasn't my favorite part. One aspect of this, though, is that the French suffered terribly, civilians, because the beaches were getting bombarded and carpet bombed, right, to prepare the battlefield for the landings and stuff. And the Germans and then once they landed, the Germans were shelling the crap out of everything. So a lot of civilians died.
Yeah.
Just from the collateral damage, in quotes.
Yeah, they're just
of
part of
both
the
sides.
terrain.
Yeah, right, exactly. And so that was terrible. So there was a huge sacrifice that they kind of unintentionally made, or maybe had to go through in order to get their country back.
Yeah, and I like you said, a good one. I had in my notes here that this is like basically like masculine compassion versus like masculine order here between what Carpazzo is dealing with, and like his emotional reaction. Like, yeah, it is understandable to a sense, but like in war, yeah, like they must be tempered by responsibility, because like
Yep.
and I agree, Slifax, like where they're just trying to kill him off because that's what it does create the drama, like where especially when the scene we get after this, at night in the church. But it definitely helps, or sorry, not helps, but it adds to the weight that Captain Miller carries as a leader, as he talks about later on. And it's like one of those things where we know that war is very unforgiving in nature, but at the same time, like I think his experience should have potentially told him, like, you know what, I might be also putting this child in danger, and it's like, yeah, you took a bullet for a child, but at the same time, like, that's not your mission. And it's unfortunate that the father, who I agree probably could have rescued his own daughter at that point too, but we are talking about a French father.
Yeah, I was gonna say he is French. Let's be
Very
clear.
masculine.
Come on, no,
Sorry, I
yeah.
mean,
the little girl kicks his ass after
she
after
starts
she gets put
slapping him in
back
the
up there.
face.
Yeah.
It's like, but
Man, the French get such a bad rap. They were
they really do.
the amount of casualties he took in World War One and was just insane. I think that probably just kind of broke him.
Yeah,
right
and I
there.
mean, like, and the other interesting part about this is, and I mean, a couple of questions I have, which I know we can definitely answer, but it's like, is Carpazzo brave, foolish, or both here in his
Yes,
actions?
the answer is
Definitely
yes.
both.
Well,
Definitely both.
the masculine urge to protect, especially children, if framed correctly, you can understand it, why he would want to help her. But any child, like, why isn't they trying to put the boy down there too?
Yeah, I mean, I think because it's a girl, so you try to save the girl first, right?
Exactly, and that's also another very masculine trait.
Yep.
And I'll admit, I've fallen afoul of
Save,
it.
save women and children first, man.
Exactly.
That's
exactly.
what we've all been grown up on,
The first time I had
raised
I had to actually supervise a female troop and like write their performance report, and I'm giving them feedback that's negative, and they start crying. I was like,
Lost Blair.
"Oh man!" So,
Yeah, that's when I say don't
yeah.
play a player. Stop that.
Well, I mean, it was legit crying because they weren't doing well. But anyway, it was tough on me because I was like, I didn't know how to deal with it at first. I was like, so I was like, well, I'll treat them like anybody else.
Yeah, I got to treat you like a man because you're doing a man's job. So step up.
They were, yeah. I mean, I would say, Waylon, like, they were great fighters in World War I, and sure, they did help us, in the American Revolutionary War. But
well, I want to be clear. The fighters themselves may have been great. Their generals were shit.
Yes.
And bled them dry because they believed in stupid things like, oh no, if we just have it on, we will win on the battlefield. Except machine guns don't care if you have superior morale and are dressed smartly.
Nice Booch. Carpazzo doesn't like little boys. I mean, it's probably a good thing.
That's more masculinity on his part.
Yeah, 100%.
I just
Honor
like to point
code,
out
love
that
it.
it's
Yeah.
Caparzo.
Yeah, it's
Caparzo.
Caparzo.
Caparzo. French self-defense course. One easy lesson. Hands up.
all you need is just a random line where it's like, is that blood on your suit, soldier? And it's just like, none of it's mine, sir. Bam. And you'd be like, God damn, that guy just murked a bunch of people.
By the way, Waylon, the way you word that is that they told the Russians you can Crimea River. That's the way you word that.
Yeah. Now, the real question is, I mean, if you talk about shit armies, the Russians.
Well, the main reason their army sucked is because Stalin purged anybody with any talent that could.
Yeah, but I mean, it goes back to like Tsarist era, where they're like, we're going to expand our. Oh shit! No, we're not. No, we got our asses kicked again.
Yeah.
By the way, like Jackson, like, I don't know if y'all have ever read about like some of the guys who fought in the mission depicted in Black Hawk Down. But Jackson reminds me of one of them who I actually had the privilege of meeting. He was a ranger named Jeff Strucker. He's only briefly depicted in the movie Black Hawk Down. Like, he maybe has a line or two, but the actual guy, he was like won like Ranger of the Year. I think he retired with the rank of major. He spent like close to 2 years overseas in operation. But when you meet him, he's like a seminary graduate. He's like the most well-adjusted war veteran I've probably ever met.
Oh, wow.
Very, very kind. You'd never know that this guy was overseas as a ranger, like, offing, terrorists and stuff like that. But yeah, Jackson in a lot of ways kind of reminded me of him. Granted, his specialization is different because he's a sniper. Obviously, he's much younger. But yeah, it's like he reminded me of him quite a bit.
That's awesome that you got to meet him.
I actually have gotten to meet 3 of the people depicted in Black Hawk Down at 2 separate events. It was actually pretty cool.
I think Blair's internet cut out, but
Oh shit!
He had to. He said he had to help with some homework.
okay.
So, yeah.
Well, if he comes back after the homework is done, then we'll add him here. But I do love this moment here with Jackson, who is trying to snipe the sniper, because as good of a sniper or a shot Jackson is, like he even says like this guy's got talent. So
yeah. There's an objectivity to, like, that's one of the things I actually really like about this movie is there's an objectivity to various approaches. Where, I mean, that's kind of the attitude you have to take with duty. Is it's not about whether or not it makes sense to me. This is my job. This is what I have to do. Barry Pepper's not worried about, oh, Nazi, he sucks. It's like, no, he's good.
I mean, that's
really
the recognition of the capability of your enemy is rational, right? You to be aware. Don't overemphasize their ability, but definitely do not underestimate them.
I mean, how many of us have like probably done that in real life, whether it's like basketball, baseball, something, whatever sport you're playing, or maybe even just table tennis, beer pong, or some shit. You can tell what the other person is doing, and you're just like, man, I gotta be on my A game if I'm going against this person. And I mean, like you expect it, or like you're expecting it, and also you respect it.
Yeah,
you're just like, okay, that's what's up. Game recognizes game type of deal.
Exactly.
Like,
right. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I'd say even like if you're like playing games online, like competitively, like you might come across someone like, oh, like this dude is like,
they're hacking,
nasty.
man. It's hacks.
Or
must be the hacks. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Must be the wall hacks.
Lag and
auto
hacks.
aim.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it definitely couldn't be. It can't be me.
It can't be
Stop
me.
that.
It's lag and
Yeah.
hacks.
I do love the idea of like,
dude, I got banned from Cal M, Cal P, and OGL because they all thought I was hacking. Never had hacks on my computer ever, but I got banned from all those leagues back in the day.
Oh yeah.
I do love the idea of like thinking of a beer pong opponent as a German sniper. I do
Yes.
like that idea.
Exactly.
Well, I was just making a comparison to random games, but yes, it's way funnier
I know.
it's way funnier if you do it that way. It's like,
this
dude,
boy's butt's
this
got
German
talent.
Sniper, this motherfucker he's gonna hit the 10 cup, he's gonna hit the 7. You're gonna be like, you're gonna feel like you're pinned down in World War II, man. That's what's happening.
Do you guys think that's also a masculine trait? Being able to recognize skill from an opponent.
Yes.
100%.
It's a form of humility.
Yeah, I mean, and again, that in order for men to kind of be around each other, there has to be respect and understanding of like pecking order. As that's that guy, the real quiet guy at the bar. Nobody pick a fight with him. That's a real bad idea. The loudmouth, he can probably take him. Right? We're always kind of measuring each other in groups anyway.
Yep.
It's just natural because we are violent, and you always have to kind of look and go, what's his capabilities? And also, what kind of head does he have on his shoulders? Is he going to be a problem or not? And so, yeah, I think that recognizing, giving respect to the enemy. And I think you see it a lot after wars that the veterans hype up the guys they fought against.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Part of that, I think, is to to kind of make yourself feel like you overcame an even greater challenge. Right. But I think part of it also is just that respect, and that you start to realize, how bad they have it, and go, man. I mean, I thought I had it rough because I'm used to it, but then they had to deal with this stuff. Oh my gosh, it's terrible. And meanwhile, the other guys on the other side are going, man, I thought I better look at these poor bastards. There's always a mutual respect especially after a war, but there should be in it as well.
Yeah, and the way Jackson snipes the sniper is obviously amazing. I think this is the correct one.
Dude,
If it's not
right through his own
right
scope.
through his own
Like,
scope in his
oh,
eye.
man.
I think this is the right one. If
Brutal.
not, it's the I know which one it is.
There-
Be not that far from me, O Lord.
Wrong one, but I meant to play that earlier. We were just talking about it, but
Mm-hmm.
it's a preemptive to the correct one. The reason why I wanted to get Captain Miller's face after that, because I was like, I wondered if he thought who got shot there, my guy or him. Do you think that went through his
No,
mind?
because if Jackson's shot, he's going to hear immediately. The sniper shot would be coming from a distance. So
Right,
it'd be
yeah.
That is
distinct.
true.
Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah.
Now,
Um,
here's
still
the
brutal.
here's the thing, though.
Well, it's wondering if he actually nailed it or not. Like,
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's
I
the
think
idea.
it's
You're
better
waiting for the
better
all
point.
clear at that point.
Because keep in mind, maybe only Jackson would know that he hit the guy through his scope. Like random guy number 2 in the background, he wouldn't know if you hit him or not. Have you ever played like a FPS game without a HUD, like on hardcore? You have no
Yeah.
idea without the hit indicator. You don't know if you hit the guy or not.
Yep.
So he could be just playing possum behind the bush over there,
I agree.
and then you can move forward and get shot by him. It happens all the time. So you really don't know if you killed somebody or not till you walk up on him, So it's cool for the audience to see, yeah, you got him through the eye, but maybe only Jackson could see that through his scope. No one else
Right.
would know that guy was even dead,
True.
honestly.
That was very true.
Yeah.
Well, and right after this scene, like they get to the scene where Paul Giamatti or whatever, like he knocks down the wall.
I was
yeah.
going to
I don't-
play that. Yeah, like
You have that, okay? Because
he has somebody has
what I
boot,
like-
right?
yeah, what I like about scenes like that is like their first response is to make people surrender, right? It's like hey, surrender. We don't actually want to be killing all you people.
We also don't want to
and
be killed.
And yeah,
Right.
yeah, also that. But it's like your first response, even though you're both at at the side of each other's barrels, it's like, hey, surrender, surrender, surrender. And it's like even both sides are kind of doing that in that moment. And then obviously what happens. But it's I like stuff like that when it depicts war movies, because it's like, look, we actually don't want to kill each other. We're just like we're trying to get to the end boss. Like,
Yeah, and we're also not looking to get shot at, right? That's not
Exactly.
you go on that John Wayne shit, right? That you're stuck in a Mexican standoff right there, and it's only because the guys come up over, on the second floor and have a couple of Thompsons that they're able to wipe the Germans out. Because if triggers start getting pulled, you're going to take losses on both sides.
One of the other things that you have to realize about the European sector of combat was that there are a lot of cultural similarities between the two sides, right?
Yeah.
There are a lot of German American ancestry, things like that. Their cultures are kind of, they're both Christian for the most part. Christmas trees, that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? It's not like it's an alien culture to them.
Yeah.
So they were definitely treating each other differently than, let's say, the Pacific. As far as even how prisoners of war were viewed.
Yeah.
A lot of times prisoners of war in America, German prisoners of war, were treated better than like African American soldiers in a lot of ways. As far as how the civilian populace treated them or looked at them in certain parts of the country.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I totally forgot what I was going to say actually.
Well, like World War I, where we have the kind of the spontaneous Christmas truce,
Right.
Oh, that's right.
Like I said, yeah, the
It
cultures
happens
are
in
so
Band of
similar.
Brothers. There's one episode where they decide to take a like a night off or whatever it is. Like they just both agree, like, hey, it's
I keep hearing about Band of
temperance
Brothers. I need to watch that. I've never watched it.
Oh,
Well, you
yes,
haven't
you
seen
do.
that? Yeah, that's a must watch. Another must watch is The
I'll go
Longest Day.
Powerhouse tonight or something. Yeah.
The Longest Day is a must watch, and A Bridge Too Far
Yeah.
is a must watch. Those are really good movies. And then Band of Brothers. The Masters of the Air, it was kind of a disappointment,
Yeah.
especially for me since I was in the Air Force. But It was okay, but it was disjointed and it didn't really follow one main character or a group of characters. It kind of did, but it didn't.
It kind of suffered the same thing that Pacific
Yeah.
did, where
Right.
they're switching things up, and you're like, wait, where am I now?
Yeah, Band of Brothers is much more tight and focused, and it's a much better narratively driven show.
Agreed. Yeah, here's that clip, Cyvex. Let me take this comment off.
Clear up!
Ted Danson to the rescue,
Yeah.
y'all.
He was like he had to clear out Cheers the old-fashioned way.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, I got
Bars closed, guys.
Yep.
Lights
bullet with
them-
everyone's name on it.
Yeah, it's an interesting point where they're at this Mexican standoff, right? And while I agree, like there obviously has to be some killing in the war to get to the final boss, but having to refrain from killing as many people as necessary, like they could have all just put their weapons down, the Germans that is, and then just be POWs and not killed, and then it may be released later on after the war is over. But in that moment, like I thought about it from Ted Danson's I forgot his character's name, but from being up top, like he could have got his own soldiers, or not his soldiers, but like his own American troops killed as well. Like they could have all gotten shot if the Germans reacted and started firing as well. It's like you could have told us that you were coming or something like that, but it was like the surprise nature of that they got the jump on those Germans in that moment. And so I do think it was a little bit of a ballsy move, but at the same time, like if the Germans had decided to fire first, then more of Miller's guys would have died right then and there, right after they just lost Carpazzo. So it's like, they did him a solid in some cases, but man, like it was just
it was a standoff, right? Because here's the other thing: it shows you the nature of urban combat. Those guys were literally one wall away from each other and didn't know it until that guy leaned on the wall and it caved in, and then they're both there. The other thing is, in a situation like that, like a falling stone could have just started everybody shooting, right?
Yep.
So it was in he got the drop on him, and notice he was the only one that shot. His buddy next to him didn't shoot either. So all of that destruction was done with one magazine from a Thompson submachine gun. That's something else I'd like to point out, is the lethality of weapons, even in World War II. But he kind of had no choice, because eventually something was going to make a sound that was going to cause both sides to start shooting.
Yeah, you have element of surprise, and you have two people with Thompsons that are like separated, so you can do a crossfire and just spray. And it was like, okay, well, this has got to get resolved, and we have surprise, so let's go.
Yeah. This might be one of my favorite scenes in the movie. Just reflecting everything at night. It's about grief. It's about memory. It's about brotherhood. And the fact that they're doing it in a church is also just very kind of ironic, I guess.
Well, I mean, it's the kind of thing that would put you in a reflective mood to begin with, right?
Yeah.
You've got a bit of quiet, and you're in a church.
Yeah.
There's so many just good conversations here too. Like Horvath and him, like I said, I love the conversation they have. They talk about Vecchio
with the
he
V,
brings in
kissing the
Caparzo,
letter V
and
for
then-
victory.
Yeah,
Walking
and
on
they
his
hash out-
hands.
Yeah.
and then they hash out like his his philosophy for how he rationalizes losing men, and
Yep.
it's so on point thematically. It tells you a lot about him as a person.
Yeah, and also there's not the kind of weasel word passive aggressive kind of thing. I lost men. No. When you get one of your men killed, right, or when you kill one of your men, right? Because he's like, how many men I've it's 94.
He knows their names and how many exactly he sent to their death.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Now there's the difference between just some guy randomly getting shot and you telling somebody to go charge that machine gun nest and then they get killed. That's what he's referring to.
Yeah.
And while he's he kind of like looks around him for a second before he kind of starts laughing because I know he's not trying to be rude, but it is this funny moment because it's just a memory that he has of Vecchio, but he starts to bring it in and focus on his logic as you just stated. And while this is happening, while he's kind of telling the story, we've got Wade here that is trying to rewrite Carpazzo's letter to his dad, with this light that has blood on the letter on it. And he's like, there's blood on it, right? And I mean, it's such a eerie moment at the same time, like, because I think Wade looks up at the conversation before Wade starts talking later on. But I think it was Miller says, I've lost 94 men, and so how many people have I, saved? Like, what are they worth? Like 10 times the amount? 20 times the amount?
No, I mean, he starts. So I actually, because it's interesting to me that as he like expresses the calculus, he starts to realize that maybe the number that he was that he kind of had in his head is wrong, because he starts out, for every one I get killed, say maybe two, three,
Yeah.
10, 100. Right. And
Yeah.
and then so he's like, okay, so 94 men. And maybe, and I've saved what, 10 times that, 20. Right. And
Yep.
you can see him kind of working through the what is the number that satisfies me? And he knows there isn't one, but it's the only way that he can rationalize it. Right. That butcher's bill and the calculus that he has to go through. This is how you kind of, divorce yourself from the reality of it, because you have to, right? Somebody has to make those hard decisions. He's able to do it, but it's starting to wear on him.
Yeah.
And it helps like punctuate just the overall message of the movie, and it's stated here, and then it's kind of stated in his last words, or because he's saying, this Ryan better be worth it, and then
Yep.
later, at the end of the movie, the statement he makes to him, which it's
Earn
more or
it,
less
yeah.
also made to the audience, earn this,
Yeah.
people died
Oh, yeah.
for you to live the way you're
Yeah.
able to live, earn
I
it.
do love is that this guy better go back home and cure a disease or invent a longer lasting light bulb.
Yes,
But-
it's like make a freaking impact, man.
Yeah, you have to affect things, because look at
Yeah, 'cause it's
the
like-
people I'm losing.
Yeah, because like
Yeah.
like you said, it's like he realizes the number isn't what's going to matter. It's just like, are the people, however many there are they gonna make it worthwhile?
Right.
And that's what makes the opening scene so good, is when he kind of breaks down and asks his wife, have I led a good life?
Yep. Am I a good man?
Am I a good man?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I think again, like this scene delivers such an expressive moment. Not just like they're just not mourning about it, but they're sharing their memories, and like in just the little things that I think.
Well, and spontaneously, right? Because he's like, they look at Jackson. How the hell does he do that, right? I mean, he just lays his head down on his rock and he's
Boom,
out,
out.
right? And
Yeah.
and the somebody else is like, well, yeah, I could never try and go to sleep, and that's when Wade pops up with his story about the key is to try to stay awake,
Yep.
and they're like, what? And then he explains it, and you get this really and it silences everybody, right? And they're like, man, that's fucked up.
Like that story silences people, but I think the thing with Jackson is I mean, whether people are big religious people or not, I think it's because he's right with God. He's already right with God in his
Yeah.
own mind. Like, he's just right with, like, hey, whatever happens type of deal. And I'm where I'm supposed to be and where I need to be.
Yeah, it carries
And
no
so
guilt.
So he's just at peace with
Yeah.
everything he's done, and that's why he's my favorite character in this movie. Like,
Yeah, same.
yeah, he's just awesome. And I'm not even that religious of a person, but I do like portrayals of that in movies like this, where I'm just like, man, that person just he's so right with himself that he's just
Yep. UK.
he's so comfortable that he, like, yeah, he can fall asleep in wartime,
Yeah.
and I find that endearing.
Yeah, that's well said, and I think
Well-
for the sake of like this moment in time in the movie, right? Like, I think later on when it's just Miller and Ryan, and they're talking about, like, Ryan's like, I can't even remember their faces, So
Yeah.
you got to think about specific moments,
Got to have a
specific memories,
context.
the context, exactly. And so I think that's what Miller has done for all 94 of his men that he's lost, right? And that as UK said, like the weight that command has, that Miller carries around with him, like he doesn't have to say it, but you can almost like see some pain in his eyes, and I don't know if that's just the way.
No, it's Horvath. I mean, again, the when Horvath first notices the handshaking,
Yeah,
right,
well, that
and
especially,
all that, right, and then he's like, you all right, and it says something like, I don't think this job agrees with you. Maybe you're not cut out for it, or something like that.
Well, because then after he loses weight, right, and we'll talk more about that momentarily. But after he loses weight, he kind of goes, he kind of slides down a bit, and he starts crying.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, he
like he can't
breaks
hold
down.
it. He breaks down. Yeah. So it's like I do think in this moment, for not just Miller here, but for Horvath, Wade, Ryben, like. Because Ryben even says, like, what does Jackson say? Like, if God's on our side, then like who the hell do they have on their side, right? And then
Upham corrects him.
Yeah. So it's like, I think these men remember that they're friends, not just to feel better, especially Miller, but to honor them through their memory. And I know we mentioned it before, but something I just had here in my notes, like the joking and the sarcasm, like it's not a sign of disrespect, right? It's just like their survival mechanisms, right? We talked about that, sort of comedy that war creates.
Gallows humor.
It's
gallows
a sign.
humor, exactly.
It's a sign of respect, right?
100%.
Because look at how they treat Upham.
Yeah.
Right. It's like, just don't even talk to me. Get the hell away from me. Right. Meanwhile, everybody else is busting each other's balls and all this stuff. And then you see like little gradual things where they start to bring it in, like when they talk about the pool to begin with, and Caparzo is like, no, I observe everything. I know exactly what's going on. And Parker's like, be careful, Upham, don't step into bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Right. There's little starting to get in kind of things.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the other things I wrote down just as a question, or sort of maybe an answer within a question, is like I do think that like the brotherhood and the memories that they have within each other, like is what essentially holds them together, like through their masculinity, even when they don't have words, or if they can't find the words, like they're able to just tell stories in that aspect, or through some silence or through humor, just kind of just being around them and knowing that like we've all experienced the same thing, we've all experienced the same loss, we've lost the same person, right? Like we've all lost Carpazzo, like, and then same thing, we've all lost Wade, and I think the death of Wade hits a lot harder because of the mission that Miller puts them on. Right, and putting them in harm's way.
He puts them in danger when there was an option.
You lose your medic, and it's like, okay, now we're really in the shit. Like,
yeah. And that's the thing, is that
really
medics are treated differently than people, right? Because they're the guy that when you get hit are going to risk getting shot to try and save you, right? They're checking on you to make sure you're changing socks, so you're doing that stuff, right?
Nice, salty.
The basics, to they're ahead of the game. So everybody kind of treats them special. You lose that guy who's kind of the moral grounding to the group, and then things start to splinter pretty quick.
That's the secret. Jackson was like, let me get some of that morphine, Wade.
Nappy time. Bang.
Hey, you want me to hit these snipes? I need to get a good night's rest every single night.
When you ask for more morphine, and everybody just kind of looks around, and they're like, "Shit!" It's kind of like some of our last, but everyone's like, you can just see the agreement in their faces, just like, "Yeah, dude, give it to him, give it to the homie, dude. Like he absolutely needs it." And
they know what they're doing.
They realize,
they're killing him.
He's telling them. I'm not going to make it. I need you all to kill me.
Mm-hmm.
It's
exactly. Yeah. And it's like such a heartfelt, and you just see the looks, like the exchange of looks in that moment. It's just, it's like, damn, man, that's the kind of stuff that like it jerks a tear in your heart. You're just like, oh my God. Yeah. Like, all right.
Yeah. Horvath
to lose a homie.
Yeah. Horvath is so, I mean, he's so dejected when he's actually putting the morphine ampules to his leg, right? Because he gives him, I think, like another 3.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough moment. So after the church scene, they are essentially going on this radio tower assault mission where, again, it definitely poses a lot of interesting questions. So a couple of things I'll definitely ask people on the panel and in chat about it, but what we're seeing here lead up to it, right? And having to not go around this radio tower because as Ryben says, like, we could just be quiet, and he tries to throw a little joke out there, but like don't be loud, you might get caught, sort of thing. But Miller says, what happens when the next airborne troop comes through here and gets mowed down, like and they're all against it. And, I've got a bad feeling about this, Captain, like we shouldn't be doing this. And
when's the last time you felt good about anything?
Exactly. When he says that, I'm like, yeah, maybe the fact that you're still alive up to this point, but even then though, like what have we done that has made you feel good? Like maybe Saving Private Ryan would make you feel good, but also I think it's right here when he says that line. But Mellish says, this isn't part of our mission. And he's like, oh, is that what you want? Is that what you think? Like this isn't part of our mission, but isn't our mission to win the war?
Yeah,
and
our mission is to win the war.
It shuts up Mellish, right like that.
By the way, just because this is so lost on modern movies, credit to this for pure character consistency, because despite disagreeing with this particular mission, person who volunteers to go left is of course Jackson, because he's consistent. That's good, consistent writing.
Yep.
Of course he would be the one who would do the hard thing.
Yeah, even though there's a pause where he's like, okay, who's going left, and nobody answers.
Yeah, and then he's like,
who the hell's going left?
He's like, I'll go left. And it's like, okay. It's like, because of course he's going to be that person.
Exactly.
Well, and then you have Horvath who was like, on the beach. On the beach is what he says when Miller steps out to draw the machine gun fire so Jackson can get into the defilade. And he gets back and Horvath is like, your mother would not be happy if she saw you doing this. I thought you were my mother, Sergeant Horvath, right? And so he's like, I'll take the middle, because he's trying to replace it. He's like, the way you run, whatever. It's like, look, how about I do this? How about you shut the hell up?
How about you shut up?
That is so good. I think I had a clip on that, but I don't think I could edit it in time, unfortunately.
And I like the way because like there was that shot and you had this still where when they come upon the scene, there are dead soldiers on the ground.
Yeah.
So there's good visual storytelling there. Then there's the good dialogue here. It's like, it's very easy to see both points of view here, because, Miller points out, he goes, okay, we could go around it, but it's like then another group come in and they're going to get taken out, because, we're not going to have like an air raid drop on one machine gun. This is going to be here and it's going to get somebody else. So somebody's got to deal with this. It might as well be us, but they're like, that's not our mission. We're taking an unnecessary risk. So it's like, this is there is no good choice here.
Yeah, it is a tough decision for Captain Miller to make, and
but he's already told you the calculus, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right, in the church, and so he's looking, because he walks up and there's 3 dead already, right? And so what happens if we leave this? Well, more men get dead. I spend my men to make sure that, again, that I'm making a good trade. I lose 1, but I may say 5 or 10 or 100, right?
Yeah.
If it had been me, I would have gone around it.
That was a question I was going to ask everyone. Maybe I'll put up a poll in the chat.
I got to try to get Jackson to get a long distance shot on somebody. It's
right. That. So there was some strategic points that I was thinking of. Like, okay, like I totally understand what Miller is proposing here. And because I agree. Like what happened, but you could. What about putting a sign? Some sort of marker
Well, what are you going to do? I mean, you're gonna put a sign in a giant circular all the way around that? No, you can't do that.
Well,
You're not gonna see that from an aerial drop or something like that. You're not gonna be
For
like,
sure.
oh,
I mean,
yeah,
when you think
don't
about,
land here, and you have like a
Yeah.
3-foot sign that the Germans can't see. Like you're just not gonna be able to see that. Like,
but that's the biggest thing is using Jackson.
I'm assuming
Right, and
your
the thing
question
is, there's more than
I'm
one.
assuming your question is this the right decision or not the right decision? And I think that's one of the more tougher questions in this movie in general. Like, did they do the right thing? I feel like they actually did the right thing. It does suck that obviously they lose their medic during this, but it's I was like, it seems like the right strategic move in general.
Well,
I
I think
don't think so,
overall.
because who's to say that they don't go another 5 feet, or not another 5 feet, another mile, and there's another machine gun nest? Do you take that one out then, and the next one, and the next one? You got a mission to do, right? Which is to go save Private Ryan. You can't be stopping to take out every machine gun nest you run across. If this one, why is it more important than any other machine gun nest, other than
Well, I
happens to
mean,
be in your route of travel?
it's taking out it's obviously taking out the cows and stuff like that, and cows are like a food source or whatever. So it's like,
But the other
I
thing I have
I,
with
I,
this
I
is,
get I
why
get what you're
is
saying.
why
I
is
get
the
what you're
medic
saying.
advancing with them on the assault? That doesn't make any sense to me. He should be back with Upham, or make Upham go, and he stays back to then care for the wounded, because he's the only one that winds up getting chewed up. I get it's part of the story and the narrative and all that, but if I had to make the choice, I would have went around it, because the mission comes first.
Yeah, I think there's again. This is a situation where the men are correct, right? That they're like, I mean, A, this is unnecessary risk, and B, that this isn't the mission, right? But Miller's right in that he's already told you the kind of bloody calculus he has to choose, to send men into. And so that's correct from his point of view. And again, the way he explains it, you're like, yeah, you already have 3 dead over here, right? How many more are going to pile up because you wanted to dodge this? But the men are also correct. That's why the movie's interesting, because you have so many people coming from different directions who are all actually saying and trying to do the right thing. They're just in conflict because war is a fucking mess,
Well,
right?
I mean, in a lot of ways, it's very, it's kind of a small version of the mission itself, where it's like,
free
okay,
hamburgers,
you're doing a mission where you don't really see the logic behind it necessarily. Like there really is no good choices. Like Ryan's, like the mission to save Ryan, there really is no good angle there. It's like, yeah, if the mother loses all of her sons, that really sucks. If you have to sacrifice that many men to get one, that really sucks. It's like, it's in many
Also,
ways mirroring the major mission.
We're rangers. Our job is to be at the very tip, eliminating threats to larger
You're the
forces
tip
that
of the
follow us
tip of
up,
the
right?
spear. Yeah.
Well, I do think just kind of reading some of the chat, right? Like, I agree with what UK says here. Like, if you use a sniper, you give away your approach before you can get close enough to get grenades on the target. So, like, again, but also what I also agree with what Waylon said. Like, how do you know that there's a Panzer division, behind it? Like, what is your line of sight? Like, it's almost like there's not enough intel in this moment. So, like, sure, you could go around a little bit just to maybe get a little bit more intel and then figure out maybe a better strategy. Can we get a better angle? Can we get guys that are going to be close enough in order to lob some grenades and get some more, fire on there? Because as soon as Jackson opens up, maybe he gets one of them, but maybe they turn their gun around or start opening fire. Maybe they start throwing grenades. Like, there's a lot of options that could have happened, and I get it. It's this is the way the movie is, but I think if this was to happen in real life, like, I don't know if I would have ordered my men to do this, especially like telling your medic, hey, come up with us at that point.
Well,
like,
you're
why
down
up
you're
and behind?
down a man.
That's
right?
pretty
You're down a
dumb.
man. But you're down a man because
Sure.
Caparzo got his ass shot because he's trying to help a kid, right?
Yeah, but the
Upham
medic
is about as useful as as a third leg. So you only have what you have.
I agree, because like at that point, like, the only person you're not utilizing is Upham, and obviously he's
You should have had
worthless
Upham
with a
go up,
gun.
because as a medic, he's not supposed to be armed and use a gun. Otherwise, he's going to be convening the Geneva Convention, and now he becomes a war criminal and all this other stuff. But I would have been better with this scene if there would have been some kind of terrain feature that made it so they could only go this way. Like there's a river on one side, and
Yeah, you've got a bottleneck. Yeah.
Right, you got a bottleneck, and there's a road or something, and they can only cross there. And then that would mean they had to take out the machine gun nest. Then I would have been more okay with the decision to do it. It's either here or there. The captain's in charge of it. They respect him, so that's why they don't really have a choice. But anyway.
Right, but I think that, but if what it does is you create some sort of terrain bottleneck, right? Then you remove the choice for Miller, right?
Yeah.
The part of why the conflict with the men and all that stuff, right, is that he is operating with a different view of the war, right? They are basically, okay, we follow orders, sure, but I'm trying to keep myself alive. Miller has a higher, more strategic view of things, and that's kind of how it goes all the way up, command, to the point that Marshall is sending these guys to go save one guy. That's antithetical to what Miller would do.
Yeah.
But it makes sense, right? And it actually is similar to what the guys on the ground would want to have happen for them, even though they don't want to be the ones to go save it.
Yeah.
Right. That's the interesting thing about this, is that again, it's the choices you have to make and the hard choices, right? That there aren't easy choices in war.
Yeah. So by this point, with Wade getting shot, right? So again, having to, and I'll say this for Miller, obviously, to have made this decision, and it's him, Horvath, Mellish, and Jackson there, right? And not, you see Upham standing, where his feet are at the end of his feet, but Reiben is in the background, right? Reiben's got his gun in the background, like looking to see if there's anyone else still alive. And obviously, when you see Steamboat Willie up there, he's already up there kicking the shit out of him. But before we get to that moment, obviously, like, just talking about the masculinity that is happening here in this particular scene, right? Like, I think with the depth that is happening, it's not a heroic death, right? Like, it's slow, it's painful. He's bleeding out, even though it went through his lower back. Like, for a medic, and I think for any medic, like, it's very undeserving for them to die. But this also showcases, like, the type of brutality, and like the masculine sacrifice, as you just mentioned, right? They're down a guy because Carpazzo was an idiot. So they have to use his firepower, like whatever, training that he does have. So, Wade stands up. Wade does, what he needs to do, with his masculinity to join his brethren and, attack, and run up with them. So it's like, but everyone here is, embodying the masculinity with the struggle, the sacrifice, and everything that they've just had to endure in this small moment, in this one little attack here, this one little assault, knowing that one of them could get taken out, right? And obviously, none of them are hoping that it's them, but the fact that it's the medic is the worst part about it. And like, they all are grieving in this moment, and then obviously shortly thereafter. But it's like, when you start hearing Wade saying, "I don't want to die, I don't want to die," and like, mama, like, even though he's trying to, like, say, like, and he freaks out from when he's like, "It's my liver," right? And like, it's like, that this part
he knows
he's
every
dead.
time. Like, he exactly,
like,
he knows he's a
been
goner.
shot in the liver. He's like, "I'm dead."
Yep. And this is definitely one of the hardest parts of the movie to just to listen to. Like, you don't even watch it, you can just listen to it, and it can still hit the same way, because it's like, put more sulfa on it, but you just, still see, like, they're put more pressure. And like, I think it's right in this scene where everyone's putting pressure on it, and you can kind of hear, like, he lets out, like, this breath, like, let's, and like, even just the again, like, the sound, or attention to detail with the sound, still hits very, very well. Yeah. And it's just I think the grief that is, taking place in this moment where Upham is trying to almost console him in his death, or as he's dying, like, what can we do to help? Like, which is, actually kind of surprising from Upham, but I think because Upham is, definitely more of a, kinder soul, it fits his character. But even Captain Miller
This
was like,
might be like I mean, I guess he saw Caparzo die, but this is obviously much more up close, much more different. Probably someone he held in very different esteem. Like, also, this was the first person who kind of was sort of welcoming to him. Like, actually, the first one to initiate conversation
Yeah,
with him.
asked him about the
Yeah.
book that he was writing, and
Yeah.
yep.
And just in the way his death, like the paces of it, when he realizes it's his liver, then he asks for more morphine, and then he says he doesn't want to die. And and the acting is just spectacular.
yeah,
Ribisi's
yeah.
so good in this part.
Yep.
The acting in this movie in general is just like phenomenal. It's like they really win for it, and I feel just about every person in this movie kind of nailed it. However you feel about these people nowadays, whatever. But
Sure.
this movie is fantastic. Like every moment of it, you're just like, damn, man,
Yeah.
it's brutal. It's brutal.
I don't know how you can not like this, Leon. Talking about you.
Has he actually seen this movie, or is he just like, I'm not going to watch it?
No,
Because
he has.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't like it, and that's fine. But yeah,
It's not fine.
it's not. In reality.
Like at some point, we'll get his T levels to to a level where he can actually appreciate this movie.
I already put a poll up in the chat. I'll put another poll up. Who is the more masculine character here, Leon or Upham?
Ooh, I don't know. I would actually say Leon is.
I don't know. I haven't seen Up. I'm afraid of water. So we're ahead on that. He has snorted any Tabasco. I haven't seen Upham cross dress, even though later Fish is
What's up, Grey Poupette?
is curiously aroused by him as he explains to Edith.
I don't know. I think Leon would be capable of carrying extra ammo.
There's one scene, and I know we're gonna get to it very very later with Upham, where like he gets disregarded, and I'm like, I think that's the most. I don't know if it's the most bitch made or the most respectful thing. Like I'm at odds with that.
No,
scene.
that's absolutely bitch mode, right?
I
don't even consider you a threat.
It's like you're not even. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I originally thought, and it's like so. I mean, I don't consider Leon a threat. I've met the guy; he's a nice dude and everything, but it's like I don't consider him a threat either. Like,
Oh man.
Wait, you haven't seen True Romance? He's in that, by the way.
Yep. Is it White Boy Day?
Yeah,
White Boy Day. Yeah, Bush. I probably would have. I probably would have done the same thing here if this were me, So I forget who it is that also runs up here and starts beating the shit out of him. But if it wasn't me to begin with, it would definitely have been me after Wade's last breath. And I know there's definitely something I want to get to in the moment here. It's what Horvath, Mellish, and Ryben that are at this moment, but I have a whole little section on this son of a bitch here. But it's interesting that they're all having him at gunpoint, and here comes Miller. It says not yet. Don't find out.
Make him dig graves for Wade and those other paratroopers first.
Yep. So put him to work, but also find out his intelligence, which was a very smart thing to find out. Like, what does he know? Check what he has on him, because who knows? Like, maybe this guy actually is the commanding officer here, and
or he's got some maps, or
right, exactly. Has something on him that says like, hey, there's a couple Panzer divisions, that are stationed behind us, or I mean, shit, who knows? He could have had a map that had Rommel on it, right? Like,
there's also psychological warfare going on there, where it's like, hey, you might be digging your own grave, which is brutal, and obviously he doesn't do that at the end of it, but he doesn't really know that. It's just like, I mean, he understands English to a certain degree, but it's like, oh man, if you're like, go ahead and start digging,
I think so. So, Hook.
Your first thought is like, you're going to put me in one of these, so.
This is also sorry, Thanks. This is also some foreshadowing here. I thought, right? It's like we see Jackson get nicked in the arm, and it's really interesting too because I feel like this was sort of like the call what you want, like because he's
he has
religious,
a bit of an aura
guarding
about him, and they're starting to chip away at it.
Yeah, like every battle that he gets in, his shield, his armor, starts to get chinked away a little bit more, and even if he had been shot in the arm, it wouldn't have taken him out of duty. It wouldn't have sidelined him, right? Like, would he have been able to potentially, lock and load his gun even a little bit quick, a little bit slower? Maybe, but there again, like I think from him, like I think he's a type of soldier, type of guy that would still man up and be like, let me get into position and still snipe some bastards.
He's also a lefty.
Oh, that's right, he is. So actually, it wouldn't really matter as much from him holding it. I would imagine. I mean, I think with the adrenaline too, like that pain would probably be subsided for the moment.
Yeah, but that's just a graze, and that's why he's like, oh, dismiss it. And he's like, nope, get it cleaned up.
Yep.
He's Barry Pepper. He don't act very salty.
Yeah, it's all pepper.
But yeah, so we've got Steamboat Willie, starting to dig these graves here. Now, I am really curious to see what everyone would do in this position. Right, because we know more about what the mission is entailing, and this is actually I'll talk about this part first, because we mentioned it earlier from the church scene and reflections, because Miller is having a breakdown moment here. He just looks behind him, seems like no one's really watching him because everyone's focused on digging the graves and watching this Nazi. And I'm sure they're all wanting to kill him in that moment. But here's poor Captain Miller just being like, I just lost Wade, who is extremely valuable because he's our medic, of course. But now there's another one. Now I've lost 2 men on this mission here. So
under that, he killed him.
Right, and that's what I was about to say. The toughest part about all this is that he basically put or signed Wade's fate right here with this decision. And
more than that, he's the one that he's like, you want more morphine? Okay, give it to him.
Yeah.
He has to tell Horvath twice, give it to him, right? Because the Germans shot him. I killed him. I'm the one that actually killed him, right? Because that's the give him the morphine.
That's what's interesting about this movie is just the various shades of gray it deals with. And it's easy as a viewer kind of to see the results of various choices and decide this choice was right, this choice was wrong. But we have to remember it's like the result doesn't necessarily dictate that all the time when you're dealing with shades of gray. It's like you're making a choice. There really is no good answer.
Yep.
It's like what at the end of the day, it's about the character of the person making the choice and their reason behind it. The result might still be bad even if it's done for a good reason.
Yeah.
It was kind of harkens back to what you were saying earlier about like how, during the D-Day sequence, there are men who do procedure the wrong way and it gets them killed. And then there are people who do the procedures the right way and it gets them killed.
Yep.
And it's just like you're constantly making choices, and some of them will have good results, some of them will have bad results. And the result is not necessarily what dictates is it or is it not a good choice.
Yeah, definitely. So here's again, this is one of the most interesting parts of the movie, I think, only because it comes back to haunt the squad in Rommel, where, and not that I fault Upham from trying to, communicate with this guy and try to find some sort of communication or just something like a friend, because no one else is really talking to him, and the guy that had started to talk with him is now dead, right? And he might feel like he can talk with the captain a little bit like he does in the church, but here's this guy, he's chatting with the enemy, right? And they're finding some weird common ground, and I'm sure that Willie is just trying to do what he can so he doesn't get killed in the process. right?
Well, and
But
it's also, we have to keep in mind, it's like for a lot of these soldiers, the idea of a Nazi is not to them what it was to us at this time. We were
right.
still kind of learning some of the stuff we would later find out about them. I think like the Holocaust idea was like discovered, I want to say about 2 years
It,
prior to this or something like that.
it was not
Yeah.
common knowledge for American
Right.
troops. They didn't know that like Buchenwald and all those places even existed.
Yeah.
And it really wasn't until they got to them that they were like, "Holy shit, what is going
Yeah.
on here?"
The liberation of the camps is what really made them like, oh shit.
So
Yeah.
up until this point, they knew that hey, they're bad guys, they're like taking over countries that they shouldn't be. But in reality, Steamboat Willie he's a conscript, right?
Right.
Just like a lot of other people are. He's not an SS trooper. He's not an elite guy. He's just some dude that any of them could have been. And so Upham is also, like I was saying, there's a lot of cultural similarities here, right? So he speaks German. This guy speaks German. Who knows what Upham's background is? Maybe his grandfather was from Germany or something, right? So he feels a kinship to him. He's at a place. This guy looks all beat up and ragged and like he doesn't really know what he's doing. And Upham is kind of in the same boat, right? He's a fish out of water here. So that's why I think he feels close. Also, he is correct. According to the rules of war, you just can't murder this guy, right? You're supposed to take him prisoner if he's surrendered. And now they don't have the facilities to do it. And so now they're put in a really tough spot. But on the flip side also, so when they do eventually let him go and he shows back up at the end of the movie, I remember everybody in my theater was gasping and I'm thinking to myself, what do they expect? If you were an American soldier that got captured by the Germans and they let you go and you made it back to your lines, you couldn't be like, well, I'm just not going to fight now. They'd have been like, get your ass back in there. Here's your gun and ammo and get going. And that's exactly what happened to him. Now, they portray him as like looking all evil and cycling his gun, but he's just going back into action like any soldier would have done.
Yeah,
right?
He's just going through the motions like they would be.
Right, exactly. So
Yeah.
I don't really see him as a villainous character. He's just a guy that gets caught up in it. And
Yeah.
Upham is not an idiot for saying, hey, you just can't kill this dude. And there's guys are like, watch us,
Yeah,
because they've got more
it's
experience.
like the sentiment on both sides is very understandable. This is one of the better scenes tackling those
Also,
gray areas.
Yeah,
You got to
everybody's right.
remember that prior to the war, Hollywood movies and all that kind of stuff was very popular in Germany. As a matter of fact, this is what I've read somewhere. I don't know how true it is that one of the Austrian painter's favorite movies was Mickey Mouse or something like that, some kind of Disney thing.
Yep.
So he really liked it, and he didn't really have a beef with America so much as other than they were helping England and all that. Now, why after Pearl Harbor he declared war on America like an idiot? But
well, because he's like the Japanese Empire, they haven't been defeated in 1,000 years, so we are really allying ourselves with. And it was like, oh, that didn't work out for you at all, did it?
But beside all that, there were, you know what I mean? There was Coca-Cola was a company in Germany.
Yeah,
they actually kept making sodas. They invented Fanta. Then after the war was over, they took all their profits and gave them back to the Coca-Cola company and like folded themselves back in. That's how connected everything was.
Yeah, I mean, we were having like in the aerial department, so like well into the late 30s, we were still having exchanges with aeronautics engineers and people that designing warplanes from Germany and sending people to Germany and having conferences talking about things, right? That they were very much aware of, like our pursuit of turbocharging, and where we were at with superchargers and all that stuff, right? They were ahead in some of their designs, but and also with the British, right? They knew all this, right? Because this kind of exchange was going on right up until the war.
Right,
Yeah,
because there were a large portion of people in America that they wanted to be isolationists, didn't want to get involved. There was a lot of people with ties to Germany and to Italy. Think of all the Italian Americans.
Yep.
So it was kind of it was kind of wild time.
So like, yeah, I mean, and I think with this scene, right, like it's exploring the masculinity between conflict, consequences, what is defined as justice. And, I think for all the, the guys here, do you think they're arguing to kill this guy out of bloodlust? Because to me, it almost just like it's like this.
It's very frontier. It's very
Right.
frontier justice. I mean,
But-
and it's like what's interesting is seeing like how Miller goes from looking very much like he agrees with them when they're first like beating up on him and telling him, hey, you can you're gonna dig, and he's like,
Yeah.
you can help him dig. He seems like he's definitely on the side of most of his men. And then seeing him kind of, I think watching Upham, it's not that necessarily he fully agrees with him. It's just he's reminded of, humanity without that bloodlust. And that's where he gives that speech about like, I feel further away from him the more men I kill. So it's just like, I think it's more, he's like, look, the rules are we're not supposed to just kill this guy. If I'm killing this guy, then I'm just doing it for self-satisfaction.
Well, I think it's the breakdown that makes him pivot, right?
Yeah.
And actually, there's a couple of reasons. One is that he realizes, oh my God, there's another death, and I've now had 95 men under me killed. That butcher's bill is getting pretty high. It's I've already had the shakes beforehand. It's got to be then, but also the cry allows him to have the emotional release. They haven't had that, right? They are still running on that adrenaline and emotion. What the hell is going on with you?
The other interesting thing about this is, as much as they look down on Upham, the amount of persuasion that he has in this instance, to actually, get the captain to decide to let this guy go was actually kind of, I don't know, maybe he represented more of the civilized side of things that maybe in the captain's mind. And on the other hand, he's technically right. You shouldn't just kill this guy.
Right.
Well,
I mean, Upham is so he is not, he does not have the same emotional investment that the rest of them do, because he hasn't been friends with Wade for a couple of years, right, and gone through all kinds of shit together. But the other thing is, he hasn't been in combat really, right? So he still has a kind of a civilian mindset about what is right and what is wrong. He hasn't had to deal with the brutal and bloody calculus of war yet. So he's like the abstract, this is right. They're operating in but this is also war. Right sometimes gets up and leaves.
Mm-hmm. Like Upham's interesting because it's like he's not without masculine characteristics. I mean, he is willing to stand up to, all of these men who have fought, who are far tougher than he is, and stand on principle. Granted, it is coming from a place of naivety and a lack of experience and everything, but he's not without his own good characteristics that are admirable. It's just the path they take him down is one which I think frustrates a lot of people ultimately.
Yeah. And so one of the questions I was going to say too here is that, is letting him go, because obviously he's not a villain in the aspect I think we would think he is otherwise, but and I think Upham asks him, is he the one, were you the one that shot Wade? And he's like, oh, he apologizes, right? So he's trying to find some sort of asking for forgiveness for the sake of his own life. And I agree. I do think that's when the breakdown hits Miller, and that allows him to kind of maybe recalibrate his justice, his definition of what's right and wrong, like in this world where the rules are kind of broken, even though there is obviously some sort of guideline where they should take some POWs, right, or let him go and find the next people that'll capture him by there. But I do think the masculinity is tested here because there's duty, but there's this revenge that wants to take place, and it's like clouding the moral clarity here that they're supposed to be having. Even with Private Jackson here, who is a religious man, he's against letting this guy go, and I think that speaks a lot of volume here. Like, you got this guy who is very religious and is quoting scriptures from the Bible every time he takes a shot for the most part. And
Well, thou shalt not kill is kind of getting ignored by Jackson on a regular basis. Yeah.
Sure.
Well, yeah.
But I think the only
I think this moment right here in this movie like shows like one of the biggest dichotomies in the movie, to where it's like, or do you go against your training, or do you just do what like you guys were saying earlier, like bloodlust? Do you follow the bloodlust? Like there's these weird things that are battling against each other. So it's like like this moment in this movie is a very, like I said, like a dichotomy where you're going against each other, but it's like I oddly think that they do make the right decision, and because of that, they grow together as a team or whatever, and it like opens up some other stuff for them. I don't know if it's the right decision overall. Like, more than likely, if you're in a worse situation like this, I would assume I'm not gonna lie, probably people would have just ended that guy, but and been like, yeah, we don't have that problem anymore.
Well, yeah, because I again, this is one of the situations where we obviously know that it happens later on. I think Jake pointed it out in the chat earlier, where he comes back and he ends up killing Mellish, right? And also
no, he doesn't. He's not.
No, he's not the one that kills Mellish.
That's a completely different.
It's a different dude.
He's just.
I know all white people look the same, but
at the end, he's just in a group of people.
He does shoot Miller.
He shoots Miller.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
yeah. He shoots a guy on the bridge, and he shoots Miller.
That's right.
Mellish gets stabbed by a considerably larger German.
Yeah,
that guy.
That's right.
Guy is I think he's an SS guy or something.
Yeah, he's a big
like
dude.
He's an elite.
That's right.
Yeah, he's wearing camo, so he's probably like one of the paratroops that they had.
He's the German mini boss.
Yeah, he's a mini boss. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, if he's a Fallschirmjäger, those guys were elite as well.
Yeah.
So my question here is, is letting him go an act of masculine discipline?
Yes.
Or do you think it's like a bit of a failure, right? Like, because I
think it's undeniably discipline. This is because to me the interesting question that this scene poses is, would you do the right thing, or would you do? It's like there's the right
expedient
thing, or there's the thing you want to do.
Yeah.
I think, like, objectively speaking, if we're talking on principle, letting him go is the right thing to do. It is, on the legal level, it's the correct thing to do. It's not a proper form of justice, just because, number one, they don't know this is the guy who pulled the trigger. It is a war scenario. It's one side versus the other.
Sure.
They certainly killed some of his men as well. So it's definitely, them letting him go is definitely masculine. It's definitely disciplined. It's definitely principled. Obviously, it's not sitting well with them, but you don't always do the right thing because it sits well. You do the right thing because it's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Your feelings don't dictate what's
right.
Yeah,
doing the hard thing is, I would say, very masculine.
Yes.
Like, and whether the right thing is possibly something that might come back and bite you in the ass later.
Right. Doing the quote unquote air quotes right thing is a lot of times it's not really the best thing.
The logical thing. The logical thing would be just to end everybody you ever walk up to when you're in a war scenario. Like that would be the logical thing. Just like, no, you're dead. That would be the logical thing. But
and I think we're all in agreement with that, right? But so let's talk about Ryman here in this moment, because he's not wanting to follow his captain's orders, and obviously this pisses off Sarge, right? Mike's all pissed off now because he even pulls a gun on his own troop member.
As well he should.
Yeah. And like, he's like, you gonna shoot me? Yeah, go ahead and shoot me in the leg. And he's like, I'll shoot you because I don't like you, right? Like,
I'll shoot you in the big fat mouth.
Fat mouth, yeah. Which I love that line.
And this goes back to the whole masculine thing of when you get a group of guys together, they immediately start trying to figure out the pecking order.
Yep.
Who's in charge? Who's the big dog? Who am I going to follow? Who's worthy of me to either lead or follow? You know what I mean? Do I want to lead these guys, or is this other guy a better leader? And sometimes it just naturally evolves. Now the military really structures it out for you, and a lot of times somebody that really isn't in a position to really lead will be put in a leadership position.
Yeah.
And then that
Yeah,
makes it tough
they
because
just followed the rules well enough to where
right.
you're just
It,
just like, oh yeah,
and that
I
makes it
agree.
tough because it's going against what naturally
Yep.
against nature. But if that person is also somebody that you would have naturally in the pecking order worked out, then it really works well.
Mhm.
So, but yeah, I think this is where they have to have that confrontation,
I'm a teacher.
and
Yeah, there's also the escalation
Yeah.
between Horvath and Reiben, right? This is very much a man kind of thing where it was like, you're threatening me, well then bring it,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
Or he's like, well, that I will shoot you in your in your big fat mouth, and he's like, well then shoot me, and isn't that you don't know when to shut up, right? Again, he's like, do it. That's a I'm not going to get punked mentality, right? And oh, by the way, all of these guys are combat veterans. Violence is not a thing that they're going to shy away from, right? So when it blows up and you've got all of this tension within there, you're going to have some knockdown dragouts, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're all in agreement like that. Mercy can coexist with masculine justice, even in war here.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I do have a clip from that scene just because it's a great talking point and a lot of emotions, and yeah, it's just a fun old time.
Tell him to march 1,000 paces in that direction, and he can take off. The blindfold will be gone, and he turns himself into the first Allied patrol he comes across.
You gotta be kidding me. We'll let him go?
He's a POW, Ryan. Can't take him with us.
Said it right there. It's POW.
So you just let the enemy go.
It's like when you surrender in a situation like that, and it's like you got to respect the rules of war, because there are rules to war, which a lot of people just probably just assume, hey, shoot each other until you're dead type of deal.
And
But no, there's rules to it, and when you actually follow them, it's actually way more respectful. And like Nick has been saying, a sign of like masculinity, because usually, let's be honest, it's usually men doing this kind of stuff. It holds a lot more weight, and there's reasons why at the end of stuff people have different takes on whatever they experienced, which is like, okay, do I hate the Americans? No, they gave me justice, like stuff like that. There's things like that happen because of situations like that. Obviously, this is just a story and a movie, whatever, but there's things like this that probably actually literally happened. So
yeah. I mean, I'll say this. Like, I don't know if anyone else has watched the Masters of the Air series that came out. I want to say it was sometime last year.
Yeah, I watched it.
Obviously, it was nowhere as good as the Pacific or Band of Brothers, but I mean, there were aspects I liked about it, and obviously, like, just some of that attention to detail that they included in the show. There's something about it I just didn't like. There's a few things I should say, but one of the things that I wanted to mention, because I saw it, someone in chat was saying that the airborne, those troops, like when they're looking for people and they come across like these camps, right, where that were like preemptive to the Holocaust itself. Like they were like befuddled. They had no idea what was happening here. So it's like they didn't even know that the Holocaust, or like the Jewish people were getting gassed and killed by the millions at that point in time. I forget when that like what year that happened or supposedly happened in the book, of course. But just like that attention to detail within the show is nice to kind of see, because it's not something that I don't remember if it was in Band of Brothers at that point, but like you see it here with Mellish, obviously already kind of like knowing, or it's stated that he knows about his fellow people being eradicated. And
well, I mean, it was well known in the Jewish community because there were very few people that escaped and spread the word.
Yeah. I want to talk about the the why me moment from James Francis Ryan. We'll use his full name here.
Of Iowa.
From Iowa.
From Iowa. James Francis Ryan? Yeah, I know him.
Oh, Jimmy Ryan?
Jimmy Ryan? Yeah.
No. James Francis Ryan.
Yeah, Boosh, the problem with this movie is that there's so much that could be clipped from it. I did not have the time to clip as much as I wanted to, but I think it's a good thing about movies like this where like if you could clip like the entire movie, like then that's a good thing because there's just so much that you could include.
Almost everything is a character moment of one kind or another.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's really no wasted scenes of this movie. This movie has a very high floor, as far as its scene by scene progression.
Yeah.
Even this scene right here, right? Like the moment they start hearing
this movie is a great example of like being a long movie. Sure, it's a long movie, but it's like you don't feel like you wasted your time in any of it. Like that, like how you guys were just saying, like there's not a wasted scene, there's not a wasted moment. Everything about it just it culminates to where you get to at the end, and it like all of it works. So it's like, okay, what is it? It's like 2 hours and 40 minutes or something like that. It's almost
250, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just shy of 3 hours, and you're just like, I was invested the whole time.
Oh yeah,
and I was reinvested the whole time because I haven't seen it since the first time I saw it, which was 20 to 25 years ago, give or take, whatever. And rewatching it, I was just like, man. As soon as I put it on, I was just like, I didn't touch my phone at all. Like I was zoned in, and I was like, man. I'm so glad that Nick had this on his watch list because I was like, man, I need to watch this again because this is amazing. This is great. I'm glad I went out of my way to go rewatch this, and I had a great time with it. Like all these scenes, everything that we're talking about, and everything. It just it encapsulates like what we've been talking about with that masculinity stuff and everything for the last couple of weeks, and it just does it on a different kind of level. It does it on a war level because we haven't talked about like war movies tell this, and I think this one this is a good one to start with. This one is a perfect one to start with, if anything.
Yeah,
so,
we'll definitely
good
cover
job on
more
that.
for sure. No, but yeah, thanks, Slifax. And I think because obviously today being Memorial Day, like, and I mean, it's just. I think for me watching this movie again, it's like, I mean, the fact that we're all here talking about it now, but just we're all on the fucking internet, in our own homes, doing whatever we need to do. And I mean, it's again exactly what Captain Miller says to Private Ryan, where he's like, earn it, earn this, like, and it's not just to him, it's to us, the audience as well, like. Look what we gave our lives for, so you could live yours. Like, earn your daily living, or do good. Not just waste it away like a lot of people do. So I think again, like that definitely made like this decision to cover this movie. All the more impactful. But we'll definitely talk more of other war movies for sure. And I don't know if there'll always be on a Memorial Day or maybe like a Veterans Day perhaps, but just because it's kind of more fitting in that regard. But interesting here, UK Gamer. So if they let him go, he's no longer a POW, and he becomes an unarmed combatant.
Yeah, he's not in custody.
So I wonder if, cause one of the things I thought about, if I'm Private Jackson and I just go, oh, well, he's unarmed now and we're not taking him. So boom, let me snipe him in the back of the head real quick. Like, I mean,
I'm pretty sure that that's been thought about with how they conduct it. They're like, no, that's not okay.
No, actually, so like the airborne troops that were dropped, they were told you can't take prisoners. You don't have the facilities.
Yeah, someone mentioned that.
Right.
In chat
so
earlier,
then your option is kill them.
And I think free me whoever said it, but I believe the comment was that they took pride in the fact that they could do that. Like, oh, we don't need to take POWs. So therefore, whoever we see and we kill, that's what's done is done.
Yep.
I'll sleep
I mean, if
soundly
that's what
in
you're
my.
told you're allowed to do, you're allowed to do it.
Yep.
Yeah.
It needs to be right as you're making contact with them, though. You can't round them up, put them in a big circle, and then shoot them.
Right.
It needs to be, well, this guy looks like he would surrender. Like maybe if I hold my fire, I can get him to surrender. Nah, you just push forward and kill him.
Yeah. Or maybe he's putting his arms up. It's they're trying to trick us. Sure.
Right. But as long as nobody else on the enemy side sees that, it's not going to get back to their command. But if it's different, where you know that they were all like the SS did, they took a bunch of guys they captured from like Arnhem and stuff like that, took them out to a field, let them mill around like they were going to arrest them before they marched them to the prisoner of war camp, back some trucks up, dropped the tailgates and had machine guns and just gunned them all down.
Yep.
And the reason that's known about is because there were a couple of guys survived.
Yep.
And were able to tell what happened. And you don't want that getting back to the enemy, because then they'll stop taking prisoners. And
they'll be like, oh, okay, I understand the rules of engagement.
Right.
No prisoners. Let's go.
Yep.
That's why aircrew, a lot of times when they're captured by the enemy, you're not really supposed to kill anybody to try to escape, because then they'll be less likely to take more downed airmen.
Yeah.
Now you can escape, right? But just don't kill anybody to do it.
Right.
But if you have an opportunity to leave, then get out of there.
Yeah. So in this moment, right, like when he's getting the orders to come with them, like you're going home, right? Here's the information, and obviously for Ryan here to hear that, hey, your three brothers who are also in this war, they're all dead. Like, it's unsettling news, but obviously to him, he states like the people here, this mission, right? Like they're still alive. They're still fighting. Like these are the only brothers I have left. And he's not wrong, right? I mean, obviously like with the show called Band of Brothers, like that's exactly what they're trying to emphasize here. And it's like, you got to give it to Ryan, because it's not like he's not trying to choose comfort or safety. Like, it's like, here is your ticket home. You can leave here and not have to deal with any more, gunfire or whatnot. But he still chooses loyalty over that.
With that one moment, with this one moment right here, like as I was rewatching it, I was just like, man, he literally earned all the respect from all the other people who went to go find him by saying something like that. He was just like, hey man, these are my brothers. I'm here to fight. I'm going to do what's right. I'm going to stand by them. Like, he's not saying that he doesn't care about his brothers who died, but he's like, these are the brothers I have left, and I'm going to fight for them, and I'm going to fight with them. And it's like, you could see it in every other soldier there. It's like, was this guy worth it? And you can see it on like everybody's face. It's like, that was worth it. This guy is worth it. And I thought that was like touching, like very, very,
you also
very,
have to remember,
very, very awesome.
You have to remember that he's a paratrooper, so he's an elite. He went through a lot of training with these guys, so the bonds are very strong. Also, they've got that mentality of, we're always surrounded, we're never going to surrender. This is why we've been given this important mission. These guys are Rangers, kind of the same, you know what I mean? Like elite troops that have specialized training, and they're put on tough assignments. They're not just regular leg army or whatever. So yeah, he's going to not want to leave this position. And you got to remember, when the paratroopers were dropped, they were scattered everywhere.
Yep.
So the fact that they're using maybe a tenth of their size of what they were supposed to have to hold this bridge. So here, every person is important.
Well, and also, this is not the stick that he dropped with, right? It was
he's mixed in.
Yeah, these are all mixed units.
People, yeah, and they just kind of, all right, who's in charge?
On top of that, he's just a private in whatever company he's in. Like, he's like the lowest of the low on whatever.
Yeah.
And then he's still like, I have more heart than all you motherfuckers kind of deal. And so everyone else is just like, they're just like, hey, well, we went on this mission to find this guy. This guy has like, a heart of a lion type of deal. And it was a great scene to watch them all realize that, and then be like, fuck it, we're all down, let's go.
Well, they realize, like, because his own words echo their own. Like, when they say, hey, we already lost 2 of our guys coming after you. And he said, what's their names? And he's just like, when they tell him, he's like, this doesn't make any sense.
Yep.
And they basically are saying he agrees with them. He's like, yeah, why were you all forced to come here? That makes no sense. Why am I more worthy to take home than any of these guys?
Yeah. I mean, he has a very principled, perspective here, which again is very masculine of him. Like, because it's like he's defining his own worth, but he's also saying like, why, like you just said, Gord, like everyone else here could get a ticket home. Like, what makes me so special? And like, it was he had only 3 brothers. You're probably thinking of the 5 brothers.
Yeah, the
there's
Bixby's.
the 5 brothers from the Lincoln thing.
Yeah, that's the Bixby brothers. Yeah,
the Bixby brothers. Yeah. So,
but he shows up with that, and then he's just like, he's immediately in agreement with literally everybody that went on that mission, and so everyone's like, holy shit, this guy gets it. And like that instantly almost earns his, like they earn his respect like instantly, because he's like, what the hell are you guys doing here? This is stupid. What the, like he finds it stupid, but at the same time, if you're here, let's use you. Let's find a way to make this work. And well, then what happens?
The other thing that's interesting on how spread apart they are is that the highest ranking dude, if I'm not mistaken, is a corporal. Out of those paratroopers. So that's not, you know what I mean? He would normally be maybe in charge of a squad, if at all, or he'd be like a fire team leader in a split squad.
Yeah, remember Upham is a corporal,
right? Oh, but he's got the T, so he's it's a little different. I think it's the same rank technically, but
I think again, there's this depth here with the masculinity that is like what makes one life more worth than another, right? Like that's what Ryan is proposing here, and it's like because his refusal, I think, speaks a lot of volume. Because it's sort of like an unearned rescue that he feels like it's like, I'm staying here. I too have a mission, sir, right? Like, and I think he shows a lot of integrity, because. He obviously, jumps over the sandbags, and he's like, he does cry a little bit because of, I think it's all just kind of, crumbles down on him. Like he just lost his brothers, he's, told that he can go home and doesn't have to, be here anymore. And it's like, well, why me? What about everyone else? And like, he doesn't accept it. And it's like, he proves that he's not the one that really needs, saving. Like, and I think it's, interesting how Captain Miller talks with Mike, Sergeant Horvath, that it's like we're in a very interesting predicament here. I forgot the exact words that he lives. Surreal. That's right. And it's like, what do we do here? And he asks Mike, what would you do here? Like, what are your thoughts? He's like, I don't think you want to hear my thoughts. And he's like, yes, I do. And that's when I think we get one of the best lines in this moment here too with
what he says, the movie title.
Yep. He said it. He did. So I'll pull up that clip here because I do have that. But I'll say, does true masculinity mean not like or sorry, how can I phrase this? Does true masculinity mean like when to not accept help?
Yeah, obviously, but I think the bigger thing is that he looks in because Miller tries to pull the ultimate trump card. He was like, "Is that what we're supposed to tell your mother?"
Yeah, and
then Ryan's response is, "You tell her that I stayed here with the only brothers that I have left." Right, and again, it's that the I could go home and mom feels better, whatever stuff, but my honor demands that I be here. Also,
exactly.
That these are my brothers, right?
Right.
I have fought with them.
There's a lot of layers to that.
I think true masculinity actually comes through with that. It's like, make sure everyone else is okay before I am. type of deal.
Yeah.
Which is what they do a lot in this movie, where it's like, just like, it's, they could be like wounded and they're like, is Sergeant so and so okay? Is Private so and so okay? Like, they do that. Like, you're checking on everyone else before yourself, even if you have your gut blown open.
Well, he's
it's
a
like,
very specific.
That's awesome to me, where it's like, Jesus Christ, like that's a true form of masculinity to me, where it's like you check on everyone else literally before yourself, and then you're like, okay, everyone's good, and now I can check on myself.
And you don't want to abandon them. You don't want to punk out in front of everybody. That's another thing that will really drive a lot of men forward, is nobody wants to be the first one to run away. Nobody wants to be the coward and show any kind of weakness in front of their, compatriots or whatever. And also that's why cowardness or misbehaving before the enemy is also a punishable offense. You don't want to look like an a-hole.
Well, it's a very specific word that he uses. It's not like if he lets them take him, he's not merely leaving; he's abandoning.
He's abandoning, right?
Yeah. It's like I'm abandoned. He goes, I'm not going to abandon my men.
Yeah.
It's like these are my brothers. It's like we have a mission. It's like it's their worldview thrown right back at them from the person they're trying to save, and it's just like it's the unstoppable force and the immovable object. It's like, okay, well, what else are you going to do but join him in the fight? It's like, basically, it's like, okay, we have to kind of satisfy both sides of this worldview simultaneously. We have to help him achieve his mission, and then we can get him home.
Yep.
Yeah. This is all very interesting, because I do think, like, Captain Miller, takes a little bit of a step back here, because, him being in command, he's got to try and think about what is the best decision here to make for my men that I've already lost 2 in. We finally found our guy, and we can go back, and then we can all go home, tentatively. But it's Horvath's words that anchored the group here, right? And like, I think this leadership is gets shifted from Miller to Horvath, because like Horvath's words ultimately sway, or maybe not sway, but maybe help convince Miller's idea or decision, because of like this moral persuasion, like, and as he says, like, maybe the one good thing we could do at this god awful mess is save Private Ryan here, and even Reiben and Mellish, they choose to stay, not because like they were told to, because I think they all really believed that this was the right thing to do. Which, again, we go back further to the radio tower, right? The machine gun nest, that wasn't a part of their mission technically, right? Like their mission was to save Private Ryan, which they now have done. But again, the whole mission is to win the war. So we got to take this nest out. We have to secure this location. Same thing. We have to defend this bridge here. So it is really interesting, just where they're trying to justify certain positions. And again, like, figuring out what is the right thing to do here, because they probably could have been like, nope, sorry, Ryan, we're gonna knock you out, and if we have to drag you home with us, then we will certainly do that, because we've already lost 2 guys. Like, I think there could have been a justifiable reason to get the hell out of there.
Well, the first thing is that Miller can order him.
Right, exactly. Like, Miller could have just been like, hey, well, if you don't listen, as a direct command, not just from me, but from the chief of staff, as I believe he also mentioned as well, it's like, you're defying a direct order. Like, if you don't, well.
Yeah. Well, the music thing to me is that Horvath throws Miller's words back at him.
Yeah.
About that, maybe we all earn the right to go home.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Right. But I think that I don't think Miller is trying to figure out what he wants to do.
Horvath.
I think that he knows. I mean, any good officer knows that their sergeants know what the hell's going on.
Yeah.
Right. That they're much closer to the men. They're involved in all this stuff. So I think part of that is trying to get a gauge for what others think, rather than him just ordering. Because again, he already had the machine gun nest attack, and he's now wanting to say, okay, where are the men at? Right. I don't want to tell them to do a thing that that's going to further fracture the group, because then we won't succeed, right? And Mike giving him that response, he's like, yeah, okay, right, and everybody just falls in. Of course, yeah, that's what we got to do, because here we go.
Yeah. I do believe I have that clip, so I'll go ahead and play it.
Saving Private Ryan was the one decent thing we were able to pull out of this whole god-awful shitty mess.
Yeah, and the next part is that maybe that earns us all the right to go home eventually.
Yeah. And I think with those words, I would agree. I mean, even watching this, I was like, guy's got a point.
Well, and it's finally one of his men has found meaning in the mission.
Yeah.
There's meaning now in this mission, and it's like that is something they have not had this entire time, because like the whole movie they've questioned the meaning of it.
Yeah.
Well, on top of that, the guy who actually says it, the character who says it, is one of the main ones who is kind of against it to begin with. Like he was constantly questioning it, and then when he meets him, and he's just like a self-sacrificing kind of person, it really boasts that idea towards him to where he's like, dude, this guy actually was worth it. Like this guy is he's the real deal type of deal.
Well,
And,
or it may not.
then,
it may have nothing to do with Ryan, right? The fact that we are doing this, right? That all we have done is essentially kill people the whole time. Maybe this one thing redeems the sins that
redeems all. Yeah,
the
sins of the past type of deal.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like there's so many meanings you can develop from what happened in this movie, and I feel all of them are probably justified, which is crazy. But it was such a great movie to rewatch. So I just want to throw a shout out to Nick for having me rewatch this, because I haven't seen it in like 20 years, and I enjoyed the hell out of this movie rewatching it. I was like, oh my god, like it was very heartfelt, it was very emotional, it was very empathetic, and like there's things that I might not have ever went out of my way to rewatch, because I knew I watched it when it came out, but I was too young to understand type of deal, you know what I mean? And so I was like, I watched it when I was like 10 or 11 or whatever. Rewatching it now, I'm like, oh my god, there's so much brotherhood between it. There's so much like love and connection. There's so much. There's so many more other aspects to this movie that really stand out when you watch it nowadays when you're older. And man, I appreciate the hell out of this movie even more.
Yeah.
I'm glad you said that, because excuse me. Maybe if Leon were to have rewatched this, maybe his sentiments would have changed. We'll never know, though. Who knows? Maybe he would have
snorted Tabasco.
Yeah, I know. Had I been on the stream, I would be like, Leon, don't do it. Don't do it. But Boosh says no, Nick. How come?
Masculine, not Tabasculine.
Okay, we're going to talk about, God, I hate this part so much. I don't know how many times I've seen this movie. It's been a lot. But I said this earlier, every time I see this part, I cannot stand Upham so freaking much, man.
Well, I mean that goes to, to Shieldwall's comment about the cowardice, showing cowardice, and the other men see it, right? We're immediately like, you disgust me. Get the fuck out of here, right? I can't depend on you.
Are you about to show the part that I was talking about earlier, where like he goes up the stair, like he's about to go up the stairs, and the other guy just looks at him, and then he walks by, and he's just dismissed as not even a threat.
Yep, you're not a man, like, so I don't have to worry about you.
You're such a punk bitch that I'm not even gonna acknowledge you.
Mm-hmm.
That was so. That was so Girl Scout, dude. So
and the way it's. I love even just like the end, because I mean obviously that's
what they're
showing. He's being dismissed. He's literally holding a giant gun. He's covered in bullets, but he's this scrawny, like he looks like a child compared to this soldier. He looks like a kid playing soldier,
Yeah.
meeting a real man, and
Yeah.
it's just like,
If anything, I give more respect to the Russian or German, whatever. I'm sure it's a German. So I give more respect to the German in that situation, just being like, dude, like I don't even acknowledge you, and he just walks right by him. It's like, you're not even gonna shoot me. You're not gonna do anything. You're bitch made. Let's just be
Well,
honest.
like
And
you think about
it
all
was so ridiculous.
yeah, well, like you think about all the masculine scenes that happen in this movie, and this is like like one of the very few scenes, or maybe the only like scene in the entire movie that explores helplessness and masculinity. Like it's like he is completely riddled with fear here, right? And I mean, obviously, up to this point, like there's a moment where he is about to run across, and then I believe like it's Miller, Ryan, and I want to say Ryman as well that are running the opposite direction. And Miller says like, no, don't go that way. But it's like, no, he has to go that way. And he listens to what Miller is telling him to do, even though you've got, Mellish and this other guy, I forgot who was up here with him, yelling like, we need ammo, we need ammo. And it's really unfortunate. But, again, like this is one of those moments where his lack of experience, his lack of training, is what ultimately leaves Mellish here for his his doomed fate.
Yeah.
Very slow and painful death here, but
Yeah. One thing though is that unlike the others, Upham is alone.
yeah, very true.
Right. He doesn't have someone around him so that you man up. Right. When you're alone, you are you are overcome by your emotions. You will convince yourself of all manner of things to try and stay alive. Right. That's why Shieldwall was talking about the one of the things that makes militaries function is not that everybody is hard ass super warrior psychopath. Here we go. Right. That they have no fear. It's that you don't want to embarrass yourself in front of the guy next to you. Right. But when you're all by yourself, you no longer have that support structure.
Mm-hmm.
And Upham, who was already not trained and not capable, just collapses under the weight of his own fear.
and I like the way that they stage it to where he doesn't even know what he would be going up into. He just hears a struggle going on, and he's just paralyzed, but just kind of this fear of the unknown. And so when he sees the German coming down the stairs, he realizes, I got him. I just got Melch killed.
Yeah.
The worst part of it for me is not after they start fighting, is if he would have got his ass up there and gave him the ammo, they could have held that point.
Yep.
With that 30 cal. But because he was a little punk and he didn't get up there and get him the ammo, that's what got those guys killed.
Yeah.
Now, you would think, oh, that guy's I looked it up. He's an SS trooper, right? So he should just kill Upham, but he doesn't, because in some aspects, the way the movie portrays people, like let him burn and shoot him, and the other guys are surrendering and they watched for supper and killed him. Whereas they portray, in some instances, like this German soldier as more professional. He's a warrior, right? He just killed this guy in hand-to-hand combat, and now he's just going to walk past this other guy that's not a threat. And he's not like stabbing him, and mutilating him or anything. When he's killing him, he's pushing the knife slowly into it. He's going, shh.
Yeah. Just
like, hey,
go
man,
easy. I'm trying
right.
to end it quickly for you.
Just go to sleep. I'm trying to kill you.
Yeah.
And but he's not being depraved about it.
Right.
Which I kind of thought was weird.
Crazy ammo.
It's an interesting
portray
kind of
him that
restraint
way.
from Spielberg. You would, because he's
right.
You're used to the Indiana Jones portrayal of Nazis as just these like almost cartoonishly bad evil men, whereas here it's like he treats them a little bit more human.
Because if this guy was really a depraved psychopath and whatever, he would have just killed Upham. But he totally didn't see him as a threat, which I don't know. I mean, would you have walked past Upham? Because he was armed and everything. and just been like, because maybe he's tired of war too. This guy's like, man, I'm just tired of the killing.
Well, I also just killed someone up close and personal.
Right. But
Watched
looking
the
in their
light leave
eyes,
their
right,
eyes, right?
exactly.
Yeah.
The breath leave their mouth.
Right. And this guy took out 2 people by himself, if I recall right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I shot the one guy in the neck.
Well, it went through the wall.
Went through the wall, yeah.
Yeah, and just got a lucky shot.
He's SSC targeted the Jew. I mean,
I mean,
ironically worked out that way, but
it did. But yeah, I don't think he knew. He was just in combat with him.
Bush would have peed on him. I mean, when you gotta go, you gotta go, right? I mean,
yeah, just P a V for Vecchio.
Yeah, hey, there we go.
But yeah, so that scene, I know a lot of, but Upham got a lot of hate.
Well, but we talked about like how men just size up other people in general, or like, well, usually other men in general, and it's like if you could just look at somebody and like that guy's armed to the teeth, right, and you're still like, that guy's he's not a threat.
No,
that's crazy. That's crazy work right there, man. Like that.
Right.
That
Look
is
here,
ridiculous.
because he basically is like,
Like
hey,
that guy has all the means to be able to eliminate me, and you know what he's gonna do? Nothing.
Yeah.
He's gonna do nothing. And you can size that up in a second. He's just like, whatever. I just killed 2 of your homies, literally upstairs, and he just walks right by him. And
yeah, they were worthy opponents.
It's just like you ain't worth shit.
It's like,
And
sorry, I only kill men.
Yeah, I only fight men.
Kill men. There you go.
Yeah.
I don't kill boys in war.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, I guess I should say, because even right here in this still, he's got his hand kind of like this, right? Like he's
it's a surrender. It's
like,
I'm not reaching for the trigger. I'm harmless.
I'm not reaching for the trigger, even though you're not holding a gun. I am. I
Yeah.
won't do anything. It's
You're
like
holding a knife
even
at the top of
now, you have the advantage on him if you're willing to shoot. And you're
all I have to do is this, just
dude,
with
dude
my
maybe
gun.
he was armed to the teeth, literally, with like all the bullets around his neck and everything. Like, and it's just like, no, I'm still not a threat. What a bitch made character. Like, Jesus
and this
Christ.
guy, coming down, he doesn't even have a weapon. He might have a knife or something on him, I guess.
And that's
He's got the knife. He killed.
That's very intentional frame.
But look how he stands
looking
up.
down, right? Just
exactly.
looking down at him like you're nothing.
Yeah, look at that. Just looking down, like you are nothing to me. Like you are just a mouse.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep. I mean, that's
Scared
right.
of the mouse. Like and
Yeah,
so his shame is real,
I won't even think about you. And it's like his shame, like the amount of shame that he should feel after all this should be.
That
like,
was my thought, is what
crazy.
happens to Upham after the war. Like, how does he feel for the rest of his life that he let this happen because he was a coward?
Oh, there's a lot of guilt he's going to be carrying.
And here's the thing.
I kind of feel like
German
Upham is like he's the one who wrote the story for Saving Private Ryan, kind of deal. Like that's the reason the story even got out there. Like it's because of Upham. So,
who would know that they died because he didn't get up there?
Yep.
What kind of frustrates me is I've seen like other people like kind of people watch along to this movie for the first time and seeing like kind of gauging their reaction to him Upham killing the Steamboat Willie guy and seemingly being satisfied by that, and I'm like, you're missing the point.
I had a big problem
scene.
with that. I was like,
that's not supposed to be like a moment of growth. That's actually kind of solidifying negative growth on his part. It's not a good. That's not a cathartic moment.
Because he only wants to get down after everything's safe, and this guy's already given up. Now I'm going to shoot him.
Well, not only that, but he's trying to erase his guilt.
Right.
Upham is dealing with that guy. Yeah.
During this moment and everything, is there not one man here that was watching that and like your immediate reaction was like, I want to fucking fight something? Was that not your first reaction? Like, because I was just like, this guy didn't do it. I need to hit something. Like that was one of my first reaction. I was just like, I want to like, let's go light somebody up right now. Because this guy didn't do it. Like, dude, I mean, just seeing that and you're just like, dude, you didn't hit the freaking German. You didn't do it. I was so mad watching it. I was just like, oh my god! I
Well, and
realized
that's
that I
so
wanted to fight something.
I
It was
understood
crazy.
this part. Like, okay, I get it. But then when he shoots the dude at the end, I was like, oh man, what a piece of crap.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, if he would have just not shot him and stayed with his principles, I'd have been okay with that. But then he turns around and shoots him. And I was
Yeah.
like, you little bitch. You could have gone up in there and saved those guys, gave them their ammo. You could have shot that dude when he, there's a lot of things he could have done. But then at the end, he's got to be a bitch, even bigger one.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting because he has to live with his failure to act here, right?
He's the worst character in the whole fucking movie. He's just the worst.
I mean, like, look, this is I think this is a
I mean,
proven fact.
he's a necessary bad guy, kind of, but
Well,
it's like Jesus Christ.
I mean, I definitely think that like cowardice leaves scars on people, right, for the rest of their life, especially in a moment like this where you failed to act, you got people killed that you could have saved, and who knows, like maybe with that additional 30 cal ammo, they could have repelled some of that infantry.
Yeah, they could have held their flank.
They definitely
Right.
could have.
And
because
so now you don't have to repeat. You don't have to retreat back to the Alamo.
Right.
Yeah, I don't want to utterly frame him as just this horrible, evil guy. It's like when I look at Upham and look at the totality of his arc, and I'm like, what Upham is a failure. He's ultimately he is a failure.
Yeah,
he's
100%.
like, do I think he's he's a super evil dad? It's like
no, he's not evil.
No, he's a coward.
He's ultimately
He's not evil.
He's
He's coward, and what you guys had.
Yeah,
What you guys said earlier was cowardice.
Yeah, he didn't grow because of the war. The war led to his greatest failure.
Yeah. Well, and again, that's the test. That the combat and all that. It's a test of you, and some pass and some fail. Upham most assuredly failed.
Mm-hmm.
But that's also the human condition, right?
Right.
Human nature. And with when you're talking about animals and stuff, there's some animals if they're not strong enough, they just never reproduce.
Yep.
So kind of the same with him. My other again, I'd be really interesting if there's lore on what happens to him afterwards. Does he wind up offing himself later?
He develops Downham syndrome.
Yeah, dude, like it's one of those things where I'm sure there are people in real life that probably resembled him, and I think for the sake of just trying to write this character's future in our imagination, does this character end up committing suicide later on in life because of he's just haunted by his guilt, much like UK said, there's survivor's guilt and then there's coward's guilt. Who knows what he went on to do after the fact, or how or how much he was haunted, how much PTSD he might have had, or questions people ask. So what was the war like? I was gonna say grandpa, but that would basically mean you'd have to bang a woman and impregnate a woman, which I don't know if he could with this low T. Could be wrong. Who knows? But it definitely hits. Excuse me. It hits home every time because it's like, man, there's no masculinity here, and it's not winning, right? It's he's going the opposite direction of masculinity here.
It's a cautionary tale, right?
Yeah.
That when you don't man up, not only I'm gonna save myself, but you get others are harmed, and you carry that guilt. You can't. There's no absolving it, right? You were a coward. You'll always have it. You'll know it, even if nobody else does. You will. It will corrode you.
Yeah, that's true, Hook. One of the things I did get a clip of, which it's interesting in the direction that this guy shoots because of the stairwell that goes up. Just take a look at this.
What those shots came out of that hole in the wall.
Yeah, but
I thought they came through the wall.
But the way he goes like up to down instead of going down to up along with the stairs. I'm like, he just like in my imagination, that one SS saw a guy that survived because he's a big guy too, but I'm like, he had to have been lower than the bullets from where he started.
Yeah. Well, that one guy, whoever they killed on the stairwell, right? What did they flop to the bottom because there's nobody on the stairs?
Yeah, he that's a continuity problem. He magically disappears.
Right. Because now the other SS guy could have been behind that other dude down at the stairs.
Yeah,
and also,
he is.
On the rewatching the clip right now, that guy, the other paratrooper, gets shot in the throat. That comes from the hole in the wall out from outside. I thought it came through the wall, but it doesn't. So, and I guess the other guy just runs up in there. But
yeah, and then stabs Mellish. I forgot. This might be an interesting question though. I don't want to say if it's going to be game changing. I don't know if it's masculine either, but I'll let everyone decide. Question is, would you share your gum with someone like this?
You got any more of that?
Me dog.
No,
that's kind of a no, but at the same time, like if you're in that kind of situation, like maybe there might be a massive maybe in that, but it's like, I mean,
like, so I haven't showered in like 8 days. I've trudged all over France. I don't have jack shit. Yeah, whatever you got. Yeah, let's go.
It might be that might be the last gum you taste. That might be the last flavor you taste right now.
Exactly.
Because we're about to go into something. It's like that might be the last thing you ever taste. And
I don't know how I feel about admitting to someone I have this guy's gum in my mouth. It's something about the way that sounds. It's like, nah.
Yeah. Nah. Yeah.
Is it curiously arousing, Gord?
Like for the most part, I would say no. But in that situation, I don't know.
It's gum or nothing.
I might be like,
it
gum or nothing.
It's sticky and has the sound. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and it was white. It was white.
Yeah, and it's like there's a lot of flags.
He did kind of smile there at the end. Did you catch that?
Yeah.
It was kind of weird. I'm like,
he's improvising. He's adapting. He's overcoming.
Yeah.
The combat scenes in the last part are pretty good, where they've got like that open backed assault gun, and they throw like Molotov cocktails down on it and burn guys up in it, and then they're shooting stuff with bazookas, and they made the sticky bombs with their socks with the axle grease and slapping them on the tank.
Field manual?
Yeah.
You can look it up. We don't have one of those handy right now.
And then the Germans wheel that 20 millimeter. It's like, I think it's like an anti-aircraft.
It is, yeah.
And they use it to peel those guys off the top of that tank, which was pretty brutal because it's like blowing heads in.
Yeah, it just disassembles them. Yeah.
I feel like Waylon CNN to me, I very clearly said I'm a big no on the chewing other men's gum. So how dare you?
Okay, would Leon chew other men's gum?
Oh, absolutely.
Leon only chews.
Yeah, that's his preferred flavor.
He is only a secondhand chewer.
Mm-hmm. Juicy fruit.
As someone saw him, as someone who actually visually saw him, I don't know, dancing on that pole. Yes, he seems like somebody who would actually do that. But
I actually gave him like $3. Threw it at him while he was doing it.
Just a tip.
Oh man. I don't know if I would do that. I mean, but I get the point where it's like I could die, which he does. So I mean, I guess he enjoyed chewing that gum.
Maybe that gum was cursed. It got them both killed.
That's true. Or he didn't just spit the gum out. But
that's actually why Upham didn't want to go up there. He was not down with the sharing of the gum. He's like,
maybe okay. That makes a little more sense. Maybe he's higher T than we thought.
Exactly, yeah.
Or maybe he was just, or maybe he was jealous that he didn't get some gum, and he's like, "Fuck you guys,
Yeah,
I'm
fuck
not going
you
to bring
guys,
you
yeah.
ammo."
Yeah. No gum, no ammo.
So we got an inner brotherhood vendetta
Yeah.
against one another. Oof, not good. Wait, not good. Talk about the bridge defense and obviously like Captain Miller's final stand here.
This is okay. First off, you know how rare it would be to have this tank actually here. This is a Tiger tank.
Yeah.
They were super rare. The other thing
Yeah.
is he has zero chance of popping this thing.
Yeah, in the front.
know.
I was like, you're
Yeah.
not no hitting the Glacier. It's
Nothing,
not.
zero.
Yeah.
That totally ain't happening.
Yeah.
Now they shoot like another kind of vehicle and blow it up with it. That's totally possible.
Yeah.
You know, it's a
You're gonna have to send that bazooka up its ass to
right.
to
Yeah,
disable
even
that
then,
Tiger.
then you'd be hard pressed to kill it.
Yeah.
Because those how thick was those Tiger tank armor? Like
it was super thick. Like
Yeah.
it could take a regular low velocity 75 millimeter round from like a Sherman off the front.
Yeah,
There
just
was
bounce
one-
off them.
There was one Tiger tank that was in the Eastern Front that it took something like 247 hits and just kept going. You know, eventually it'll do some stuff like if you can hit it in the vision slits and you can shoot the barrel of the gun, tracks out, you can mobility kill it. But you're with the bazooka.
The idea is to hit it in the treads and blow the treads off of it.
Right.
So
yes, that would be the one thing you'd want to do with that bazooka is shoot the tread and blow the tread off of it. Because then once it's mobility killed, it can still shoot and stuff, but it can't really maneuver. It won't go anywhere. It can maybe spin in a circle.
Then you can just walk around and shoot it in the ass.
Right. Or just you've limited what it can do. It can only it's now a bunker. But right, which is I think what they were trying to do is with the sticky bombs.
Yeah, they're going for the tracks.
Right.
Yep.
The other thing is it like drives across the bridge. I don't even know if the bridge could hold that kind of
Yeah,
weight.
that's and I'm not sure that bridge is load rated for 60 tons.
Yeah, no.
It's a lot.
I don't think so. But yeah, so they obviously have to retreat to the Alamo past the bridge, and you've got Horvath and Reiben, here, and there was a funny moment before where Horvath is trying to take his pistol out and gets stuck, and to shoot the German in front of him, and he ends up getting shot in like the leg, and then he shoots the guy, and like he gets like so pissed he like throws his helmet first.
He does.
They both throw helmets at each other.
And that actually was a prescribed tactic that you could use. You can throw a helmet at somebody or hit them with it because it use it as like a makeshift club.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick, let's talk about the Alamo thing real fast. Am I the only one that kind of, when I hear about like a last stand, kind of like it draws me in? I don't know. Like,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
I have no other place to run. This is where I'm at. I still have a job to do.
I mean, I don't want to say that
it's towards the climax of the movie, so of course, yes.
But
I mean the situation
just the thought of having a last stand is somehow like romantically attractive to you.
Yeah, I mean Hudson
You know what I mean?
and Aliens, right? Everybody loves that last stand scene that he has, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, Helm's Deep is basically a 40-minute Alamo.
Yes.
Oh man, I could have held that place, no problem.
Yeah.
I mean, even Legolas couldn't take down that berserker.
No. Even if you blow that wall, there's only
used
one
sticky
way.
Arrows.
Yeah, exactly.
Sticky arrows.
No, it's just that there were two entrances to the final bastion. We're getting sidetracked, but there were two entrances to the final bastion that were one person wide. You can hold that indefinitely. It's just like the hot gates with the 300 Spartans, except there's no path for them to go around.
Yeah.
To flank you with. But it's the story in the movie and whatever. So
yeah, no, I mean, but it's, yeah, I agree with Waylon here. Like we live to die in a last stand, and like last stands are very masculine, right? Like by nature, where it's like, this is all we've got. We're going to defend this to the death if need be. But but this is also where we're going to take these guys out if they dare to, try to cross the bridge as we're, blowing it up, which, I had assumed which is going to be the goal here, but obviously this SS officer, I think it was in the tank, was like, pointing to shoot this building to, cause some chaos there, and it works, right? Like all the debris, scatters them. It knocks Miller into like another concussion here, and but even right before this, like where Mike's getting shot in the back, as he's trying to.
I'm fine.
Fall
Just
back.
got the breath knocked out of me. I'll be fine.
Yeah.
And part of the reason that they have to defend this bridge and the Germans want it is they could have just blown it, but they need it. Both sides need it. The Germans need it for a counterattack, and the Americans need it, or the Allies need it to continue their an effective advance.
There's
so
only
that's
2 bridges on this river that are still standing.
Right, and that's why they're doing that. It's also like why there's all these big fights over these bridges, and later on in the war, like at Arnhem and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
Yep. Thermopylae. The hot gates. Yep.
Actually, they learned the hard lesson from Market Garden. There, the tankers were told no unnecessary collateral damage. It costs life.
Yeah. Well, Monty's a bit shit anyway.
Because in the name of the show, the one we were just talking about, Band of Brothers, there's a thing where there was some British tankers, and they say, hey, there's a tank behind this building, just shoot through it. And they're like, nah, we can't. No unnecessary damage. So they couldn't shoot through the building to hit the tank. So they move forward, and then the tank comes out and pops them.
Yep.
And and that's where I think what's his name, Bull or whatever, gets the shrapnel in his back.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I want to watch that again. Just after seeing this, I'm like, I need to go watch Band of Brothers again. So,
yeah, like I said, it's a black and white movie, but in 1962, The Longest Day, really good.
Yeah.
A Bridge Too Far, which is 1977. It's got like does that have Alec Guinness in it? I think it does. It's got a bunch of other famous people in it.
Yeah, Sean Connery.
Yeah. Uh-huh. And that's
Gene Hackman.
Well. Yep.
But what of the Germans?
The Germans.
Yeah, that's because he's Polish.
Yeah.
And a Bridge Too, or not A Bridge Too Far, but The Longest Day was one of the first movies that were made where they didn't make the Germans kind of look like buffoons. You know what I mean? It like actually made them look smart and capable and stuff. Because when I was a kid growing up, I was always like, the American equipment was so much better than the Germans, this and that, because we won. But then you learn history and you're like, our stuff was okay, but it wasn't the best in a lot of instances,
Well, I mean, we made a different calculus, right? The Germans, as usual, over-engineered everything and made it really difficult. But this is the Uber tank, and it was like, yes, but we made 50. I'm afraid your Uber tank has a problem.
And they weren't total crap tanks either. They were decent.
Yeah.
They were good enough.
Yeah.
But where the Germans kind of fell off was they had a really good bolt action rifle, but we had an 8-round semi-automatic rifle that was widely distributed, and they made good guns. They made the first assault rifle, but they didn't have anywhere near enough of them to make a difference.
I want to talk about this moment in the scene here, and after the tank has already shot the building right next to where Miller was, so he's in this other concussive state, and Ryan's screaming, freaking out here, which you don't blame him, but also for someone who wanted to fight too, like pick up a gun, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being too harsh.
I mean, you just had an 88 shell blow up next to you.
Yeah,
a bit of shell shock is perfectly understandable.
But I think it was right before that. Reiben is like actually,
Reiben saves Miller.
Yeah, Reiben saves Miller here, and he's like, what are you doing? Because he sees the fuse to blow the bridge. But I think what's again just the masculinity that Miller has here, like
he's got a job to do.
Right.
mission.
He has this duty. He is the leader. Like, he's not putting himself above the mission because the mission comes before him. So it's like he's showing an exuberant amount of honor here, the responsibility of being in command, and like knowing. It's like I know he thinks that he could potentially die in this part, and then we see Steamboat Willie. As he kills this guy who plops in the water, but we see him line up his iron sights on Miller, and you're just like I remember seeing the first time I was like, oh shit, the guy that he let go is about to kill him, which just that's a wrong type of full circle you want to see here, but like he knows that he's not untouchable, that this sort of sacrifice counts and is beyond him. And I wonder, it's almost like as he talks about the men that he's put forward that have died, how much are all of his men worth? But it's like, how much is he worth? Right? Like in this moment here, like what he was about to do, like obviously the bridge, they didn't need to destroy the bridge because the B-51s came in. They got reinforcements, but if he had to blow the bridge up, and obviously he dies in the process, how many lives do you think he or his life would have valued? Like more than his men, or do you think the equal amount of his men?
I mean, at the end of it, well, so if you're talking about if he had men to command, which he doesn't, then he's more valuable because, again, he has command. There's a reason he has command. He's gone through OCS. He's understand as he's demonstrated. He's a very good, field officer in getting things done. There in the field, getting dirty with everything. So yeah, I mean, if you lose a private, that's all right. They're making more. They're not making, experienced combat officers who are on, boots on the ground kind of thing. But at the end of the day, the mission must get done.
Yep.
The end. Right. So he has to do it because he doesn't have anybody left.
Thoughts on, obviously like him just taking his gun out and just trying to shoot a tiger tank. Like, it's hilarious, but also like
you go down swinging, baby. You swing with what you got.
Like, yeah, like this is my final.
Yeah. Also understand he's shocked, right? Because he just got popped through the chest. That'll change your day a bit, with some 8mm Mauser.
Yeah.
He's 100%. Like one of those slots is open enough.
Yeah.
Well, like, yeah, it's like all you need is one good shot to get through,
and he's not surrendering.
Yeah. And this is one of the best parts about this scene here is, every choice that he has, up to this point is building up towards, this passing of the torch with Ryan here momentarily, and obviously he's kind of shocked. It's like, but also like so relieved in this moment. Like he's like, well, I didn't do that. So what did? And then obviously we see the tank busters.
I just think it was a really good shot.
Yeah, if it was shot today, he would look at his gun like, gosh, did I do that? Whatever.
Holy
but again,
crap,
they stay character,
happened.
Right? Yeah, well, that just happened.
God answered my prayers. Like, Jesus Christ. Holy crap.
Then the whole of France clapped.
Yep. All of France.
Yes.
All of France.
I mean, the little girl was clapping by slapping her father in the face, but it's still clapping. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought he was a little close when that tank went up.
Have some shrapnel.
Yeah, because if really the only way they would have killed it was with a bomb, unless it was a specialized kind of plane that had like, anti-tank guns on them. But I don't think the Americans had any of those.
No, it was a P-51. All it's going to do is have drop bombs or rockets.
Drop bombs, which a bomb would do it.
Yep, or rockets. But those fire a bit indiscriminately.
Yeah, the Hurricanes with the I think they were called Typhoon rockets on them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So these guys give up, and then Upham is like, "Oh, well, I'm going to shoot you now." Now I don't know if Upham saw that he killed Miller
I
or
think
whoever.
the way it's shot, it looks like he does see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's that frame where he's like kind of looking over a rock or sandbag, but he does. That's the perception, I think, because he's like or like the little trench that he's been hiding in. That somehow none of the troops see him there, which I was like, that could be a little bit of a plot convenience, but
they might be focusing on the guys that are shooting them.
Yeah, I was like, or they're just like, there's so much going on in front of them. Like, hey, we need to take this bridge. Like, forget, we see this little small mouse guy. And I mean, it kind of camouflaged a fair amount.
Yeah, he's down low. He's kind of in a shell
like,
crater.
Yeah, I'm like, it's not totally unbelievable, but yeah. So this is what we were talking about earlier, where he tells all these guys to get the hell out of here. I got the clip, just because like, we were talking about it a moment ago, and this does not, he does not find honor here whatsoever. Like, this is not like, make up for his failure before this moment.
Upham.
Like, no,
Like-
it makes it worse.
Yeah,
It makes it even worse.
yeah.
I think if that guy wouldn't have tried to be like all buddy with him now,
Yeah, he would have survived.
he might have not have shot him. But I kind of get that reflex, like man, I let you go, and then you come back, and now you want to be all buddies after you just shot at us again.
Well, I think
You
him
know.
doing that was very specifically reminding him of, him standing up for him, and he realized,
That was a
granted,
mistake.
He learned the wrong lesson in that moment. So, like,
Right.
that was dude, I understand that the result of your choice back then did not go the way you wanted. That didn't mean you were incorrect in your principle. And so, yeah, it's a very negative growth.
Yeah, I think that shows the naivete of Upham's original thing, right? That he didn't consider the consequences. He didn't actually seize the consequences of moral decisions that he makes.
I think he finally at that moment right there, like he finally understands the idea of war. Like he finally
decisions are not
morality,
made in
all this
vacuum.
stuff, and it's just like just like all these the moral rights, the everything that seems right in war, or like maybe we have rules towards it and wherever. He's like, nah, fuck that. You killed all my friends. You killed the only people that like I don't know, made me like what I'm doing. And it's like you took that all away from me, and he's just like, here's my retribution. Boom. And he shoots him. So I thought that was a good scene. I mean, it was too late, and it was very too late in what he was doing, but he finally gets there.
Yeah, I think
I don't
Upham
think
has
he's getting to a good place, though.
No, he's not. He's going to get in a worse place. But I think Upham he has a child's view of war, right? Because he hasn't actually been in it. Oh, he's typed some stuff, and he works on maps, and he does translation, all that stuff, right?
Right.
He's now gone through war, but that whole the thing with our boy here, that he's talking about, well, this is the right thing to do or whatever, and it was like, dude, you don't understand what you're talking about, right? You are not. Oh, well, just let him go. And as Ryben said, you just let the enemy go, right? He's just going to go and join somebody else, one of his units, and be back in the war. We're going to be fighting this guy again. Upham just got his nose rubbed in it and realized that those decisions, that the kind of childish view of morality that he had, because again, he doesn't think about what the long-term consequences are for these decisions. And then he sees them, right? He gets Miller killed.
But Miller knew when he let him go.
Miller did. Yeah.
Well,
And
part of,
it's only logical.
Mm-hmm.
Even biblically, you're encouraged. It's like you're encouraged to count the cost of a moral decision. It's like, even the right decision, consider the cost of making that decision.
Yep.
Understand what might happen as a result of your decision, because doing the right thing will not always end positively.
Right. It's like letting the kid escape of the king that you just killed. and then be surprised when he comes back 20 years later to kill you.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know,
Well, it's also interesting because like him firing this gun, I believe that's the first time he's fired a gun since basic, and he kills the guy that he was trying to befriend and was, obviously saying that we should be letting him go. Like we can't kill him. That's not the right thing to do. Like, but the right thing to do is to let him go. And how ironic is that he ends up killing him? It's like it almost defeats the purpose of letting him go in the first place. Because if they would have killed him in the first place, then, who would Miller have still gotten shot? Who knows? Maybe, right? You could make that argument like someone else
Wouldn't have got shot by him,
but not by him. Yeah. So it's interesting, but I don't think this is like a redeemable moment for him. Like his failures still stick true.
It's the idea of like it's like when you fight in a war, it's like certain positive qualities that you have can die or be shed or be ruined. It's like he had a very clear principle the day or so before, and now he's lost it. Now he's betrayed it.
Yeah, Bush stands by Ryben was right. Yeah, I mean, there's an interesting argument to be made there, but
I just thought of something. Why are they fighting at Hogwarts?
Hogwarts?
It kind of looks like Hogwarts
in
the
fire. Yeah. That's true.
Well, because the Germans were trying to slither in.
Snap. Yeah.
This is the worst Quidditch game ever. Right?
Kick that man immediately. Terrible joke. No.
Not to get super serious here, but this is arguably one of the most hard-hitting lines in the entire movie. Because his Captain Miller's dying words is what shapes Ryan's life. So it's like this man's words shapes one man's entire life, and it's like I think the masculinity in his words, like this is just like coming to him or coming to Ryan as like a command, or like I'm Captain, I command you to earn it, but it's like there's this conviction in his words, and I think that's what like gives me chills when I hear it.
I think you have the teacher at the end.
Yeah.
Right. That he's telling. Look, Ryan probably would take on the burden himself, just realizing that or whatever. Right. But the fact that he's going to look like, I'm going to make sure you understand. Earn this. Right. Live a life that is worthy of the sacrifice.
Yeah. Like be that person who invents a longer lasting light bulb. Be that person who finds a cure to something and invents something, does something meaningful that because I and my squad helped give their life for you, aside from like 2 people, that you can now do something that you'll remember us always. And that's what we see in the cemetery, and we'll talk about that right after this moment here. But like that's why it hits him so hard, where it's like I wasn't sure how I would feel coming back here and so forth, because it's like and as you mentioned earlier, Shield Wall, is like him asking his wife those types of questions all these years later.
And she's like, what?
Yeah, it's like, why would you be asking me these things now all the time? Which I have a question about that, which we'll get to. But man, it's just great because like his dying words, and then you just kind of again like we can obviously not like Tom Hanks now. But I think even in this moment, but even just we'll just talk about acting in general, or like the way he's able to appear as if he's dying, and then just kind of going from having these last breaths to being completely just still and like
just do the relax.
Dead. Yeah, just relax and just and the shot of the hands too from both of Ryan's and then to Miller's here.
Miller's hand has stopped shaking.
Yeah. And poor Ryben here is, obviously
being Ryben of all people too is That's
Yeah.
quite
Is
a
Ryben the
choice.
only one that survived out of
Yes.
the whole group?
Upham.
Between him and
Yeah.
Upham, yeah, but
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
is Oppen really part of the group? What I'm talking about is like the old veterans. You know?
No, that's Ryben's the only one left.
yeah, exactly, Boosh. Yep. Ryben is
By the way, worth noting, Jackson, in his last moment, was trying to save someone.
Yep.
Which, I mean,
Parker, get out.
yeah.
fitting in for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, Parker, get down.
So real quick, I got a question. Did anybody play this map when it was in like Medal of Honor?
Oh yeah, Mohawk.
Yeah.
Hell
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah, and then I played. I think it might have been COD, but it was a modded map. Like somebody made it in like a certain game. Because I remember I played the Lord of the Rings. They did a bunch of stuff. They had like Helm's Deep, and
You might be thinking of Day of Defeat, which is a very old game, but yes.
yeah, it was a long time. It was on PC, but there were mods, right?
Yeah.
People just make maps and
Oh yeah.
like Minas Tirith or whatever. But yeah, they had this map. I remember because you could run around underneath there were like vaults or whatever underneath the road that went
Yeah.
along the river.
Yeah, and Carrington and all
Yeah.
of that. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, this part here too, because I imagine this is what a letter to his wife, right? And the moment that I thought about too after watching this was when it's him and Ryan talking about, and when Ryan's telling with his brothers, a story with his brothers and whatnot, and then he's like, tell me about the story about your wife and the with the roses, I think it is, and he's like, nope, that one I keep to myself.
That's just for me.
That was just for me.
Which I really like that line. I think it speaks to a traditional kind of possessiveness that men have about their women, to where even a simple, nice memory of them, it's like, that's mine.
Right.
Yeah,
I really like that part.
It's personal, and obviously, like there's this like guarded masculinity here that he keeps. That he's like, I'm not gonna he doesn't know Ryan, from any other soldier, right? He's like, I hope this guy's worth it, but even then, it's just.
I don't think he would tell even.
I don't think he's told anyone
close to him. I don't think he would tell anyone.
No, it's his wife.
That's his wife. It's like,
I don't think he's told Mike.
That part of me is mine and stays with between us.
Yep.
Yeah, he needs to protect that so it's not despoiled by the war.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And also with Ryan not talking to his wife about this whole thing. I know there were a lot of World War II veterans that never talked about what they experienced till way later in their life.
Yep.
Till they were towards the end. Other than just like stories like, oh, I went to Hawaii on a ship kind of thing.
Yeah.
They would tell you that, but they wouldn't talk about like the combat or the people they lost or whatever.
No, you might be able to if there was another veteran of same war, right? They'll get to talk, or even just veterans in general. Occasionally, you get them to talk. So I had a great uncle who was a Merrill's Marauder,
nice.
And so he went through Burma, having a lot of fun with that. But he came out and became an architect, and the most mild. Kind of an elegant man, whatever, but you would never get anything out of him other than his wife would talk about when he was shipped out and in hospital, and she came to visit him, and she was trying to be quiet, and he just came out of the bed and put her up against the wall and had her by the throat, and then he kind of woke up and he said, "Make noise, I'll sleep right through it." But people trying to be quiet and sneaking around, I immediately go into that. But occasionally I would have, so I had a cousin who was a Marine drill instructor and did 3 tours in Vietnam, volunteered for him. And Billy would occasionally get my uncle to tell a story about like what they did in Burma or whatever. It was some fucked up shit.
I bet.
Oh yeah, that whole campaign over there was a lot different.
Yeah.
Experience. like a lot different. We're talking like cannibalism and all kinds of crazy
Mhm.
crap. Not on the American side though. But
No, although he did one of the things they talked. So they really only supplied by airdrop, and they hadn't been resupplied in a while, but they ran into a unit that had been, and so they took boxes, the crates that had been dropped in. It was like chicken or something, and they filled it full of rocks, and they convinced the guys to trade with them. And he said when they were opening it as we were leaving, and they were shooting at us, we had to run, but we hadn't been fed, and we're more than willing to get it off of somebody else.
Yeah, Burma stuff is rough. Hard reads. Yeah, I want to say what I want to highlight UK's comment up here. Yeah, the scene hits me different after these days. I went to the National Arboretum for the first few months ago. When you see your friends' names on walls, it just makes things so real. Yeah, dude.
Yep.
It absolutely does. Like I know my parents had friends that, went to Vietnam and go into the wall in DC. Like obviously, like I didn't know them, but I wasn't even born yet. But just talking to my dad about it, like he kind of said the same thing, where it's just like it's a very eerie and weird feeling to see this, and yeah, it's definitely odd to kind of see your names or your friends names of your friends on
Or
stuff
family.
like that, your family. Like it's just and then when you see it in this movie, here with an older James Ryan with his son and daughter-in-law and whatnot, grandkids. I'm assuming, right, and like in the back here, and his wife, and not too sure who else was with it, but it's his entire family. As he says, like came with him.
Honestly, my first thought was how expensive it would be to bring them all with them.
I mean, I guess it depends on what year this would have been in, because like now,
I assumed it was 97.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, like think of it this way. Like imagine if you went last year for like the 80th anniversary, right? Like in today's money, like.
Well, I remember in the 50th anniversary, there were a lot of VFWs and stuff like that were paying to send veterans to go.
Which is amazing. I basically kind of cut the first half of the movie and then the last half here, for the talking points of this. But
that first bit when he breaks down. Ooh.
Yeah, when he falls to the ground, you're just like, oh.
It's like, bro, don't start like this. I don't need this.
Yeah, it's like, come on, man. Where's your strength, Ryan? But like, yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of those moments where, even at the end, like as he's kind of, as he finds Miller's, cross, and is just replaying everything he possibly can in his head here, and obviously this is when his wife approaches, his family kind of gets up, but like the fact that he just drops down and he's talking to Miller as if he's alive. I mean, like obviously this is something that we've seen and done to gravestones, as if they're there. So it's a very real and personal moment here that it's there's a lot of masculinity here, which I do want to talk about. Because of this moment with Ryan asking, did I live a good life? Was I a good man? And it's like the weight that he's carried his entire life has been at the cost of other men's sacrifice. And like this isn't about like obviously we know this, like his tears are not about being weak, right? Like this is a lifetime of gratitude because he got to live to an old age where he was maybe 18, 19, 20, when he was, in Ramel, right? Like I forget what they said, but assuming in that sort of young age.
Yeah. And being, I think the youngest of the brothers, he probably would.
Yeah. He's probably 70 or 71 in this.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, you've lived a good life, from being 18 to 20 to 70 something right here. I mean, and I think what's interesting about this is his desire to ask his wife about living a good life, being a good man, like the idea of being good, shows that like I think this masculinity is like ultimately about like what kind of man you are when no one's watching, right? Like what do we do when other people aren't watching? Because you could be a scumbag when people aren't watching you, but then you know who you are on the inside, like you know who you are when the doors are closed, right? Like but I think for him here, and the portrayal of James Ryan, like the legacy of him, which is a question I was going to ask before, was like, is a man's legacy defined or determined like as like by how he dies or what he leaves behind? Because Miller, obviously he left his wife behind, but he left James Ryan behind. So it's like, here's this man, James Ryan,
and all of those men that he believes that he saved by spending the lives of his men on missions.
Well, what's one of the things he says to his grave? I brought my family with me.
Yeah.
And you look at them and you realize, oh, so him saving him enables them to be alive.
Generations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like he said, how many times the amount? 10 times the amount? 20 times the amount?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, so I mean, yeah, the fact that you've got 3 generations right here, is exactly it fits Miller's calculus.
Yeah.
Right. Like this isn't like a shameful moment. It's like it is earned. Like he legit did what Captain Miller told him to do on that.
Yeah, and I think the language that Ryan uses. So he's like, I've tried to live a good life and to earn what all of you sacrificed for me or whatever, right? But it's one thing to, in your mind you can say, okay, I'm doing the right thing, this and whatever. But sometimes you need an external check, right? And he already has some doubts, right? I've tried. He didn't say he had. Right. He had tried to do it every day. But then he asks his wife, right? He wants to know, I mean, the validation. Tell me I'm a good man.
Yeah.
Right. Yep. I've lived a good life. Right. Because he has the doubt. He's not sure he's earned it.
Yeah. And I like that we don't get information on like, what does he do for a living or anything. It's
right.
It's not achievement. Yeah. It's not about achievement. It's like he's tried to be principled. That's the impression more that you get. It's like, it's not necessarily about what did he achieve or anything. But hey, I did bring, my family here and they're here because of what you did, because if not for what he did, Ryan's not there. These people aren't here.
Yeah.
Yep. Exactly. You can.
And they care enough about him to support him. Right. So
yeah.
He's obviously been good enough man that they raised a good family.
If you wanted to complete Upham's arc here, you would have shown him at Mellish's grave bringing him ammo finally.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
He just yearly brings him ammo. I should have done it sooner.
Here's a belt of 30-06.
Yeah, instead of flowers or like whatever, he just brings him belts of ammo.
Yeah.
Like, what is this Rambo looking like Star of David over here?
Well, that's a thing. Did like I asked, I wondered what became of Upham. Did he do something with his life to try to make up for that moment?
He invented the longer lasting
light bulb.
Did he go on to, found a charity or do something great, or does he, die with a bottle in his hand in the gutter somewhere?
Yeah, because the guilt of cowardice is always
or
on him.
just the whole thing.
He went to find a longer belt for
and a tree, a tall tree.
Right.
Yeah.
And those are, I guess, interesting questions. And exactly what did Ryan go on to do with his life?
Yeah. Again, I think that sort of information is nice that we don't know, so we can kind of talk about it and sort of surmise like what he might have done in a 60-year time span, right? Like he obviously got married, had kids, and then his kid had kids. So obviously, like to do well enough to raise a family, right? And I assume based on what he knows or what he knew, that he also could in turn you know be masculine as a father figure, as a husband, as a
Yes.
grandfather.
So he doesn't go on to maybe I don't know, make the longer lasting light bulb or anything like that. But he does go on to give his lineage. Like his lineage lives on, and that's a good thing that a lot of people kind of overlook sometimes or whatever. Where it's like, when you have kids and everything, your lineage lives on, and stuff like that is extremely important. And he wouldn't have had that opportunity if it wasn't for Miller. Like,
Yeah.
and so like that alone that's a win. And hopefully maybe his lineage is like, I don't know, somebody who I don't know, gets to Mars first or some shit like that.
Yeah, right. You
He
never know.
joins the
You
Film
never know.
Actors Guild.
Oh God, no.
Dan!
Yeah,
Well-
but yeah, you never know.
Exactly.
Also, keep in mind, so he was so young, but when he came back and he survived the war, they had the GI Bill, so many veterans went to college off of that, that the college level of
Night Wheeling.
education exploded in
Thanks
America.
for tuning in.
Because it used to be, prior to that, if you went to college, it was like a super huge deal. Like you were a big shot, right? And because it costs a lot of money, and it wasn't, we're just letting anybody in. But when all the troops came back and the GI Bill gave them housing benefits, there was a housing boom, there was a construction boom. People, you needed all these other things, like Walmarts and all that kind of stuff. But because everybody got to go to college, it was something that was one of their benefits that they could do. The amount of people that actually went to college like skyrocketed. And
Well,
so
also opens up access, because the GI Bill is really the reason you have community colleges.
Exactly, right. And also housing. This is where you get the suburbs from.
Yep.
And then there's a baby boom because everyone's just happy to be alive, and they have had their lives on hold for, depending on how long it's been, anywhere from 4 to 8 years or whatever, depending on where in the world you were from. And even on the defeated side, they're just happy to be alive and want to get back to building build their nations.
Take care, buddy.
So
yeah, I think that the question is is it required? Do you earn it by doing great things? The thing is that like in civilian life, you don't have the opportunity like you do in warfare to really substantially alter. That a few men in the right place at the right time can substantially change the world very quickly, right? In peacetime, as civilians, change is gradual. It's incremental. Yeah, you have a bit boost, but a lot of that is built on the smaller work of others, right? We all kind of stand on the shoulders of giants, but you change the world one person at a time as a civilian, right? You're not a politician. You can't, pass big legislation like me and give you big speechifyings and all that, right? For the vast majority of us, the only way that we change the world is to convince people around us of certain things, right? That we think this is a good idea, convince them. You actually go out and do some work, to get the ball rolling. So Ryan doesn't have to be, guy who cures cancer or anything like that, right? He just has to be a good man in the world who made a difference. And it's like a, dropping a rock in a pond. Those waves keep spreading out. And all through the generations, they keep spreading.
Agreed. I guess one last couple of questions I'll ask. Can gratitude be a masculine virtue?
Absolutely.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
A lack of gratitude certainly is anti.
Yeah, that's bitch.
Yeah. So like it's interesting because I think for Upham specifically, right? Like obviously we know Ryan is forever grateful, but for Upham though, do we think he has some gratitude at least, like, or
Towards who?
or what?
Just for being alive, or
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, like the
oh,
fact that he's alive still, or like,
I
mean,
think
he,
it's
he,
something
he
to
has
do with-
he has gratitude, but his gratitude is towards being a coward, which is like not anything that I don't know. I would assume most men would not strive for. Like in your last maybe thoughts, it's just like, oh, I'm alive because I was a coward. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a
He-
curse.
He has reason for genuine gratitude. It's the question of whether or not he'll understand that, through the fog of his failure.
He might, because he's supposedly learned. He's a learned person. Like he's smart to a certain degree, but I don't know if that actually applies to the film and the way that the character development and everything goes on with him. I don't know. Like if anything, he might be one of those type of people that let's just say has extreme PTSD and does something to themselves. Let's go with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean he's it's a curse that he lives, because that cowardice is going to be with him every day. It's whether he chooses at some point to attempt to redeem, that even though you never really can.
I think we could agree on that. I think one thing he's not going to do is just life go on as normal.
Yeah, no.
Like, oh, nothing really happened, right? It's going to be either he, like I said, dead in a ditch with a bottle in his hand, or he goes on to like, I really have to make up for this and invent the longer lasting light bulb or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, we're on the gutter. Just some of us are looking at the stars, type of ideal. It's all
right. Yeah.
Work to make amends, or you can let the guilt eat you alive.
Yep. Right. And also, I know there's a lot of like the John Wayne, never say you're sorry. You know what I mean? Never admit you're wrong. But I think that it's extremely masculine to recognize when you are not correct and state that you're not, instead of trying to be like, no, I'm right all the time. You know what I mean? Or be able to change your mind about something if you get new information.
Yep. Yeah, never admit you're wrong is a much more like feminist quality.
Right.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
have an argument with your wife. Find out.
Now, maybe
one of the things about being even like an online creator or anything like that is just like you own up to your own like ignorances every now and then.
Yeah.
So it's like you're ignorant about something, and then all of a sudden you learn new information. It's just like shit. You don't. It's not that you say you're sorry. You're just like, I was wrong, right?
Yeah.
And you're just like, well, okay. Now that I have new information, I just didn't have that information at the time. Whatever, and then you just go on from there. You just you just keep going, and in a situation like this, wartime and stuff like that, you're dealing with whatever the rules and regulations technically are that are given to you. But it's like even letting that German guy go, like they could easily just shot him in the back and just been like, okay, whatever, and he wouldn't be back. But it's like you technically did the right thing, but at the end it still came back to bite you in the ass or whatever. But that was his duty and your duty, and like you're still doing the right thing.
Well, that's also the dynamic of decision making, is you have to take into account as many variables as you can, but sometimes there's unintended consequences.
Yeah, you're always operating with incomplete information.
Exactly.
And
very
so
rarely, you're right, can you make a decision with all the information available and all the outcomes paced out, and unless you're Doctor Strange.
Yeah, yeah, but I mean, there's an engineering term that we use: is strong opinions weakly held. Right, that you have given that you're always dealing with incomplete information, you have to make a decision within a certain time frame. You make it, and you don't waffle or piddle around, but you are always looking for additional information that would prove it wrong. And when it meets that threshold, you then change the opinion and you hold that strong until you find something else.
And sometimes it comes down to literally like a flip of the coin, a roll of the dice.
Yep.
Like, will this work or not, or whatever. You make maybe the the least crappy decision. How about that?
Yeah,
So
least worst.
you're in a dilemma, right? You have to. There's no good answer, but you make the best choice out of the two bad ones,
Right.
Yeah.
and see
And you
what-
don't vacillate, because then as in leadership, I mean, that then everybody else is like, what the hell's going on? They don't believe it.
Right.
You have to make the decision. You have to stick to
Mhm.
it, and you stick to it until you
Right.
get sufficient information to realize
Exactly.
you're incorrect.
Unless there's something obvious that comes up, then you
Mhm.
can go ahead and change.
Yep.
But
Stand
I've
with
known
that.
a lot of people that wouldn't be willing to change because they thought it would make them look bad.
Right.
But
No, again, that's like
Yeah.
the people that go, well, if you ask questions, it shows you're weak. And I was like, if you think asking a question makes you
Makes
look
you weak?
stupid, don't ask the question and see how it works
See,
out.
exactly. Yeah. Try not asking that question and see how you do. But
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. And I mean, this obviously, like, this movie is a lot about sacrifice. I mean, because it's based on real life, right? Like a lot of fallen heroes, not just in America, in this war, but our allies as well have sacrificed their lives for other men, their countrymen, and whatnot. So I don't think there's any right or wrong answer to this, but do we think that sacrifice itself is like the peak of masculinity, or sorry, or I should say like masculine strength, or do we think it's just like one piece of like a greater idea about masculine strength?
I mean, it can be the primary piece. Obviously, it has to be tempered with a proper cause, intent. It's like it can't merely be sacrifice.
Yeah, the context matters.
Yeah, the context obviously is going to matter, but yes, it's like assuming the context is good. Yes, it's the ultimate form.
yeah, because if you're doing it right, you're doing it throughout your whole life for your spouse, your kids, your country, your community,
Yeah.
all those things. You're putting all that before yourself. You know, and I think that's how a healthy society functions for the most part. Because when you have people that are super selfish, then things don't tend to work out too well.
We stop having a society.
Right.
Yeah, I agree.
Also, I think another masculine trait is accountability.
Yeah.
To be able to hold yourself accountable and other people and accept accountability for things. And we know there's a portion of the population that don't do that
No,
as much.
No.
True.
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing that kind of
Would you say it's about 13%? 13%?
No.
I'm sorry.
It's
My bad.
It's more like
bad.
51%.
I'm thinking is what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go
And, it's not a blanket statement. Not all,
Yeah,
but a
yeah,
pretty
yeah.
high portion of that.
Clearly not targeting anybody, but
No.
we know.
But
we know.
I think there's another question that the movie brings up, and it's the value of the individual versus the value of the collective.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And that's and it's why the squad initially is like, what are we doing here? And this doesn't make any sense, right? You're going to sacrifice us for this one guy, right? But the reason that Western society, well, in the past anyway, the reason it was important was because it recognized the value of the individual, right? That to say, well, the needs of the many outweighed the needs of the few. Fuck off, right? That's what happened in Russia and in other areas, right? Germany during this time period. The idea that the individual still matters, that they're worth saving. It's an interesting question, and I'm not sure that it entirely resolves it, but it does demonstrate that just saving this one person has all of these consequences going forward over time, right?
Yeah.
With Ryan.
And saving one individual, kind of can become saving other individuals, or at least, because obviously Ryan went on to have family.
Right.
And so therefore more individuals were created out of saving that one.
Yeah, it's the
individual.
Schindler's
Kind of
List thing, right?
Yeah.
That any man that says one person saves a world entire.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of what you were talking about earlier, where it's like, the number itself can't satisfy. It has to be what is done with that person's life. The numbers kind of would work. It's like the numbers might just work themselves out on their own. It's what does that person live for?
Right.
Yeah. What's up, Magnegro? Yeah, I definitely concur with you guys. And as we bring this lovely stream that we've been having the last couple of hours here, what is everyone's masculine rating? I'm going to put that as a poll in the chat over on YouTube as well. So if you're watching, select what you think. But as for my panel here, Slifax, let's start with you.
I find it kind of easy to go with the first 20 minutes of the movie is a 10 out of 10, maybe even 11 out of 10. Like the first 20 minutes with that opening beach scene is just it's crazy, it's insane. We talked about that for like at least almost an hour. Like it just it encapsulates what there's just so many things in it that display what we would consider masculine traits within characters and everything. The rest of the movie, I'm going to go ahead and leave at like actually a 9 out of 10 because the rest of the movie is still really good. But that opening scene just really like it's hard to beat. So, I mean, it might be a weak 9 out of 10 compared to like the rest of the movie type of deal, if you know what I'm saying. But I mean, it's still so good. Like we've been talking about it for about 4 hours, give or take, 3.5, 4 hours.
Yeah.
And all the things that are portrayed in it is it's the kind of stuff you would want to see in a masculine movie or like a movie that has masculine traits towards it. And you don't need to see anybody like randomly flexing and doing all sorts of crazy shit. No, it's like whatever they're doing is just it's it's so obviously military based, but it's also it's the kind of stuff you would expect like a man to do in a bad situation. Like, this is what I have to do. Like this is it. This is like you're faced with bad consequence or like bad decisions with bad consequences, but also at the same time, you need to be able to make the manly decision of handling that. And I think in this movie they portray a lot of that very well. So that's my rating. I would say overall like 10 out of 10 for the first 20 minutes, and then 9 out of 10 for the rest of the movie. So there you go.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And but before I do want to address or answer Magnegro's clip here. But before we do that, since you mentioned the beginning part of this movie, which I'm sure all of us will, and because we also talked about it for quite a bit. I didn't play this clip, but I'll play it now. Just to show how insane.
Can we one second there? Let me just express like, so he comes out of the water, right? He comes out of the water and he still has blood on his face, which is crazy because that's blood from other people being shot.
Yeah,
that is what a great detail. Like he comes out of blood filled water and it's just spilling over his face. So
when he puts his helmet back on and it's full of the bloody water.
Yeah, he's just like he has to dump it out. He's like, holy shit. And it's like, damn, man, like little details like that, so great. So
the guy that gets shot in the canteen and it's water and then blood starts coming out afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
How many of us saw it in the cinema?
I saw it in the theater back when it came out.
Yeah, I was not able to because we had just moved to California and we couldn't get sitters for the kids.
I saw it like opening night, and then I went and like it ran for a couple of weeks, right? And I went to see a couple of other movies, and I remember that they were like, "Hey," like we were walking to go into our theater, and it was playing in a couple of other theaters, and somebody was running out, and they were like trying to get the staff, and they're like, "Hey, we need help in here," because people were having like complete flashback breakdowns and stuff in the theater.
Yeah,
from it.
So granola grain. Sniper Prayer, Crosshairs. Yeah.
I didn't see it in theaters back in the day. I did see it in theaters in 2019 for, I think it was the
there was a re-release?
Yeah, they did for the 75-year anniversary of D-Day. They did a re-release nearby, and I got to see it in a theater then with a good number of veterans, which that was pretty cool.
That's cool.
I saw when it came out, my parents saw it without me, just to see if because I was like 13 at the time, but my dad and I went to go see it, and I was like, just shook, but also like I was like, this is why I love video games to a certain extent.
You know, I don't know if I would have taken a 13-year-old to see that movie.
I mean, I was fine.
Yeah, but you know it. Yeah,
like it was
depends on the kid,
right?
Yeah,
that's true.
Like because it was one of those things where like if it turned out poorly, then yeah, I'm sure it wouldn't have been good in hindsight, but like it definitely like made me respect things, because like I mean I've been to Pearl Harbor before. I've been to quite a few
I've been to the Arizona,
which is standing over the Arizona is just so eerie, man. Like I think it got closed down recently. I could be mistaken, but Gordy, how would you rate this on a masculine scale?
I mean, I think the film is a masterpiece from start to finish. If I'm just rating it on a masculine scale, I'd probably give it the same rating I'd give the movie. I would give it 10 longer lasting light bulbs out of 10.
Based,
yes. Anthony saw it in theater. Hell yeah,
I think
dude.
the depth of exploration of various masculine qualities is littered throughout there. I mean, there's a lot of different examinations of different things, and puts a lot of characters through various paces. It uses certain characters to exemplify certain positive and negative qualities, and it does so respectfully and with a good deal of introspection. I mean, it speaks to the audience while not like bombarding them with message. I mean, this is a very well crafted movie technically, as well as thematically. This is a genuinely great film.
Yeah, 100%, man. That dude, Magdino, that is awesome. He's passed out, but my neighbor 2 houses down was there on the beach on D-Day. That's awesome, man.
I had a World War I vet that was a neighbor of mine when I was a little kid.
Oh man,
he was he was well into
truth.
I think he died at like 105. I want to say. Yeah,
that's crazy, man. I would definitely like to do 1917 at one point and talk some World War I stuff. That'd be kind of interesting, but good one. Your ratings.
I mean, yeah, this one, you have the sheer action and the terror, and overcoming that fear at the beginning, but then you have the moral complexity throughout the rest of the movie that really makes them, think about the choices they're making, the consequences, the burdens of leadership, and how you send men to die, along with the men who are sent to die, and such a good mix. I think Upham is he's annoying, but he's a useful contrast for the rest of them, right? He really in some ways becomes the avatar for the audience, in that the vast majority of the audience never seen warfare, certainly hasn't seen it this scale, hopefully never does. And the instincts that he has and the instincts that you would have, where you're like, man, take cover, there's shooting. It was like that gets you killed. And then the moral, but he's surrendered. I mean, he's a POW, and yeah, that pays off well.
Right.
And then again, when he doesn't have other men around him, and everything starts hitting the fan, he lets his fear overcome him. And I think that most people, absent proper training and the experience of being through combat, would tend to do the same. That they would fold. They don't have that just muscle memory that you've been programmed to do through basic and through training, extended training in infantry tactics and warfare. I think that the again, the very beginning and the very end, right? With old man Ryan, those things punch right in the gut,
Yep.
right? Because they ask the questions that any man should ask, regardless, right? Am I a good man? Have I lived a good life? Am I earning the opportunity that's been given to me, right? And am I doing it every day?
Yep.
And that he questions it is absolutely peak masculinity, right? Because to think, oh, I'm perfectly fine, this whatever, that's just bravado. That's talking out of your ass, right? If you have any introspection, you'll always question what you're doing. Am I doing the right thing? I know I don't have enough information. This is I'm doing the best I can. Is my best good enough? Yeah, I think this is a 10 out of 10 masculinity wise.
Yeah. I definitely agree. And last but not least, our guest, first timer here, Shield Ball. What's your masculine rating here?
I'm gonna give it a 9. I mean, really, the only 10 masculine rating really is like Doom with Doom Eternal music playing. They're running around shotgunning demons' heads off. I mean, that's like, peak 10 masculine. But this is a 9. It's really good. Also, the reality is that I think every place has an Upham. They're in society. They're out there, doing Upham things. But I mean, no one really knows how they're going to react until they're in a situation like that. So, I don't know. Maybe there's a little bit of Upham in all of us.
I think
No,
there is. I think the difference is overcoming it.
Bitch made people will be bitch made regardless. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to curse or whatever, but I mean, let's be honest. You know those people. You have a couple of those friends. Everybody has those friends or whatever. And like you just look at them, and you just know that person. As much as they say they got your back, they don't. You just know. Sorry, but
yeah, the difference
let's
is
be
that,
honest.
There's the obvious coward in everything, everywhere, all at once, right? Those There are also the people that man in daily life, little stress, whatever, they're fine, whatever. You throw them in this kind of a situation, you see them fold, and it's like, yeah, the fear got too much, right? That's why they train militaries. They don't, again, it's not just, excuse me, we have the special test that sees whether you have the large enough balls to handle being shot at.
And that's part
Nobody
of
does.
That's part of why you go through basic training to weed those people out.
Yep.
Exactly why that's why it's tough. That's why you get the whole Full Metal Jacket, drill sergeant treatment is to weed people that are that bad out.
Yep.
Now,
they're the easy ones.
Right.
The training is for the rest of them.
Exactly. But yeah, thanks for having me on. It's a lot of fun. Great movie. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's. I rated a 9 mainly just because the Upham thing just puts me off so bad.
Yeah,
but I think you need the
like
contrast, right?
Yeah, it's the contrast. I think it's still you can teach a masculine lesson through the negative outcome. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and for my rating, yeah, I mean, we all will often joke that Predator is the peak masculine movie. That is an 11 per Spinal Tap rating.
It's pretty far up there.
But like again, I think
Shakespeare in Love's got to be a 12 then, right?
Yeah, I
that's true.
It beat this one.
Yeah. Titanic 13.
There's no Uphams in Shakespeare in Love.
Right. No. Yeah. But no, it is good that we get the opposite of a masculine character in this movie with Upham. That is, that cowardice character is surrounded by other masculine characters, and you kind of see his actions and obviously, like, we have a lot of great talking points surrounding him, as well as the other cast of characters here, because there is more than likely someone like that in real life that was that participated in World War I or II or any of the other wars, Vietnam, you name it, and it's just like it's bound to happen. And again, like I know someone said it in chat where I was like, unfortunately, like you don't get to choose when you're drafting people, right? When people
Yeah.
get enlisted, like you're just stuck with who you're stuck with.
Yeah.
You know, like and the people in command, if they don't know who they are from a hole in the wall, like you're just a name on a sheet of paper, you know, that you get stuck with this platoon and whatnot. So it's but you find out, right? Like, you know, you find out as you enter battle, you storm on the beach, you make it past, you know, D-Day and you live onward and see what you actually do with yourself in the war here. And as much as this movie does a great job portraying that and, you know, defining what the masculinity is, that is very relative and very realistic in our world here, because it's not like there's an alien from another universe that, you know, is, you know, attacking, you know, a squad of the most, you know, macho and masculine, you know, men on the planet. This is real life. You know, these guys aren't like super jacked and, you know, and pumped and smoking cigars and, you know, lifting weights and, you know, carrying M16s here, right? Like this is the complete opposite. No one has a Gatling gun here. If anything, they've got, you know, a 30 cal at that point, right? Yeah, it's like I'm somewhere between like a 9 and a 10, like maybe like a 9.5. But it's a great movie. You know, I mean, obviously, I'm sure we could continue talking about it. But it's got humor, right? Like which adds to the masculinity, right? As we've talked about it, right? Gallows talk. There's some painful deaths. You know, so, you know, masculinity through grieving. You know, the strength that comes through it, the reflections that come through it, the beating the fear, beating the nerves, pushing onward, doing the right thing, figuring out what, you know, the correct, you know, thing to do in war with justice. You know, unfortunately, when you let the POW walk away, and he's not really a POW anymore because he's not bound, technically he could have just gotten killed. But, you know, I guess you want to tie that circle back around with Steamboat Willie killing Captain Miller here, and then Upham killing Steamboat Willie. Interesting turn of events, that's for sure.
Consequences, bitches.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, masculine consequences. But so that's kind of where I'm at. I know this is not part of the film by any means, but I know Magneto said, which is Spielberg's last greatest film? Is it Munich or is it Saving Private Ryan?
Neither. Munich, I would say, is a good film. I don't think it's a great one. His last great film was Catch Me If You Can. That was his last great film. That was in, 2005? I think it was.
Which also had Tom Hanks in it. Yeah.
I think that's the last great movie he did.
Yeah, I mean,
I think this is it for me. He takes a noticeable drop after this, and struggles.
Yeah, like I mean, Catch Me If You Can is definitely on the lower end of great.
Right.
This is the higher end.
Yeah.
It's still a pretty good movie.
You know, I don't know if I would consider this movie I'm about to name as a great movie. I don't think it's better than Saving Private Ryan collectively, but I do think it's a damn good film. But I really enjoyed Lincoln.
I haven't watched Lincoln yet.
Yeah, that's really good. I was surprised by how
Daniel
good it is.
Day-Lewis, bro.
Yep.
I mean, obviously he's like arguably one of the greatest actors.
And he
in
really
history.
kills it in that.
Yeah.
The only Lincoln movie that's better is Lincoln Vampire Hunter.
Yeah,
of course. That's the superior movie that Spielberg did not write.
Yeah, exactly.
Or direct, but
obviously I'm kidding.
They left out that part of his history. I ain't watching.
Yeah, it's all whitewashed. I mean, it's terrible. It's part of the blackout.
Yeah. But let's see what the the people on YouTube, glorious watchers on YouTube. I put a rating up there. Basically, I put 7 or lower, 8, 9, or 10. I'll end this poll right now. I think we've left it open far long enough. 0% for 7 or below. We've got 11% that gave it an 8. We've got 33% that gave it a 10, and the majority of people on YouTube gave it a 9. So,
That's good.
between a 9 and a 10. I mean, I think that's where, all of us
Yep.
here in the panel are sitting. So
I think that's a fair rating.
Yep.
yeah,
You know,
absolutely. Absolutely. So Ready Player One, anyone?
I've only
it's
seen
got-
that
Nine.
movie like once,
Read
and
the
I think I was
book.
really
Read the
tired
book.
when I saw it. So
Ready Player One.
it was a lot of stuff happening on screen.
Ready Player One is like a 3
That-
or a 4. At best.
That's one of those where it's like, okay, so many people say, hey, read the book when it comes to whatever movie adaptation comes about. That is one where I'm like, dude, read the book, because the book is actually way the fuck better. Like, it is so much more entertaining. It is, and it's only like 400. It's only like 400 pages, 450, give or take. But it's not that long of a book. Like, you can knock it out in a day or two, depending on your reading comprehension or whatever. It's not that long, and it is way better. And then if you were to watch the movie afterwards, the movie is like a massive disappointment compared to the book.
There are a lot
which is
of
crazy.
movies like that.
There's a lot like
There
that.
are.
Yes, this is one that I would say that it was one of the more recent ones that I saw that I was just like, oh my god, like this book is not that old and they still messed it up. So I mean there's plenty of those from, like, I don't know, the 90s or the 80s or
Yeah, The
even
Running
early
Man.
2000s.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Like
Which
the
one?
books, yeah, the books to movie translation do not do them justice, kind of deal. Like it's
Or
it's
just
kinda
totally
crazy.
change them, right? It was like, oh, you used the title, and after that, it got vague.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Which one did you say,
Exactly.
Goodwin?
The Running Man.
I just watched that this past Wednesday for the first time. Yeah, that was that was a movie.
Yeah, it had nothing to do other than the title. with-
Yeah, like it was kind of fun, but I was like, this is really dumb.
Yeah, it
Mhm.
was kind of the best part in the movie is where that guy is sweeping the floor or whatever, and he messes up the dude's shoes, and he's like, "Oh, we'll find some place for you." Yeah, thanks. And he's like, "Get that guy out of here, fire him. I want
Yeah,
him gone by the end of the day."
yeah. Richard Dawson is hilarious. And
Yeah,
hmm
Dragon Master has to, how long until I am monetized on YouTube? Well, it's funny you should mention that. You obviously need to hit 500 subscribers, and just a little bit away still from that. So if you are watching on YouTube and you haven't subscribed, listen, it's free. You just hit subscribe, and then you watch whatever videos I put on from time to time, and you watch. Probably, arguably, some say it might be the best stream on YouTube right now that talks about masculine shit that no one else is talking about. But no, I seriously think that no one else is talking about stuff like this, which is why I took Captain Miller's advice in earning it and trying to, gather my fellow brethren around here and talking about masculinity, because we need more of it. We need to see it more in cinema. We need to see it more in our daily lives. Enough of these weak fucking people. What happens if war breaks out? Who's going to lead them? Pipsqueaks? Hell no.
Upham, I believe, is available.
We don't
Yeah,
need a
there's
war of Uphams. We will lose.
Mhm.
We will lose terribly. So, if you're watching on YouTube and you want to hit subscribe, I would appreciate it. If you're watching on X, which I know we've got quite a few people on X, I appreciate everyone watching. I really do. And if you prefer to watch on X and not on YouTube, I can understand why you would. But even if you have a YouTube account and you just want to just sign over to YouTube and just hit like, subscribe, and then continue watching on X, I will not fault you whatsoever. I would appreciate that. But as far as hours go, I'm like just a little over 300 hours of watch time away from hitting that mark. So,
Nice.
yeah, it's like
That's why Nick's going to drag this stream out for another 2 hours. He's trying to add everything he can.
I know starting late has made me realize I'm like, nah, this is why I like to start at 9 p.m.
Yes.
Absolutely. But no, so I listen, I appreciate everyone that's watched. And if you're watching this on replay, and if you've made it this far, like Blue Collar Loser, perhaps, just leave a comment being like, I don't like Tom Hanks. That's fine, but I love the movie, right? Whatever it happens to be. Leave your masculinity rating scale in the comment section. Tell me what your favorite part is. Your favorite line, your favorite gallows humor line. Whatever it is. But tell me a scene you hated or a scene you liked from this movie. Does this movie give you chills? Whatever. Like, did you know someone that fought in World War II? Some of us have already described. So. I appreciate all the watch time and the likes and the people that have subscribed tonight, and I really do appreciate it. So we are going to wrap it up here. We'll do a quick roundtable of where people are going to be at this week, and we'll call it. So, Syfax, where are you going to be this week, man?
At
Bootzilla.
Let's see here. So it's Monday. So usually on Tuesday nights, you can catch me over at DA's stream. So it'll be the nightcap over there. And then sometimes I do like an after party on Tuesdays and Thursdays for his streams that he does. Wednesday is like the main day that I'm doing like a stream. It'll be 3 p.m., 6 p.m. Let's see, Eastern time, whatever. So it's like 3 p.m. PST, 3 p.m. EST, whatever. And then on Fridays, I'm on with my co-host, who is Rockefeller Plaza, and he does something. He does YouTube and chill on Fridays. And so there you go. Yeah, he's a pretty solid person, man. I like that guy.
And that's awesome, man. You're pretty busy streaming and stuff.
Trying to do it, man. Trying to get it out there, man. And I'm either losing or gaining subscribers. It's all good. I'm on the same journey Nick is, where it's like I need 500 subscribers. That's my goal is 500 subscribers, because I'm very close to the 3,000 watch hours. That's actually not my problem. Like, my problem is the 500 subscribers. So,
For sure.
Yes, if you guys want to subscribe, go subscribe to Syfax. I'll appreciate you, I swear.
Do it.
But
Do it now.
Other than that, I appreciate being on here as well, and always talking to all you awesome gentlemen. And yes, go subscribe to Syfax. I appreciate it. Peace out.
Absolutely. Gord,
as far as that goes.
Where are you going to be this week, man? Or doing this week?
I'll probably do a couple of gaming streams this week. I did actually release a video on my gaming channel today. About a 12-minute highlight reel of me messing around with the demo for Half Sword, which is hilariously gory. So that's a good bit of fun if you want a little bit of bloody entertainment. And also last week I re-uploaded the retouched version of my Captain America video as I, move my movie reviews over to what is the new main channel. So do check that out. Leave a like, leave a comment, all that good stuff for that. And I got more stuff in the works for the coming weeks.
Awesome, man. Yeah, I saw that you posted the video, and I am definitely going to check it out tomorrow. Now that I am back home and have more service, not in the mountains where I was the last couple of days. So, good one, sir. Where are you going to be this week?
Let's see. Tomorrow I'll be on Jacob Ironsides, where we covered The Dirty Dozen.
Hell yeah.
Excellent movie. And then Friday we'll be on Niats for The Wretched Judge Dredd.
Are you talking the Stallone one?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, he said the wretched one.
Yeah, it's the wretched one. Yeah, not the good one.
We already discussed the good one last week.
Yeah,
not Dredd, Judge Dredd.
Yeah. I think I'm on that stream with Niad, so that'll be fun.
R.I.P. Nick.
I know. That's gonna be.
And don't subscribe to me because I don't have a channel. So there you go. There, I fixed it.
You can follow me on X.
Yeah.
Shieldwall, what you going to be doing this week, man?
Well, first off, Syfax has one more sub. I thought I was already subbed to you, but apparently it wasn't. So, but I am now.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate it, man. Like I lost like 6 this week, and I have no idea why. I dropped one video on Mission Impossible, and boom, I lost 6 people. I was like, what did I do?
It's YouTube. It's YouTube.
It could just
They're
be
doing
YouTube.
another bot purge.
I understand. It's fine.
Yeah.
But
Anyways, oh, go ahead.
No. I was gonna say is like I'm on the
fishy.
same journey as Nick, which is like we need to get to 500. Once you get 500, then you could you have a lot more options that you can make your channel like grow from there, and I don't know. I was just like it was a little disheartening for like a half a minute, and then it
Have a
took
good
me
night,
one
fishy.
day, and all of a sudden
Later,
people
fish.
started subbing again. Also, thank you Shieldwall for subbing. Like you don't even gotta watch the videos, man. Just sub. Just hit the sub and be like, I don't even want to watch your stuff. It's fine. Just don't click on my stuff if you don't want to watch it. But hit the sub button so I get 500. Same with Nick. Well, I mean, hopefully you. By the way, watch all of our stuff if you can.
Yeah,
but if you don't want to,
Watch just
at
watch
least
all of mine.
subscribe. At least subscribe. At least subscribe, man. Like it's
at
one
least
click
go
away.
in and leave a quick comment.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to interact, otherwise the subscription will be removed.
hit a like and then leave a quick comment. It doesn't. Usually, what I do is I just say "great stream" or "great video." That's it, and it counts. So. Anyways, for me, tomorrow I will be on Jacob Ironside's channel talking The Dirty Dozen, the movie The Dirty Dozen. I think it's 1968 is the movie, something like that. And then on Thursday, I will be on Roman of the Empire's channel, and we will be doing let's call it a free range, where we just basically talk about things that are in the news, movies, general pop culture, things like that. It kind of goes where it wants to. But it's always a good time. Lots of fun. So yeah, I invite you to come to those two channels and check it out. I also do not have a YouTube channel, but I am on X. I don't really post that much, but every once in a while I'll get a wild hair and do something crazy, like make a post about how I can't stand people that pull up to gas pumps, sit in their car, put the gas in and go inside. Now, if you're just going to like pay the cashier, that's fine. But then they go in and they shop and they buy like brisket and all this other stuff, clogging up the damn gas pumps. So I really can't stand that. So I'll post about that sometimes.
Please subscribe.
Nice. Please subscribe.
Yeah, please subscribe. If you want to have gas pump rants.
Hell yeah, Nestor. Good stuff. As for me,
free brisket with any subscription to Shieldwall.
Yeah.
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 All of the content you guys are putting out make me forget about that one guy. What's his name again? Oh yeah, Nerdrotic. I mean, he's a small time YouTuber.
Members.
Yeah, he has what was it, like a cool like 1.3 million? Jeez, what a low timer. Jesus Christ! I'm like,
Come on. Yeah, pump up those
I
numbers.
might have his phone number in my phone right here, but I'm not gonna hit him up or anything. But it's fine.
I've been watching. I've been watching those guys a long time, and everybody on here, and but my YouTube universe keeps growing and growing and growing, and I find more people to sub to, and it's like really tough to watch everybody like I want to.
Yeah, that is definitely one of the struggles. Is like, and even for this stream, I mean, you can ask Goodwin. I've been planning this for months and months now. Just trying to get a good idea of what we were going to be doing, and then getting to this point and
differentiating, right? Just don't be the same old thing.
Right.
You bring into the table.
Like there's plenty of other streams out there that are very much the same, and that's not what I wanted to do here. And I've thoroughly enjoyed. I mean, this is only week 5, but every conversation that we've had so far has been amazing. Like the conversations that people have had in the chat has been amazing. Whether it's been on a rewatch or like literally live right now, and just the people that I've been able to meet is through the chat and through our conversations has been like a measure of I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing here, and like it keeps pushing me further to keep doing this and to continuously get better at it, and also to decide on like the movies and to try and you'll figure out what it is that we're ultimately trying to push for here, and that is just obviously spread the word of masculinity. So it's you know it's fun. I honestly love live streaming, and it's like I enjoy it more than making videos as well. But I understand like I have to make videos too, so like it's something that I just need to get back on the grindstone on. But like I've got other ideas for streaming. I know I'll do like gaming streams, which is fun too. I feel like those gaming streams are more laid back, kind of chill, and it's more so just to enjoy like what I'm doing and to see people talk about whatever they want, but what did City say? You're 3 months in advance of planning, Nick. Thank you for that. Yeah. I mean, honestly, like it was tough to even just pick this time slot because like I'm streaming right over ABF, usually at 9 p.m. And then, there was no Moxie stream tonight because she's unfortunately sick. So, but I appreciate that, dude. Like, I mean, I wasn't sure how the streams were going to go, but I think just from being on other people's streams and seeing, other people that are good at it, and just kind of taking mental notes and obviously getting
then I don't know what I'm doing here then, because I'm terrible at it.
No, I literally took that same mentality from like
yeah.
Andy from Hold My Dual Shock. He was just like, "Hey man, just go for it," and I was just like, "Fuck it, I guess I'll just start streaming on Wednesdays, and I'll do it at like 3:00, and we'll see what happens." And they've been working out for the last couple of weeks. Like for the size of my channel, anyways, if I'm getting 10 to 15 people that are watching. For my channel size, that's great. I have 200 subs, and I'm like, damn, dude, that's like I'm killing it right now.
Well,
And he was completely right, and it literally actually coincides with his channel. So he was like, just go ahead and do it, man. Like you got to not look at everybody else around you and be like, oh, if I stream at this time, am I going to be battling against so and so? Technically, yes, but at the same time, if people want to watch you more than they want to watch the other person, they're going to come to your stuff. That's fine.
Mhm.
And
that's why you offer something
you
different.
just gotta accept that.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
I like your opinion a little bit better, and I like to talk to you and your guests a little bit better, or whatever. However that works out, you just see it manifest in the way that you do your own channel and everything. And it tends to, oddly enough, for at least for me, and I've seen it now here with Nick as well, it works out. People want to watch you for what you want to talk about, and they're interested in the way that you talk about something. They want a different perspective, they want a different person, they want something else. And that just happens to sometimes be, I don't know, a different person. What a coincidence,
Oh my gosh.
like what a concept.
Right.
So that you just throw that out there, and sometimes it works. So
Yeah, sometimes you just got to press go live and
go live, man. Go
and
live.
talk.
Do it live.
Doing it live.
And make a video, and maybe if you're lucky, Asmongold will do it, and then you'll hit 80,000 subscribers. If go from 350 to 80,000
Yeah.
in one day.
Who knows? I mean, yeah, and that's it could happen to anyone, So I that's why I think in terms of I think one thing I've learned is I think in some cases I've gotten in my own way of what I want to do for videos and talking points, and it's like even for a video that I talked about the trailer reaction to Ironheart, and I mean, I didn't hit like 1,000 views on it or anything like that, but I had a lot of comments because a lot of people were commenting on it because I know that's going to be a hot commodity come June in like less than a month. So
yeah, Nick, why do you hate black women?
Yeah, because they're not white men. Basically.
Oh, okay, that could do it. Yeah,
could do it. And they steal from the white men.
The white.
Dude, I dropped a Lilo and Stitch review or whatever, and so I saw the live action movie, whatever, and then I took time before I actually did the review to go watch the cartoon or the animation, however you want to put it.
Yeah.
And I was just like, oh my god, now I see what people are complaining about, and I put that all in my review, and I thought. I actually think that review is actually like one of my better reviews overall when it comes to a comparison type of thing. And it's, for my channel size, it's at like maybe 140 or maybe 135 views. For me, that's great. I have 200 subs, so I'm like, oh, this is crazy. Like like more than half of my subscribers are actually watching this, if not other things or whatever. And maybe that one will blow up. We'll see. But I don't think I do anything controversial in it, so probably not. But
Yeah, I mean, and that's something that you got to think about. Where if you do make something controversial, that it might end up on an Asmongold video review or talking point. Like Kata. Like, I mean, Kata's been putting in good work, and then boom, like he got like a ton of subs, like 8,000 subs, whatever it was, from the one video that Asmongold reviewed, and that's awesome. So.
Yeah, clearly my white privilege didn't go on to that because apparently his black privilege, I don't know, high jump, like it just skipped a thing. But no, I mean, no, he actually does. He does really good videos in general and stuff. So I mean,
being a
in all honesty,
self-hating
he
black
deserves
belt.
it. No. What the fuck? What
What'd you say,
was
Gordon?
No, that's the accusation
Oh,
he gets thrown his way all the time. Is
I was
you're
gonna
just
say, I
a
was like, no,
self-hating
no,
black,
no.
and it's like
I met
people
that
are
guy out.
insane.
I met that guy out in Vegas. He's a super nice dude.
Oh,
I mean,
Kata's
he is
great.
short.
Kata's
Kata's
awesome.
great.
I can agree with this. He is short as fuck. He is short, but he's one of the nicest dudes ever, man.
Oh,
Yeah,
we've had him over on MMM. Kata's fantastic.
He's cool,
Yeah,
and
no,
he's
great.
in person. He's got that charisma.
Oh yeah,
he's a
no,
cool dude.
he has the same energy in person than he does online or whatever,
Yep.
like type of deal. And it's just like, holy shit, man, you're living the exact same way. Like I'm a little more reserved in person, but it's I don't know. I just had a different life or whatever. But it's like whatever. I'm not gonna get into it, anyways. But meeting Kata, awesome. The dude's a great person, and he deserves all of what he deserves. All the fucking he deserves all the respect and everything that he's getting, man. Like his channel's blowing up for a reason. It's because he's interesting. It's wow, what a concept, right?
Yeah, for sure. Case in point, just gotta make content, and honestly, just be yourself. Honestly, like that's what I try to be. Like if you're the same person as you are on stream, then you would be in person at a meetup or whatever. Like I think that's the most genuine thing that you can be, because like there's nothing more than just meeting someone and like them being fake as fuck. Like they just it's like at that point it's disingenuous. It's like when you watch someone on stream, like, oh, this person's not who I thought they were. So yeah, it is. Just be cool, man. Be masculine and just don't be a wimp. I don't know, but I know we've been talking.
I'll be upfront with everybody. I'm not really sitting on a pile of gold.
Don't be a bitch made about it. There you go.
Shitball's just flying around on a dragon,
Yeah, I don't have a pile of gold chicks next to me, but
yeah. So I will play we are going to end the stream. It's been amazing. Again, thank you everyone that's liked the stream, subscribed, followed everyone. And, just leave a comment if you're rewatching. I appreciate it. We're covering Bloodsport next week, and we will be back at 9 p.m.
It's a
Eastern.
Movie. It's definitely a movie.
It was, if you grew up in the 80s, it was badass.
Yeah, it is your typical 80s movie.
It. I think it's a silly one, but it's enjoyable. It's very enjoyable.
It is, and the reason why I wanted to cover it too is because like it is one of those silly action movies that like there are like derivatives of masculinity in it, but we haven't done one yet. And I'm like, I figured I'll just throw one on the list like that. So I was like, what better one to talk about than Bloodsport with
you
Jean-Claude
put
Van
glue
Damme
and glass shards on your knuckles. How what more high tea can you get?
Oh God, it's gonna be a fun conversation. I cannot wait to talk about it next week, and I hope everyone else cannot. So I I will say let's play. I'll play 2 clips. We didn't get to play this clip beforehand, so I'll play this now.
I'm sorry, I can't understand what you're saying. What'd he say? What'd he say?
Look, I washed for supper.
We talked about it, but it was obviously like a really messed up situation where Miller's like looking at it happen and be like, and then this one, which probably didn't need to happen as well.
Don't shoot! Let him burn!
Which, it reminded me of when I play Helldivers, and if I'm shooting the bugs with like anything that's flammable, I still shoot them afterwards because I want them to die quicker while they're on fire. Because
you don't want them charging around while they're on fire because they'll burn you.
Yeah, and then I'll die or get something stupid like a ragdoll to death, and I'm like, oh, when it was on fire, it shouldn't be burning to death. Nope, it somehow also killed me in the process. So
in reality, though, if those guys were that engulfed in that flame, they're already dead.
Oh yeah, they're just toast. But Night Phillip, thanks for tuning in, man. Appreciate it.
Yep.
And we'll play one more for the sake of the movie itself.
Saving Private Ryan was the one decent thing we were able to pull out of this whole god-awful shitty mess.